Hello and welcome to the Hawk's Nest stream show where my name is Brandon Kane and we love ourselves some football, especially game day football. That's right. We got ourselves winding down the season. Another game, a game that had a lot of intrigue 4 or 5 weeks ago. Lost a little bit of intrigue here kind of last Sunday. Gained all this intrigue back here at the end of the week. Knowing now that we're going to have a grandfather starting against us at the quarterback position against the Indianapolis Colts. The first round bye still on the line if the Seahawks can close this season out perfectly. So much at stake. Every single game coming down the line. Hope you're checked in. Appreciate you watching. Hit that like button, please, as you walk in the door. It helps out my channel considerably. Maybe sub on up. We're going to try to cross up over 21,000 today on the subscriber count. We'd love to hit that mark. You can help us get there. I hope everyone's having a great day. I know that there's going to be a lot more national intrigue into this game than there would have been otherwise without Rivers starting, but we're indeed going to get Phillip Rivers, 44 years old, starting this game. There's other kind of information kind of percolating too coming into this game a little bit. Torrey Horton put on IR. Elijah Arroyo put on IR here for the season, so that kind of sucks in that regard of things. But we've got a lot to unpack today and talking about that, of course, too, and what that means, an extension to Eric Saubert. Got game action. It's going to be fun today. It's going to be fun. And the Colts, you don't know what you're going to get here with Phillip. Do you see an offense catered to him? Do they just try to minimize the passing attempts? Is it all short passes and pop here and a pop over there? Weather sounds like it is going to hold up reasonably well considering the forecast as we were leading into this week. So that won't be as much a neutralizing factor as appeared at first glance. Let's say what's up here to all the good folks in here in just a quick second. Before we start off, though, I do want to give a shout out and a thank you to the sponsor of this show. The sponsor of this show is, of course, the Sleeper app. Sleeper has been sponsoring us throughout the course of this year, been so kind to do so, and it's the #1 sports app in the game. Why? From my perspective, because they've got so many different items and options you can go through. Everyone's going to allow you to kind of combo your picks up, but I like the many different picks I get to go through. Some of these, like, they try to kind of route you down into narrow paths into what you can select. A lot more options here in this app from my stance of things. You can put your basketball, football together with basketball in full swing. You can still get into a weekly fantasy with the season winding down if you find yourself out of the fantasy league. There's a lot of options there, but you can go win yourself some money. Use my code NEST. That's Nest. And they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. $100 from me to you through the Sleeper app. And oh yeah, but wait, there's more, because if you just create a login, just create a simple login, they'll put a $20 entry free into your account. Bam, just like that, $20. So $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. There are restrictions in the state of Washington still, as it's just about to open up, I'm told. But if you are in a casino, you can use the site in full. You can see I've gone with a pretty big ticket pick item today on my side of it. Ernest Jones over 4.5 assisted tackles, AJ Barner over 29.5 receiving yards. I think he's going to serve a little bit more in the H-back role now with Arroyo going on IR. Josh Downs, 2.5 receptions there for him over on that. Also over 23.5 yards for Josh Downs. And then Tyler Warren over 35.5 yards, because we all know Phillip Rivers and Antonio Gates loves to work himself some tight ends. Those are my picks. Please utilize Sleeper today. And a big thank you to them for sponsoring the show and doing so here throughout this year. All right, we're going to be getting over here to the game in short order, of course. But let's get over to you guys in the deal here as I sort of get this thing shade on up now. Boom, boom. All right. There we go. We're prepped. CK, how's it going? Hope everything's well. Ryan, let's go Hawks. Tress, Bigelow, go Hawks. Linda, hello, Rundaz. Megan, morning, how you doing? DJ, let's get ready to get a lot of pick sixes. Let's see Seahawks. Let's go. Let's get it. Philbers may regret saying yes to return after today's game. Indeed. Brock Townsend starting us off right. I think you did last week as well, Brock. You're the man. Thank you for that. He says we must utilize Barnyard today and release the goats. Oh, I got a soundbite today. When it's going to come out to the Barnyard formation, Brock, here's the noise you all are going to hear. Prepare yourselves. That means the Barnyard's about to strike. Prepare yourself. Thank you, though, Brock. Appreciate you, man. Had to put that soundbite together. It's been so dominant. Tush push barnyard. No more dominant formation in all of football, really. If you really want to get down to brass tacks, bottom line. Young Guns let Drew Brew in the fourth. Yeah, that's our new age victory formation. Like the old way of you line up in the little, V. Oh, whoop-de-doo. That's nice. That's quaint. How about our quarterback's off the field in the early fourth quarter because he's just getting some rest in Gatorade, and we're just, trying to protect him with the lead. How about some of that? Good to see you in here, Brian Kennicott, checking in from Bull City, Durham. Hell yes. Seattle KO. Colts have a tough schedule for the rest of the season. It's going to be a hard one for them. Uphill battle. This is definitely a Hail Mary, but I'll tell you this. I'll make my jokes about Grandpa Rivers today, but this is a man that's not going to shy away in this game. This is not a man that's going to walk into here and play frightful. He's going to come in and he's going to lay it on the line and let it go, let it rip. So we got to be prepared for that. Got to be prepared. Game should be starting here in just a couple moments. Nicholas Newton, it's good to see you in the house. Sounds like the Raiders are going to come after our OC. Definitely think that, Nicholas, you're touching on the fact that what I believe is true as well is that I think we're getting closer and closer to the place with Kubiak with every even just solid performance down the home stretch of this offense. Him probably gaining more traction as being a head coach option somewhere. Just where it's at there. Free Truth, good morning, good afternoon, good day. Slowby One, thank you for the $2 donation. Good to see you in the house as well, brother. If we lose Clint Kubiak, how are we feeling about Mike LeFleur? I'm okay with it. Knows how to run the West Coast offense and good at it. And maybe the fact that he get the chance to really call all the plays and not just kind of be an OC and standing a little bit and occasionally be allowed to call plays might be a factor there. But that's a great name. Definitely a great name. And that's, I think, what you're looking to do is if Kubiak, God forbid, does have to move on, that you are able to go get another West Coast acolyte in here and even maybe potentially a Shanahan-like guy so you can just keep the progress of the offense flowing forward. Thank you, though, Slowby. Appreciate it. I'll be listening to the game starts. I got it on radio finally. Let's go, Free Truth. Hell yeah. Sometimes they make that hard getting the radio one, oddly enough. Justin Sundell is indeed back. Sounds like he will be starting at center, and this is due a little bit because Oluwatimi's not quite giving you the same play that you thought, or not that you thought, but we had all kind of wondered what you'd get from Olu coming in there. I don't think that he's necessarily giving you a market improvement in any realm of his game over what you have there in Sundell, and so it makes a lot of sense. Creature that just got attacked by my new puppy. He came in from outside of the store when I went out, and when I came back, I was inside, and he just completely burned my face. That's a puppy bay. That's the way they roll. You got to roll with it, man. There's going to be scratches. There's going to be bites. You're going to have little cuts on your arms. That's just a fact of life. Them puppies, they're vicious little beasts. Eric Saubert back with a 1-year extension, Justin. How about that, huh? How about that? Yeah, Mahomes goes down today to a very serious knee injury. Scary, scary, scary moment there. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Rivers is a grandpa. I'm older than him. So what does that make me then be? I'm not saying it makes you grandmother age, but I'm saying you could become a grandmother at that age and it wouldn't be completely out of norm. He started young too. With those folks that start young, they get that process going. So yep, he's as I understand, I don't know if the Google search is correct on this one. You always do the search, and now they may be wrong where somebody's like, no, there's a guy who actually played, but this is only the second time that we've had a guy leave the sport this long and come back. DeBerg being the other guy, and then Favre in 2010 played and was a grandpa as well at that time, I guess. So interesting enough there, Megan. But he's going to come out here and let it rip. And if there's a guy with a different mentality on this being 45, I might just be fully, this ain't nothing. I might be in that mode, but because it is Rivers and he is wired that way, where he's just got a little bit of that, I can't be shaken, get after it sort of thing, just doesn't care aspect to him and how he's always carried himself. And for years at that, it wouldn't surprise me if this is a little bit of a fight on our hands today too. Hard to know what to expect from a Hawk defense. You're kind of trying to read this on the fly a bit. Grandfather he is. Oh, I never see your grandma, grand aunt. Grand aunt. I think we can say that maybe, Megan. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Good to see you, brother. Says, hope Phillip Rivers gets his fairy tale return to the NFL from next week. This week, I want our defense to make him evaluate this particular life choice. Let's go. I'm of the same mind. Let him have a beautiful final finish to the season. Let him talk all about how maybe they should bring him back as a hedge bridge for the Daniel Jones Achilles injury because they're probably going to move Anthony. Opening kickoff here by Myers will go to the Colts. So we're going to get some Rivers right out the gate. Brought up here at the 20, cut back in, and then outside. Brady Russell's there. O'Connell's there. About the 27-yard line or so, 27, 28-yard line. And Rivers comes out, black left glove on hand, plays on his arm, looking down at him. Which plays are what? What are we doing? Who's here? Get in the huddle. 4:53. I agree with you, though, Martin. Please let's let this happen today. He can have fairy tales for tomorrow. Today's about reality. A 45-year-old man who hasn't been played the sport in 5 years, stepping onto the road. Hellacious environment handoff inside out of shotgun here to Taylor. He's going to be swallowed up by Byron Murphy and a collection of Seahawks. It'll bring him down for a short gain. Love it, Martin. Thank you for the $5, man. I agree. Y2K with 29 months. Thank you for that. Y2K says $25. Rivers' first pass is less than his child count. All right, well, he's at 10. He's at 10, so he's saying it's going to be inside 10 yards on the first throw. Hand off here, back inside out of shotgun, same play as before. This one goes for a little bit more. First down run there by Taylor. Off tackle run there out of shotgun. Julian Love coming up and missing the tackle there in space. First and 10. You know you're going to get a lot of rushes today. If you ended up this game with 30 rushes with Taylor, kind of no matter what, it wouldn't be the most surprising thing. You're going to limit the attempts from Rivers if you can. Pistol look formation here for the Colts. Another handoff inside this time. Out of the pistol look and brought down for a short gain there. This is what you're going to get a little bit today is the grinder kind of game from the Colts. Call it eke it out if you can, but it's just being careful with the football, getting Phillip Rivers into down and distance situations where he can get the ball out quickly out of his hands, third and shorts. How you defend the run on first down today is going to be a big, big key to you getting them into situations that can make them uncomfortable, especially on the road. Second down and 7. Rivers and empty. Drops back to let it sling here. He's looking at Tyler Warren, goes back to his second check, comes back and completes it. And that is going to be incomplete. The ball does hit the ground. Good throw by Rivers there. Gave Taylor a chance down there with Eamon in coverage. But you get to feel a little bit of the length of Eamon on that play where even if there's a good throw, and boy, that thing's wobbling. Even if there's a good throw there, he's got such long arms there to get that in there and still get that just, even by the fingers, just kind of dislodge the ball out of there. By the other side of the hands of his fingers. The hands of his fingers? By the other side of his fingers. Never mind. Blitz look here for the Seahawks on 3rd and 7. They're going to bring it. Screen play here. Colts run it well, and it's going to be a first down for them. They attack. Man, Woolen did a good job there of actually setting the edge to force that back inside. He just got no help underneath from the tacklers rallying back underneath. You're sending a blitz, so it's a good attack on the blitz there. Teams have been kind of countering Seattle on that look in 3rd and longs at times, more and more now. First down. Ball at the 45-yard line into Seahawks territory here. Rivers back in shotgun. Going to give again to Taylor. Taylor swallowed up from the back here, and he's going to be brought down. Nick Eamon was all over that play. Nice job by Nick. He ran that thing down from the backside. Put him right up on the line of scrimmage, just to the outside shoulder of Hall. Let him work downhill. I still counter. There's something you can do with that shotgun run thing. Takes a little bit of time to set that up sometimes, and backside guy can get there. Blitz look from the Seahawks. They're going to bring it with Imanwari. Pressure mounting here on Rivers. He throws it out in front. Very nice coverage out in space by Julian Love. Another decent pass there from a spot standpoint by Rivers. He didn't put it in a bad spot there. Trying to work the tight end Warren. Yeah, a little out in front of Warren. Pressure was right there in his face, though. 3rd down and 10. Crowd gets loud. On their feet. Single high look from the Seahawks. Press coverage on the outside. Blitz look. Witherspoon looks like he shows it. He's falling out of it post snap. Rivers steps up into the pocket. Woo! Nice play out in space. Julian Love and Imanwari combo up like a sandwich platter on the meat. Boom! Knocks the ball free. Both of them able to just kind of, pin in Tyler Warren there. Play a little bumper cars. Leonard Williams give Rivers a nice little smack to the chest. Rivers goes, yeah, I felt that. Seahawks getting some pressure here on this early drive, and a nice stop after a couple of first downs here by the Colts. Imanwari again flashing as he has this year so far. Woo. This will take a Seahawks bounce back to the 10-yard line on the punt, where they'll take over with 11 minutes even to go here in the first quarter. Well, we don't have the first completion. We do have the first completion. Let's see how Y2K's prediction held up. 12 yards. He got you, Y2K. He got you. Jay Melfair, thank you for the $2 donation. Which will Rivers have, more kids or completions? He's got 9 more to go. I think he's going to get over the top of that. And going to be interesting to see where their game plan goes with him throughout the course of today. But I imagine that drive is going to be very, very much a snapshot of what you're going to see them trying to do in large part throughout the course of this game. I don't think you're going to get a lot of different stuff from the Colts offense as far as how they're going to go with this. A lot of running, a lot of a conservative nature, a lot of bubble screens, a lot of, if they, sense that blitz, I'm sure Mike's going to catch it there. Okay. Where they're sensing the blitz, they're pulling the bubble screen lever instantly. All right, I'm going to build that. I'm going to bake that in on my blitz calls. Like that at the end, they're getting Witherspoon to come up the line. He's getting really good at that fake blitz thing. It's almost an art form to be able to do it. And you have to have a scheme that's got blitz heavy nature to, or blitz ability in it, because the guy's got to kind of work it to get good at it. But he's gotten really good at getting up at the line, showing the blitz, making the quarterback really feel it, making the line really feel it, and then fall back away. Of course, he got an interception last week in the Falcons game doing it. Then he just did it on the prior play there. Really nice job there. I'm going to go with there will be more completions, but maybe it'll be close there, Jay. It might be tight, especially if they're going to run the ball heavy. Arda Levy, thank you for that $5 donation. Arda Levy says, let's go Hawks. Let Grandpa get tucked in by halftime. Well, I've got some sound that I've gotten from the field right now from Philip Rivers. Somebody just caught this that they sent me from the sideline of the stadium that back to me. So they caught him saying this on the sideline. Here's the sound of what we heard.
I tell you what's on my mind. It's butt cold out here, and I'm fresh out of beer.
Okay, so tough opening drive there for Phil, right? Get that man a little bit of beer. And let's get Grandpa tucked in by halftime. Agreed. Give them no hope. They walk in desperate. They walk in with few chances in knowing it. Put them away. All right, out comes the Seattle Seahawks offense for their first opening set. DeLevy, you're the man. Thank you for that. Don't know. I appreciate you. Going to start out under center here with a handoff to Walker. Walker able to almost break this 3, and now ankle tackle able to bring him down there by a cross. Still a nice gain of about 4 yards. He looked like he was almost able to bust that thing fully there, though. Look at him, 3. Good stop there. We've seen him break that tackle many times before. Seahawks inactive with Robbie Oots today. Don't think that's injury related, possibly. I think this speaks to a little bit of maybe potentially what they like and what they're getting from Callerup. 2nd and 7. Darnold. Looks like he's going to change the play at the line here. Blitz look coming from the Colts. Seahawks pitch it away to the other side. And that's going to be swallowed up in the backfield there by Zaire Franklin. Bring up a 3rd and long. Probably a change of play there by Darnold where they had that going left, and he probably flipped that right. Franklin got right through the hole there. Linebacker found a lane. Third down and 9. Empty look for the Seahawks. Blitz look here for the Colts. A lot of guys up on the line of scrimmage. You bring Charbonnet in the backfield here to get some help. Changes the protection to Charbonnet. Blitz is coming. Sam's got to get rid of it. And he is able to get rid of it as he's just being brought down to the ground to Cooper Kupp for a short completion. There is a flag on the play. And that's going to be an illegal shift there by the Seahawks. That's going to be declined. They're going to be short of the first down. And so a punt here for Seattle. Didn't look as much of like maybe Sam was really aware there of what was. It looked like he was aware the blitz was coming, even though they were kind of showing it. Michael Dixon comes out for his punt on the first punt on the day. Dixon booms this one down by the sideline, where it's going to go out. Nice punt there by Dixon. Didn't see the exact placement on it, but looked like a good one. Looks like he really hammered that thing and then directionally got that right there on the sideline where it landed. So he got the distance and then no return off putting it out of bounds. Samuel Swanson, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Samuel, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Please do keep an eye on your community posts. That's where I put the benefits out there to members and patrons. I, of course, same benefits go over to you guys too. We'll begin the PFF Monday morning scores out for you tomorrow morning on that. But thank you for hopping aboard. I appreciate you for that. Welcome aboard, Samuel. And thank you for becoming a member. Also with a $5 donation. And this is so very kind of you guys, both being a member and dropping donos on top. I appreciate it. He says, I was at the Atlanta game last Sunday, and Atlanta fans were mocking because I was ecstatic about our Hawks smacking the Falcons around. Go Hawks. Hey, I mean, every NFL team matters, right, Samuel? I mean, every NFL win matters. And whether you have a tough schedule or an easy schedule, it's all about, at the end of the day, stacking those wins up in a way to put you in a good position to have playoff success and to get the first round bye, to get the number 1 seed. You know, you're going to have a couple extra more wins than just getting the playoffs. And I've always talked about there being a feast factor that exists oftentimes for those Super Bowl teams where they either got an easier schedule or an easier division that they got to go through in order to allow them to be able to, grease the wheels to making that championship run happen. And it's not really often talked about, but I think it's a bit of a part of it versus just going through a killer gauntlet week in and week out. But Atlanta beat Buccaneers this last week, and the Bucs were playing for something in that game, and they had Mike Evans back in that game, and Atlanta didn't have to be playing for anything. And I think that does show that's a competent team in Atlanta. I don't think that they're a bad team. I think that they're certainly competent, but we caught them at the right time as well from an injury front. No Drake London. Impressive win for them this last week, and thank goodness for that. It helps out that first round pick to the Rams being not as good. But you guys did a great job, it sounds like, out in Atlanta. Sounds like there was some really nice presence out there in the stadium from other Hawk fans, and you can't blame those Atlanta fans. They get a little salty. It's been a little while for them. They're on the edge of maybe firing the coach, maybe having to start kind of from square one again here. It's never a fun position to kind of have to be put into. Thank you, though, Samuel. Go Hawks, man. No Hawks. Go Hawks. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Nick is doing the Bam Selly. Let's go, Nick. Dog. Dropping the Bam Bam Cam Selly. I love it. Yeah, he looked good that first drive, man. Whew. He's looked good all year, though. 1st and 10 here for the Colts. Again in shotgun. Handoff again inside here. Taylor doing a good job of bouncing around traffic while maintaining a forward progress. Carves himself up about a 7-8 yard run there. Seahawks looked like they had initially decently defended. He just kind of sidestepped one, got past the whole another one, sidestepped another to a different side, and just sometimes with him, it's just the vision and efficiency of movement as he goes through the hole makes him so tough. And indeed, an 8 yard gain there for him. 6 carries, 26 yards to start things out here for Taylor. 2nd and 2. Ball at the 43. Handoff again inside here to Taylor. And we are going to get a flag here come flying in. I think we might get a hold. Riley Mills making an appearance here on the field for the Seahawks. Did they just wipe the penalty off the board? You're just going to wipe the penalty off the board, are you? Okay. First down. Ball at the 46. And again, good job by the Hawks defense there. Just reading that play all the way through. Kobe Bryant just completely blew a screen away that they were trying to throw to there. He came flying up from center field and took the throw away from Rivers, where Rivers just had to throw it away into the flat. Second down and 10. Shotgun look again. This is how they're living. Byron Murphy standing up in the A gap, about a yard off the line of scrimmage. He's coming full steam. Rivers throws it back inside the running back there. He makes a catch and run for a first down. Pure Rivers there. Just have a little angle route there on Ernest Jones in space. So you run the running back out, and then you cut him back inside. You get Jones with the leverage to kind of slide outside, then cut the back inside. And there's nobody else there helping on the inside at that point. That's the area of Jones's coverage. Nice job attacking it there by the Colts. 1st and 10, ball at the 40-yard line. Handoff inside. Again out of shotgun. Good job of a flyby tackle there, and Abdullah looked like he was going to have a bit of a hole there and did not see who flash by, but somebody was able to cut him down, just flow him right past him. I think that was Mafe. 2nd down and 7. Shotgun again here. Handoff. It's inside again here. They're going the same place. Seahawks rally up on this one. Nice. Just be a short gain and bring up about a 3rd and 5 here for the Colts. A lot of inside shotgun runs here. And look, now you might look at this and it confounds you a little bit and you get frustrated and going, why can't they stop? It's just going inside. And the reason being is that this is Jonathan Taylor being probably the best inside runner in the sport. Not as just far as power. Again, it's really a vision, quickness, stop and start, lateral change of ability. He just makes it very hard in there to defend him in this way. This is why it makes him such a great back. 3rd down and 4. Let's look here from the Seahawks with Eamon Omari off the edge. He's coming. Rivers Has his man out in space on an out route. Michael Pittman, first down. Witherspoon in coverage. Like Witherspoon might have been just a little late to react on that throw to the outside there, dropping in zone. He got his hand in there and was able to even still make it a competitive situation at the end there, but good catch by Pittman to hold on. 5:15 to go in the first quarter. Fifth first down of the game here for the Colts. Pittman will go in motion prior to the snap. Pistol look handoff here to Abdullah. Abdullah with a nice carry up over the middle, and Colts are finding some room in the middle of this Seahawks defense right now. So they run lighter boxes. They're not going to go to base. Colts probably been used to this year dealing with a lot more base in these situations at times. And so it was going to be one of the keys in this game is how you could hold on against this really mighty rushing attack. The Colts who are going to lean on that in this game in respect of running those light boxes and staying committed to it. Second down and 2. 4:33 to go here. 8-play drive for the Colts. That looked like a hold there. They get this one. Seahawks all over that one. Mike Morris in there making a play along with Jaron Reed. Loss of a couple on the play there. Nice job there. Seahawks had that play read all the way through with just the play call. Nicely done. Taylor already 8 carries here in the first quarter. Told you they're going to lean on him. Clock ticking. 3:58 to go here in the first. 2 high safety look against a 3 wide receiver, 1 tight end set here from the Colts. Rivers dropping back to throw. Sidesteps. And that'll be out of bounds. Nice job. Josh Jobe out there. A little bit of hand fighting. That was why you had me pause there. Just checking to make sure we didn't get the official throwing some weak flag in there. This is where I'm glad the official doesn't do it in that situation. Exactly why. If the receiver initiates the contact, you can't punish then the defender for countering the contact. So Pittman doesn't have any separation on the play. He knows the throw's going right there. The only way he's going to create the separation is to lock his arm into Jobe. Here's the field goal attempt here by the Colts. It is up and through, and they'll take an early 3-0 lead. So, Pitts comes down there and drives that left arm into Jobe. Jobe didn't initiate the contact. He was just there tight in coverage. Okay, Jobe counters back by going, you're not going to push me off of you. You're not going to get to do that. And I think from an official standpoint, rather than it becoming one where you're trying to, where you're trying to call one to the other there, that's one of those situations that's a garden variety. Let him play it out then. If the receiver wants to initiate that contact on the play to do that, then and the guy counters back to him, I'm going to give it to neither of them, and let's see where the ball plays to. The ball won't lie if it were. And I like the fact the official kept the flag out there and just went, no, you initiated that contact. That's on you. If the defender, if Jobe just goes and grabs for Pittman there, then by all means. By all means. Addicted, Brandon, do you have any PFF stats for the old Colts O-line? It's a good one. Let me see where they rank here. Got a couple of donos here we want to get to real quick too. Thank you again, Jay Gundy, for the $2 donation. Nicky Mianwari is really adding an extra gear here to this defense, which is very nice. The run blocking for the Colts this year has been, according to at least the PFF scores on this, it has been, where are they? I can never find the team when I'm just trying to eyeball it. It's getting old. Okay. There we go. They are third best run blocking team according to PFF. And then they're also the 5th highest team graded as far as their rushing itself. They're rushing, the running backs, how their running backs are graded. So you're dealing with both top 5 and top 3 in both accounts of that, which the combination of which makes it pretty tough. Amazing Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, just FYI, the stat banner is too small to read. Okay. We'll try to make it a little bit bigger. It's tough. I don't have my broadcasting software anymore on this disgrace. So I got to operate through StreamYard until I can figure out what the hell is going on with my other thing. So it will only let me get this so big. But I tried to give it a little bit more increase there. Maybe that'll make it a little bit better. Hopefully make it a little bit better there. Thank you for the note. And I'm trying to get back to the kickoff here. Short kickoff at the 10, received by Shaheed. He's going to bring it up there with some juice, moving well up to the 38-yard line where the offense will take over from there. Try to get the issue resolved. I'm trying to get back to my broadcasting source so I can get it a little more done. Maybe I can zoom it. There we go. Huh? Always good to do this live. Okay, 1st and 10. Darnold in shotgun here. Empty look to start things off. Dropping back to throw. Cuts this back on the side to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp, a nice catch and run there. 1st down. I'll try to play around with this amazing disgrace a little bit. See if I can get this. Find a way to increase the size. StreamYard's a little bit restrictive. Make it a little tough. Thanks for the dono, though. Hawks onto the Colts side of the field quickly here. Up-tempo snap. Just take the check down. Okay. Finds Shaheed there. A little in-breaking route for another 12-yard gain. Nicely done. Sam fit that one into a tight little spot. Good throw, though. He put it low and down in so that the only guy that really had a chance there was going to be Shaheed. Get to feel a little bit of his arm strength there on that throw to fit that in. 1st and 10. Another quick snap here by the Seahawks. Kenneth Walker gets through the hole quickly. Bounces off the first tackler. Falls forward for a nice gain. Here we go. Megan, OG is a good term. Thrill House meant it in a good way. In America, OG is a term of endearment. Second down 6, 2:15 to go here in the first quarter. Pitch play out wide. Walker. Walker tries to get the edge. Almost able to capture it. Able to still swing his way for a yard or two outside. So bring up 3rd down and short here for the Hawks. Quick moving drive. Seems like early on with some of the rushes from the Seahawks, working the edges, obviously outside zone, you'd think here too, but they're maybe not as much trust that this Colts defense has got the speed to stay with their rushing attack to the edges. 3rd down and 4. Blitz look here from the Colts. Walker to the right of Sam Darnold here. They're going to go with the handoff to Walker. Walker's just got nowhere to go. Jeez. That was just ugly, ugly, ugly. Walker will be taking the backfield for a couple-yard loss. Bradford. Interesting play call. Myers out here for the field goal attempt. Snap is down. The kick is up. The kick is good. Nice job there. Seahawks tied up on a quick, fast-acting drive there. Strange little play call there. Can I get my hands on this thing? We'll go with this. We'll fix it later. The run call would have been actually an okay call there if you're just kind of coming right downhill, a little bit like what the Colts are doing with Taylor. You tried to pull back across the formation and get a little cute with it there. It's really what hurt you there on that one. Yeah, Martin, very strange play call. It's kind of a Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, fire Bradford into the sun. It reminds me of this soundbite to that in regards to that, Joshua.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
Brings that one to mind, you know. Just a little bit. Thank you, though. Appreciate you. 50 seconds to go here in a fast-moving first quarter. Game tied up 3-3. And thank you, Josh. Appreciate your donation, man. Down. Had some better moments, but as we always say with Bradford, when it goes wrong with him, it's just a really ugly rep. Twitter's going to go crazy on that rep, by the way. Get ready for that thing to be shown everywhere. Once Twitter's got you, there's nothing you can do about it, or X or whatever. Once X has got you, there's nothing you can do about it. Thank you, Joshua. Robbie says the crowd would go electric if they put Haynes in. He says, don't we too often say this with Kubiak? Strange play call. Yeah, it does come up a bit like that. Yeah. All right. Ball out on the 35-yard line. Colts will take over after a down kick in the end zone there. Lawrence makes the play on a short run here. 2 or 3 yard gain. Colts offense just trying to kind of peck away here. Rivers, 3 of 8, 31 yards. Second down and 7. Neiman Wari coming on the blitz here on the backside. Seahawks able to keep it clean on the front side. Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence leading the way. DeMarcus Lawrence just tipped over an offensive lineman like you tip a cow. And that'll be the final play here of this first quarter. So a lot of running the ball here. 17 rushing attempts between the two teams collectively here in this first quarter. Tied up 3-3. This will bring up a third down when we get back for the break on that one. Remy says, but hey, as Parker points out, PFF score is good. Give me a new right guard, please. Yeah, it's the scores are there and there's the good blocks and there's the pancakes in there and then there's the bad reps. And is the overall player, coming forward greatly and improving? I mean, maybe a little bit, but he remains the most frustrating offensive lineman week in and week out on this line. And I think that says something. Even with Oluwatimi in there the past couple of weeks, I don't think that there was a lot of consternation about his play. Or feeling like, get Sundell back in there. But it does feel like this is something what we're doubling back to quite a bit week in and week out when it comes to Bradford score or not, PFF score or not. Joshua Big Cat's my favorite player on the team. He's fun. He's fun. Great play over there on that rushing play to that other side. You're bringing the blitz to the other side, hoping you can kind of catch him there. Those front side guys got to hold up. If Eamon Ward is going to chase down those plays on the backside, they got to hold up. Run defense looking much better last few plays. It is. Yeah. A little more stout. They haven't done bad here on Taylor so far. He's got a long of 11, but you take out that long of 11 and he's got 9 carries for 21 yards in this game. They're doing it a lot, but they're not necessarily gouging you with the run game right now. Tyler, I've seen some pretty loose calls being let had out there by the officials in this game so far. So let's see if that does continue to hold up and maintain on both sides. 1 second. Okay, start of the second quarter. Phillips going to be back in shotgun, trips to the short side of the field. He's got Pierce isolated on the far side there with Woolen. He's going to bring Downs in motion. Rivers dropping back to throw here. Hook this outside. Boy, nice throw there by Rivers, and I think he got it completed. Even Warren can't believe it. Able to slip that into Tyler Warren. Rivers has thrown that route about 3 million times in his career. And Eamon Warren was right there. Warren able to just make the catch. It's really that accuracy of Rivers where he can put it in just that one spot. Only his guy can get it. Got a timeout called here before the snap. Oh, we're going to get a challenge. Sorry. Mike McDonald's going to challenge this play. We didn't get a solid replay really showing us what went down. 1 foot. 2 foot. Yeah, that's out of bounds. That should be overturned. That should be overturned. Yeah, it was pretty easily just 1 foot, only one that got in there. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. He says, stop trying to be cute. Run it in 3rd and short, pass on 3rd and long. You have established the basics before getting their defense on a misread. You have to establish the basics before getting their defense, catching them on a misread. I would agree with that. Yeah, it's kind of an early time in the game to be sort of throwing that out versus just, running it true. And I don't hate a run there, but I think you that's where we go back to your point, better suited, maybe just get downhill on it. Don't mess around, just go down with it. And kind of felt to me almost like a play where you're running it if you're going to run it there. To say it with Mike, well, maybe we'll just do a 2-down situation there. You hope to get a couple of yards, get yourself into the barnyard 4th and 1, and then you go. So just go downhill with it there if you're going to run it. But I'm okay with just, you got Sam 3 of 3, 35 yards here. He's doing pretty good on that drive with a few of those throws. Let him keep kind of going after that defense in that way a bit. And that's got to be a bit of the opening of how we go after them today, remembering that they are down right now, I believe, both of their 2 starting quarterbacks. So you do need to make this a point of emphasis in this game of throwing it. As much as you want to run the ball, you've got to be able to attack their weakness here. You got to be able to do it. Well said, though, Jay. Thanks for the dono. Samuel, thank you for another $5. Appreciate you. I can't wait to see these new uniforms on Thursday. I'll be watching the game at work in my Rivalry Cup jersey. Ooh, let's go. Indeed, we're getting the off-green, kind of almost Oregon Duckish, a little bit colored jerseys. The Rivalry jerseys getting unveiled this Thursday, and it's going to be a fun week, folks. I hope you're tuned in here throughout the channel. We got a couple of guests coming on. We're going to be doing the coverage on Thursday night as well, and hopefully we can take care of business today to set this stage for the game of the year. The game as much for anything for this division potentially. And boy, you talk about how hyped people are going to be up for that one. Prime time Thursday night, all eyes of the nation upon you. It's going to be a hell of a thing. So this is pretty clearly out of bounds. I don't know why they're needing a lot of time to turn this one over. And indeed, that will be out. So 4th down. Plays overturned. Good challenge by Mike McDonald. Samuel, be rocking that jersey on Thursday night. Got that cup going, the throwback. It's going to be looking tight. Here's the punt by the Colts. Good stand by the defense there. Get the offense the ball back after to get a score for you. We got Shaheed captured around his ankle and not able to get much further than just a couple yards after the catch. Seattle will take over the fairly long field. If you folks can for me today, please do hit that like button. It does help out this channel. We got 1,000 in the house here. Maybe hit that sub button too if you get a chance. We're trying to get up over 21,000 today. We're right on the edge. You can get us over that mark by subbing up today, and I'd really appreciate it. All righty, offense. What are we going to do here? Kenneth Walker, 5 carries, 6 yards. Sam, so far, 3 of 3. First down and 10. Pistol look here for Sam. Sharps in the backfield. Callerup goes in motion. Play action pass. Sam drops back to throw here. Hits JSN right in the hands. Don't see that very often, and bounces right out. Well designed, well set up play. Just a pure drop there by JSN. He had a nice release, just an in-cutting route. In-cutting routes are really seemingly going to be an open door here for the Colts today. You've already hit on this a couple of times. And Sam couldn't have thrown a better ball there to JSN. Come on, Jackson. Second down 10. Shotgun look here. Shaheed going in motion. Sam dropping back to throw. We've got a flag here. Back to the middle of the field, finding Barner for a first down. Let's see what the flag is, though. Offsides on Seattle. They're going to get Barner for offsides. Isn't it? False start. Oh, he's aligned. They're saying he's aligned offsides? Okay. Ball now at the 10, 2nd and 15. Sam dropping back, finds Jackson Smith for a short completion. He'll gain about 7 yards there. Bring up a 3rd and 8. Got to clean these mistakes up. D-Mac, you're right. Got to clean these mistakes up. Come on. Quick snap on 3rd down. Sam's got to get rid of it. He's under quick pressure, and he's going to go down. Looks like Latu got there quick. Were they trying to block Latu with just Sharps on that play? Ooh. So the Colts bring a blitz with Zaire Alexander in the B gap. Abraham Lucas down blocks into Zaire Alexander, the linebacker. And then that means then that Latu, their most dynamic pass rushing edge, is then left one-on-one with a running head start at Charbonnet. I don't know why you wouldn't have Charbonnet come fill the hole there. Fair catch at the 47, where the Colts will take over with very good field position here in the second quarter. I don't know why you're doing that. That's not normally schematically how you're going to set that up. You'll have Lucas still climb back out to Latu, and then you'll have Charbonnet get into the hole and pick up the blitzing linebacker. Sloppy offensive performance there by the Hawks on that drive. I don't know a lot of times I'm going to ask my running back. He may be really good in pass protection. But asking my running back to pick up alone, the most dynamic edge off the other team being left unblocked, it's not that's not a setting up for success moment for your players. I understand they're trying to pick up the blitz there, but they're exposing your pass protection schemes if they're getting you into that kind of situation there. The offense needs to clean this up. This is all across the board. There's some sloppiness and out of whackness going on here. Still early here, folks. Hang in there. I mean, baller, we're walking in, we're a 10-3 team. So people saying it's early. Yeah, the team, if it's scuttled at times, most of the time this year has come back along and figured it out through the course of the game. A lot of times they've won early in the game. You know, we've seen both varying parts this year, team-wise, and the type of games they put together. But, you know, we're 10-3. You know, we're not in sometimes I see so much of the negativity roars through the chat if it's not just this unbelievable start where we're just kicking ass, taking names. And I love the spirit, I do. But at the same point in time, perspective is always kind of important. 10-3. Playing 3-3 game. They're not up 4 touchdowns here, you know. 1st and 10. 12:52 to go here. Ball about the 47-yard line. Phillips going to change some plays here at the line of scrimmage. Change something at the line of scrimmage here prior to the snap. Hand off. And a nice run by Taylor. All that moving around and flexing and moving and changing worked well. Got them an 8-yard run there. That was actually from under center. A lot of the runs have been done here out of shotgun. They give him 9 yards on that. 2nd and 1. Back inside to Taylor again. Why not hammer it as well? Another short run, but this will get a 1st down. Colts just bleeding this clock. Shotgun look. Kind of a 2 tight end set here from the Colts out of shotgun. Play action pass by Rivers. He's got, wait, hold on. Didn't he just give himself up? So Rivers had pressure coming around and he just dropped to the ground and the pressure didn't get to him. So then he just kind of got back up. That looked a lot. Oh, he slipped. Okay. He slipped. It looked like he gave himself up. That was an old man moment right there. That's Mafe made him try to change direction. That's where young Phillip, no problem. Those old legs just don't talk to you the same way as you get older, though. 2nd and 12. Phillip's going to call timeout here. The play clock winding down. 10:46 to go here in the second quarter. Game tied. Colts onto the Hawks side of the field here with the timeout in 2nd and 12. Brandon Rivers forgot to bring his walker into the huddle for that play. I guess he did on that one. Yes, his old man needs to take a breather after that. Yeah, he's got to get up. It takes a lot more effort to get up once you've fallen down. That's like me trying to get out of bed every morning. You guys are going to have jokes. 2nd and 12. Rivers tripped on the logo. Little Seahawk beak came up and got him. Back in shotgun here, 3 wide. Taylor to his left and Rivers assessing things. Dropping back to throw here. Got a little out route. Short little gain of about 3 yards there to Downs. Downs kind of went backwards there after the catch. Human Mori there tight in coverage and a sure tackle after the catch. Rivers 4 of 10, 33 yards with a 3.3 yard average per attempt. So definitely trying to keep this thing pretty close around the line of scrimmage. 2 of 5 today are the Colts on 3rd down. Their average down and distance is 6.2 yards. They've got 10 yards here to go. 10-11 to go in the second quarter. Rivers and shotgun. Seahawks showing a blitz with Witherspoon up on the far side of the formation. They're going to run this ball here, and we are going to get a flag on the play. Oh, no, it's not on the Seahawks, is it? Offsides on the Seahawks. Boye Mafe gets hit with it. Another play where a Seahawk player is aligned offsides. Come on, guys. Is it that hard to look down at the ball and stay aligned? Oh, boy, 3rd and 5 now. Seahawks are sloppy here in this game a bit. And the Colts are going to give it back to them here with a false start. The lining up offsides thing, that's a tough one to sell me on. How you like one look at where the ball is and you put yourself in the right spot. Third down and 10. Three wide plus a tight end. Blitz look here from the Seahawks. Got to be aware of them driving into a screen here. Oh, ball will be complete. It will be short. It will be short, and this will be a 4th down and decision time here for the Colts. They're in field goal range. Gave up a lot on that one. A little bit of a pick play there by the Colts. Kind of went uncalled there on the back end. Takayakata couldn't get to his man there. Wonder if something's going on with Julian Love as well with him. Still not out there. 4th and 1. Colts jumped off sides there. Seahawks stop it. But it does look, Jaron Reed got the stop anyway, so no matter what, it's going to count. I don't think that the play will count. This is going to save the Colts, kind of. This actually ends up saving them because this would be a turnover on downs otherwise. Jaron Reed's played a good game here today. Man operating with one club on his arm. Because now this gives the Colts an opportunity to do a field goal attempt versus just a pure stop. You can't decline the penalty on that. It's an auto penalty. Fourth and 6, long 55-yard attempt is up, and it is through. He just got just enough on that one to push it in. Colts get the 3 points. Damn. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. The offense are looking like they've left their minds in the locker room, including the OC. They've shown all season that they can adjust. Keep the faith. Indeed, I think that this offense will wake up. I think that they'll find some footing. Just need to get a little bit of momentum. And yeah, just eliminate the mental mistakes. You can beat this defense, but mental mistakes, and to your point, OC included, got to take that stuff out. And you got plenty of time in this game to get this in the right direction of things. Football games are long. Can't just take what happens first quarter, and that's the way it was. It's take through the whole game, and plenty of time to get this thing right. But well said, Martin. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 dono. More offsides this year, he says, than I've seen before. Yeah, been a bit more of a problem. I've seen more of the lining up offsides, and those are the hard ones to sometimes understand. Offensively, you don't always get the warning if you line up offsides if you're Barner. But if you are a guy like Mafe, a lot of times they will give you a couple of warnings before you actually are then called for it. I don't know if that was the case with him there. All the same, that's one of your places in the game where a coach will come back to a player and say, this is imminently controllable for you. There are things that happen in a bang moment of a play you can't control. Having a moment before the snap to take 1 second to look down where you're lined up is introductory football 101. And it shouldn't be something that you as a professional have an issue with. But I've seen it come up a couple of times. I've seen it come up a couple of times, both against teams we played and games we played in. Kind of strange, Keon. Very strange. Amazing Disgrace. Thank you for the $5 donation. Amazing Disgrace. And appreciate all your support today. I'm an old-time Chuck Knox Hawks fan, living halfway across the country now, and I love your passion for the team that made me love football as a kid. I grew up on Chuck Knox as well, my man, and that was my introduction into football, was those Chuck Knox Seahawks teams and Steve Largent. And thank you for that, man. I love this sport. I love this team. It's so much fun to cover, and this is my favorite thing, to be able to do the play-by-play with you folks every Sunday and be able to just cover this action and how it's all breaking down and going down and all that. But you're like me, those kind of fans, as we go appreciate these kind of seasons, appreciate being 10-3. For those of us that went through the 80s and the dark age, the dark 90s period, you really do appreciate these times that we get to live in now as a Hawk fan, and having great football we get to watch on Sunday, and a team worth being excited about. But thank you, Amazing Disgrace. I appreciate that. I as well grew up on old Chuck, and I remember you got Chuck, you're like, man, we got a legitimate coach in here now doing it. It's kind of been the big kickstart for this offense when it starts to go through really great periods, is you got that coach, and you got the coach, not just that they sort of surprise you. Kickoff here, fielded it right. The one by Shaheed. He's going to take it up here. 25, 30, 35. Bounces off man 35. Falling forward to the 41. We do have a flag on the play. Appreciate you, though. Thank you for the don't know. I hope to Disgrace. Try to make it a little bit bigger on the display there for you. So I hope it's looking okay there on that side of it. Block in the back by the Seahawks. The penalties continue to mount in this football game for them. Man, just kind of one after another, play after play here right now. We got kind of some issues here offensively, and special teams added to the mix a little bit. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. So rather than the 40-yard line, that's going to take the Seahawks significantly back. They've been working on mainly long fields today. Defense has not just been getting a lot of just 3-and-outs off the field stuff. So it's been, when there's a punt, when there's a kickoff, you're operating backwards from quite a bit. Uncomfortable start for the Hawks here. Clint needs to get an extra pen in his hat. When he's got the 2 pens, that's when he's at his strongest. 3-4 look here from the Colts. Seahawks coming out in 12 personnel. They're going to hand this off to Shaheed. That's going to be read from a mile away by the Colts defense. Taken down in the backfield. Loss on the play. Right now, the Colts defense is all over everything the Seahawks offense is doing in the running attack. I mean, when I say all over, you're getting negative plays. There's going to have to come a point here today where we're going to have to start looking at dumping this rushing attack. In favor of at least trying to pass more against a team that's down its 2 starting corners. I understand you've got the commitment here, but this is, you're getting behind the sticks on run plays now. Can't be the way that this is going to roll. False start, another flag on the Seahawks offense. Holy mackerel. What a just ugly start. Offense has got its head firmly rooted up its behind here to begin things. And it's all across the board. Every guy's picking on every next play the opportunity to be the one that messes it up. Seahawks offense is just not giving itself a chance today, and it's a team effort. Can we get a snap off? 2nd and 18. Run with it, Sam. Just run with it. Gain of 2. Okay. Third down and 18. Seahawks 0 for 3 on third down conversions today. And they're just going to hand this ball off to Charbonnet, who loses a couple yards on the play. Wow. 4th down and 20 for the Seahawks. That I thought the last series was as ugly as it could get. Did everybody decide not to wake up on the offensive side of the ball today? Like, is everybody just out of it, sleepwalking through? Nice deep long punt by Dixon, field at the 41, where the Colts will once again have good field possession to start out a drive. The Seahawks are just getting behind it today in every which way but in form right now. That is 2 offensive series that was absolutely just crap. Just crap. Disgrace. Thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate that, man. And it's all, I think you dropped 3 donos today, bro. Appreciate all of that. This is a call to find the Cortez Kennedy United Way commercial. Don't panic. It made me laugh to tears and I can't find it anymore. I'll try to look it up if I can. Those things are sometimes buried. So it gets hard to find that stuff, you know. But I can vaguely remember that one. God, I'm spacing it a little bit. The panic sounds familiar to me, Disgrace, but I'm not placing the commercial exactly. We'll see if we can locate it. They got all the Mariner commercials on there, and I think got a couple of old Hawk commercials on there littered somewhere on YouTube. Just got to find the right search functionality on it. That's all. That's all. Joshua Carlisle says Abraham Lucas is out of the game. Josh Jones is in. Thank you for the $2 donation and the update as well. So a darkened day here, offensively speaking, starts to get just a little bit darker here. Hopefully, Lucas is not too seriously injured here, but that's kind of scary. Clint Kubiak is gathering the troops over on the sideline to talk to them after that drive. Disgrace, you're awesome for all those donos. We'll see if we can locate that at some point here Handoff inside, off tackle run by Taylor will go for about 2 or 3 yards. It's Grace, you're awesome with all your dome nose. Joshua, again, thank you for that update. Hopefully nothing major on Abe. 5:28 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks down 6-3. 2nd and 7 coming up as Taylor will walk off the field. He's got 13 carries for 46 yards in this first half. Abdullah comes back out to replace him here for a blow. Pistol look for the Colts, 3 wide. Hand off, back inside here. Oof. 3-4 yard gain. And you see the difference between the two rushing attacks here for the Colts and the Seahawks, and whether it's Amir Abdullah or whether it's Jonathan Taylor, they're getting plus yards on these carries. And Seahawks are just getting so many negative carries on these early downs. It puts them in positions to where they're in those 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12s, 3rd and impossibles, basically. And it's the difference in this football game as much as anything else right now. Especially with the Seahawks so committed to running the ball with 8 carries to 5 passing attempts. 3rd down and 3 for the Colts. Shotgun look here for Rivers. Oh, my God. Completes it out wide, 1st down, wide open. Amir Abdullah. Seahawks decided not to cover the running back on 3rd and 3. Jones just couldn't get out there in time. First and 10. Dropping back to throw is Rivers. He's going to throw a screenplay here. This is going to get eaten up to Warren. Drake Thomas completely snuffed that thing out. Be a loss of 1 on the play. Leonard Williams playing a good half here. Came in and made that. They were struggling to bring him down. Leonard said, no, enough of this. 2nd down, 11. Rivers in shotgun. Seahawks showing a blitz. Rivers is going to check it. Check the pass protections. Bring his guy back over. Pressure. Wide open. Warren, middle of the field. 1st down. They're going after Ernest Jones in coverage today. That's been a point of emphasis, and they've attacked him with running backs. I think they got him there with Warren. I'm not sure if that's his responsibility for sure, so I can't say that with 100% certainty. Seahawks were doing a zone drop there with Derek Hall. Momentum in this game has really shifted into the Colts' favor. 1st down and 10. 2:25 to go here in this first half. Rivers in shotgun. 3 wide again. Hand off inside here to Taylor. Taylor bouncing around off tackle. Able to get himself about 4 or 5 yards on the play. Time of possession hugely here in the Colts' favor in this first half. 18 minutes and 35 seconds to only 9 minutes and 25 seconds for the Seahawks. Really need a play here. Really could use a turnover. Really could use something. 2-minute warning now. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Keon, what the hell is going on? Week 3 through 8, we were amazing. Since the Rams game, the league figured it out. No way Kubiak has an offense refined enough for a head coach. Performances on like this are not going to send him in the direction of helping him become that head coaching candidate that we were wondering about before the start of even this game today. And it's been talked about out there. I think that this is one where people would be a little bit of a, what happened here. I think people are right for the frustration to not make a lot of sense for this offense because you've not suffered a lot of injuries all over the place that could excuse this. You've not been going up against a murderer's row gambit of great defenses necessarily. And you look completely out of sorts. You are getting sloppier, and it should be going in a different direction. Rashid Shaheed comes here. The offense should start to get even better. It shouldn't look like it's taking steps backwards, but it looks like it's taking steps backwards across the board. The running game has been good coming into this game and seemingly getting better and better and better. It's gone completely sideways in this game. 8 carries for 1 yard. I mean, you can't even get a couple yards every play on just the run play. Like that much penetration by this Colts team. And I don't know if it's that they've been figured out. I don't know if that they've just gone cold and they need to heat back up. I don't have a real great explanation for it because again, this is removed really of injuries being an explanation here. You've got the full allotment of what you work with here, and yet you still seem to not know what to exactly to do. And game plans have been strange. The execution has been off. The play's been sloppy. It's kind of all across the board a little bit there. Delete the Venus. Thank you for the $10 donation. Delete. It says IRDC. I don't care anymore. 5th game in a row with a bad offensive game plan. Fire every offensive coach. Tired of this S. It's too late in the season to have the same mistakes. Completely pisses me off. And it cuts you. Pisses me off. Well, I completely understand the frustration because as I said on the one just above you with that, it's inexplicable that this goes this way at this point in time of the year when things should be moving into a different direction as far as offensive execution. At least the sloppiness, right? At least they're okay. Maybe we're not getting a ton of yards, but we're not blowing plays either. I think that's a fair critique there. 1 second here, delete. We got back the action here after the 2-minute warning, 2nd and 5. Colts going to look to bleed this clock in through the end of the half and hopefully grab a touchdown if they can. Rivers dropping back on a screen play. Seahawks struggle to tackle there. Takes 3 guys and still Taylor's able to fall forward for 5 yards and a first down. Bernard Raymond, the left tackle for the Colts, comes up a little bit gimpy after that play, and he'll be attended to by the medical staff of the Colts. Stop the clock. It's been gotten some not as good offense down the home stretch. I think if the offense ends up in a place, delete, where they are in a top 5, top 6 scoring offense at the end of the season versus where they were last year, albeit it ended in a tough way, I think that there's still a lot there to feel good about overall in an offense and the direction you're heading. And I think it's going to be hard to after you just fired last year the OC to come back and again fire the OC this year after you've had that improvement versus saying we got to give it that other year. But I get the frustration. I do. Let's see if they've got the time in this season still for this to gain back its heat. The talent is there. The offense is in a pretty healthy stage. Getting Sundell back today, but we got to see it turn around. Thank you for the $10 don't know. I appreciate you. All right, 1st and 10 here for the Colts. Ball at the 14-yard line. Handoff inside to Jonathan Taylor. Big hole. He'll fall forward through it for a gain of about 4 or 5 yards. Taylor with his 15th carry of this half. Timeout for the Seattle Seahawks here as they're trying to preserve some time here. Oh, they'll give him just a gain of 3 there. Okay. Look like you get 4 or 5 on that one. Thank you again, Delete. Very kind of you. JD, thank you for the $5 donation, JD. Sam is out of rhythm for the past 6 weeks. Run game on a down-to-down basis, constantly killing drives. They'll be one and done at this rate. Definitely, this is not an offense that's going to work in the playoffs. If you're playing like this, if you're out of sorts, if you're going to make this many self-inflicted errors, it's going to be the case. 8-play drive here for the Colts, consuming 4 minutes and 7 seconds, and you've got a 2nd and 7 with Rivers and shotgun and 3 wide. Handoff back inside to Taylor once again. Another hole right there, easy up every time. Another 4 yards gained. Colts just pecking, and they're eventually going to draw blood with this style. Seahawks going with the timeout. It's going to set this up now for a 3rd and short, 3rd and 4. They got a good couple of spots the last 2 rushes as they could have been clean. I mean, I don't know if Sam's been at the front head today of necessarily playing bad from my standpoint, JD. I mean, you're blowing blocks, you're having false start penalties, you're having weird play calls from him. But you did touch upon that as well. The run game is definitely not in a good shape right now today. It's been better in the past couple of weeks, but definitely a struggle here. Seahawks showing a blitz here on 3rd and 4. A lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage. Rivers has got a man wide open for a touchdown. That was too easy. Josh Downs able to get the catch for a TD. 10-point lead here. But I agree with you on the bottom line of this, JD. Whereas if this is how this offense is going to perform here down the home stretch, and that they're going to spend halves and can't figure it out. We're just not ready today. You're not going very far. It doesn't matter where your record is at the end of this. Doesn't matter how good you get in your playoff positioning. So offense has got to get this turned around. Ugly drive there. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $5 donation, Glenn. To be considered a legitimate Super Bowl contender and being outplayed by Rivers to this point is an embarrassment, but it's still early in the game. Still is early in the game. Still makes it very frustrating. I'm with you guys on it. I'm just as frustrated. I'm just in the point. Like this is not how this should go. You have a guy that's been in this league for 5 years, and you're allowing him to be functional defensively here. Mike McDonald does not appear to be ahead of the offensive game planner here, being Shane Steichen for the Colts. He seems to be behind him a bit today with some of these play calls. And this is not winning football today all the way around. That's the bottom line of this. If we want this team to round into shape this year and become that contending team, this is not the kind of performance you can put up on tape. But you got a 1:33 left to go. You got one timeout left. You get the ball after halftime. We have seen this team turned around at the end of the day. Just go get the dub. But don't disagree anything with anything you guys were saying on this. I totally get it. I totally get it. As JD saying the thing, you'll be one and done on this at this rate if it continues to fit the form on this type. And I think that's fair. Very fair. Still early. Let's see how this thing rounds down. Brent, thank you for the $2 donation. Says maybe Clint calls dad at halftime when failing, laughing out loud. Dad, what you got? No, just give it to me fast. Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. And then I should run an outside and then a flea flicker. Okay. Really? All right. Okay. In post route. Gotcha. Stop and go. Stop and go after inside zone. Okay. Gotcha, Dad. Thank you. I could see it. I can see it, Brent. MJ Seahawks, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that. The D will score a touchdown before the offense. Maybe true at this point. Maybe very true at this point. I'm going to get my coffee here 1 second. Rashid receives this at the 4-yard line. He's going to try to bring this back across the field and get taken down at the 21-yard line. Delete, thank you for another $2 donation. Delete the fetus says, seen enough. Bench Josh Jobe. Did not seem to be prepared in the proper place on that route, but then bringing a blitz. I don't know what he's kind of so far off coverage there and not just kind of right up on top of that one on the undercutting route there to Josh Jones. Kind of a strange moment in coverage there for him for what you had called. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate the donos. All right. Seahawks come out. 1st and 10, 1:27 to go in this half. One timeout remaining. Quick pressure here. Sam sidesteps it. Able to complete the ball in there to Rashid Shaheed. Instant pressure in Sam's face. Able to somehow hanker down and get the guy to fly past and off of him to then step up and then make the throw. Clock continues to wind. Seahawks trying to get the right play up here. 2nd and 1. Quick snap. Sam dropping back to throw. He's letting it loose here. He's got JSN open, out of bounds there. Nicely done with a big gain. And actually, that's what you needed there is get some chunk yardage up the field and then get out of bounds. Hopefully can preserve that one timeout. Nice job there. Right up around the midfield stripe. 1 minute to go even in this game. In this first half, sorry. 25 yards receiving for JSN this first half. Sam dropping back to throw. Throws it late and inside there to Barner. 2nd down and 10. Colts are bringing a lot of pressure up around the line of scrimmage here prior to the snap. 2-man backfield here for Darnold. He's got JSN to his left. Dropping back to throw. Got to get rid of it quick. Nice job by Cooper Kupp to break the tackle. Woo! Good run there by Cooper Kupp. That play looked like it was going to go for maybe 2 or 3 yards. Cooper Kupp able to swing off the tackle and fight it off, get upfield, to at the very least potentially put this in field goal range if you can't get the first down. Sam Darnold here. It's going to keep it, fall forward there, 1st down, call a timeout, call a timeout, call a timeout. Thank you. Tush push there. Good job by Sam. Gets the first. And Seattle will take their final timeout with 31 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks do get the ball after halftime. Jeff Jennings, thank you for the $2 donation, Jeff. Says, Hawks D on the field a long time in that first half. That matters. It's going to factor into this game, Jeff, into that second half. And then just partly why a big deal goes how you finish this half and then how you can start that next half here to give yourself a chance to turn around your fates. Starts here, starts now. We've got to get this. 1st down and 10 for Sam. Shotgun look. Press coverage on the outside from the Colts. Sam changes the play at the line of scrimmage here, sensing maybe a blitz. He doesn't get it. Drops back to throw. Double clutches. Comes back underneath the JSN. JSN looking for a flag. He's not going to get it. 2nd and 10. Looks like that should have been an absolute pass interference there. Edwards grabbed onto JSN and then rode him up the field for the 8 yards of the route. Officials are letting them play today as far as in that secondary goes, but that's a big benefit to a Colts secondary who's got guys that are down in this game. So you got the back end guys out there. They're going to try to hold on, yank, tug, and pull. Letting them get away with that kind of sucks. 2nd down and 10. Sam dropping back to throw. Comes back underneath here. Finds JSN. Ball being ripped out at JSN here. And that will be down there. Clock will continue to roll. Seahawks are going to have to come up and probably spike this. And they do with 5 seconds remaining. Jason Myers is going to have to come out with another long field goal attempt here. Myers already asked to hit a 47-yarder in this game, and this one's going to probably be even a little bit longer. But such a big attempt here to put yourself back within 1 score in this football game and give yourself a little bit of momentum moving into halftime at that. Colts are going to call a timeout and try to ice him here a little bit. Mike McDonald talking to the officials about some of that holding I was talking about in the secondary that he's seeing. Thank you, Jeff, again for that dono. And you are right. It's going to add up in that second half. This offense can't get a little bit more of the time of possession factor to work in their favor here. Jason Myers standing on his own, on the Colts 45. 52-yard attempt here for him. The snap is down. Kick is up. Bang, right through the upright. There we go by Jason. Well done by the Hawks offense at the end of half. It's a rough first half for them, but at least getting themselves back within a touchdown here. And you get the ball back at halftime. Time to turn around the fates. No, I'm not going to lie. That was a rough first half in many respects. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says it'll be 17-13, 3 minutes into the second half. I love it, man. Let's go. I like your prediction. I hope you're right. I hope you're very, very right on that one, Keon. Be right back. Keon, thank you for another $2 donation. He says Myers equals money. Where's my drop?
Enough said.
Enough said, man. Yeah, Myers really turned this season around in a big way, and he's made a lot of kicks for Seahawks. Of course, last week, I believe, setting all-time most field goals in Seahawks history, if I'm not mistaken, and he's piled them up this year, but has had to pile them up also with a lot of distance. There's a lot of 40, 50-yard, 45-plus yard kicks essentially in there this year. You've not made it easy on him, and he's been so money. That's going to factor in maybe hugely in this game as we go down the stretch, having that field goal and getting that and getting yourself back to that close place where you find yourself here coming at halftime. Enough time to kind of tread the water until we can kind of find our way here to the other side of the right end of this one. Riley Mills has played just a little bit in this game. I don't think that it might be just a couple of snaps, but I did see him out there. So not a lot. Yeah, Vapor, the cornerback was hugging JSN the whole route. And I will say the officials are letting seemingly the cornerbacks get away with some extra stuff here in this game. I don't know if it's happening in equivalency on our side, and I haven't noticed as much with our guys doing it as much, but they are letting this Colts team, yeah. And yeah, a lot of uncalled calls in line too. Officials just kind of, we're going to let him play today. Metal Dragon says, we're getting outplayed at the point of attack on both sides. That has to change or we will lose today. Well said. Well said. You're not allowing the running game to completely gouge you, but you are getting just sort of pecked away by it. 19 carries, 73 yards, 3.8 yard per carry average. It's just kind of tick, ding, 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 tick, tick, tick. Just kind of getting at it just enough, getting themselves into third down and makeable situations, and then doing a good job overall. I think 4 of 8 on third downs today. That's going to get the job done on the road in Seattle. But let them just keep drives going. Let them control the clock. Let's get you guys some first half scores here from the other side. So first opening slate of games here. We got the Texans hammering up the Cardinals 40-20. That's just what happens to Arizona, though, isn't it? The Jaguars taking down the Jets as they go to 10-4. And it looked like they're going to set up to take that division out there. The Raiders aren't able to put a point up on the board. Eagles able to take them down 31-0. Eagles go to 9-5. Commanders beat the Giants 29-21. The Bills, in a wildly entertaining game in the opening stanza against the Patriots, were able to get the win at the end down the line there, 35-31. The Chargers have fully officially put the Chiefs away if they weren't already done so this year. My prediction of saying the Chiefs weren't going to make the playoffs this year is looking very right on the money. And indeed, on top of that, it looked like Mahomes might have gone down to a major knee injury there at the end of the game. So hold your breath if you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan right now in that situation. Bengals, in a game where they're trying to keep their hopes alive, are done 4-10, 24-0. Offensively, not able to muster much in the freezing temperatures in Cincy. You have the Browns going down 31-3 against the Bears, though Myles Garrett is on the edge of getting the sack record. Seems like he's going to get that before the season goes, but the Bears go to 10-4. Got to maintain pace there with them as well. Why this game factors and matters in majorly is two. The Packers up 16-14 on the Broncos out there in Mile High. You've got the Lions. Scoreboard right here. Lions are up 24-17 on the Rams. Interesting. So 24-17 Lions up on the Rams. And that's just at halftime, that game. Panthers up 10-7 on the Saints. And the 49ers up 17-10 on the Titans. Interesting games going down. Interesting games. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. She says, 10 behind you in fantasy and marching back, brother. Indeed, me and Megan Armad here in the chat are going head-to-head in fantasy today. And it's been a wild final week in the playoffs between two fantasy teams. I started out with Kyle Pitts, got out to a monstrous lead. She had ETN today, was able to match that back. Then I had Joe Burrow completely just flake out in this game today against the Ravens. And so now it looks like this might just come down all the way down the line on this one as she's very close. So it's getting tight, Megan. I'm not feeling good about that one. Feeling better about the Seahawks game right now maybe than I feel about that after you got your quarterback putting up the 3 first-half touchdowns with Goff. Goff revenge game. Jeez. Kevin, pretty similar to the energy last week versus the Falcons. Yes, it is. Yes. Yeah, a little embarrassing when you got a 45-year-old quarterback even being functional out there, much less playing pretty efficiently. People are not liking the CBS broadcast. Did look like Abraham Lucas got back on the Coral. Lucas did get back on the field there. So might have been out for a series, but was able to get back out there. Kevin says, one thing I've learned about this coaching staff over the course of the season is their second half adjustments have been excellent. Agreed. Crafty Seahawks squandering an opportunity. Moving top the NFC, given the Rams are losing. Amen. There's the golden opportunity here for this Hawks team if they want this. We need to get this cleaned up and fast. He says, everyone send a prayer. Get your lucky charms. Let's get this win. Please do, folks. Bring them all out. Rabbit's feet, whatever you got. Lucky jersey. Need it for this second half. They've run the ball about 100 times. Ziak? Yeah, 19 times. Quite a bit. Please do, if you can, folks. Well over 1,100 people are in the chat today. Hit that like button if you get a chance for me, please, as it does help the channel grow and show, and I really, really do appreciate it. Also, sub up if you get a chance. We're trying to get over 21,000 a day if we can. What were the betting odds in this game? Seahawks heavily favored, like 13 or something. We do need a woolen pick 6. Chris says, if the Rams lose and we win today, it puts Hawks number 1 seed. We need this win more than ever. Come on, Hawks. Come on, Seattle. Come on. The announcers, that's a clean play. The play, Franklin constantly tugging the helmet up and down like, bro, so obvious that they want the Colts to win. That sucks that the announcers. ABC. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. I think Sam has played well, but let's tighten up. tighten up. Just clean up these self-inflicted errors. It's a good starting place. Play a clean snap first before you play the dominant rep snap. Let's start with that. Let's get back to executing. Adjust and execute. You're better than this team. Yeah, get the smelling salts out if that's what it takes. D-boy in the house. What's up, D-boy? Good to see you, man. Congrats the Bills. He probably would have had a heart attack this last week. Good to see you, though. Gamers says, how have we got no pressure on Rivers? You've gotten some pressure on him. But I mean, they're getting themselves into basically third and short situations. They're limiting his passing attempts. They're by far running the ball more than they're passing. And when they're throwing, they're just throwing it with real quick passes. There's a lot of bubble screens in there. There's a lot of just traditional screens in there. There's a lot of throws to the flat. They're not asking him to really push the ball down the field absent one or two throws in that first half. And you're letting him off the hook defensively in that because you're not playing clean enough on first and second down to get him into more third and long situations where he's got to hold the ball a little bit longer. He's got to wait for the long developing routes to happen. One bleeds into another. The best teams at stopping teams defensively on third down are those teams defensively that get offenses into third and very long. Those teams that are bad defensively at stopping third down teams are those teams that allow offenses to get in third and short by and large. It really comes down to that. My bad. Hopefully I'm back okay here. Got kicked out for a second there. I accidentally I got the side hit on my deal that when I hit it, takes you back the page. Am I here? Let me see if I'm back on. Hopefully I didn't just mess this up. I'm back. Okay, good. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, if you guys got the mouse thing on the side that takes you back a page, if you hit the mouse clicker on your left thing, that's what I did. So hopefully we're okay now at this point. Oh, where's my thing at? Sorry about that. My bad. Let's get to a couple of donos here. I don't want to get behind. Jeff Jennings, thank you for another $10 dono, Jeff. Appreciate your support today. Very kind of you. Very kind of you, my man. This is just a reminder. 2013 team was down 21-0 to a 3-win Buck team at home. The Hawks, that Hawk team was pretty good. Always a game to continue. Keep in mind that was back in that year you won a Super Bowl. Yes, you were at home. Yes, indeed, you actually had an opportunity to be down in that game at halftime, 21-0. Everything was out of sorts. And you found a way in that game. You were able to come back. You're able to eventually, look, we're the better team. The better team's going to win out. You have the home field there at the end to give you that little bit of momentum as the crowd starts to get back into it. We just got to catch that spirit into the second half. You're one touchdown in this game. This is not, completely god-awfully ugly. You're certainly in a position right now to be able to pull this back and through in a nice way. But got to start to clean it up now. And second half offense, got to find some of that purposefulness, got to find some more of playing in playoffs, just some success, some even small successes playing in playoff to get you back into more where we can move the chains here. Ball on a hop here to begin the second half to Rashid Shaheed. He's going to bring this out and look for a lane. Not able to find much, but cuts it back. But then we're going to get a holding call on the Seattle Seahawks. Penalties. Jeff, you're awesome though, man. Thank you for that $10 donation. I appreciate you for that. And by the way, well said. Just get the win, man. That's all we got to do here, right? That's all we got to do here is just get the win. Flag here is being sorted out still by the officials. holding on Seattle. Face mask on the Colts. They're saying it's first down, so Seattle's going to take over there. Kind of weird. I can see why they had to kind of figure that out. Jeff, thank you again, man. All of your support. Very kind of you and well said. Let's have this finish up like that one did. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation, Megan. She says, I stand corrected. I'm now within 8 points of you. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. It's getting unnerving, Megan. It's getting unnerving. Hold on, fantasy team. Hold on. First down and 10 for the Seahawks. Ball on the 29-yard line. Ball out to JSN. JSN able to sidestep the first tackler there and go and get himself a nice gain on first down. There we go. Just go get yourself some plus gains on first down. Get yourself into some wins. The incline, decline rather than an ecline as you're getting in a second down. Even if it's just a slight one, 7-yard gain there for JSN. Two tight end look here for the Seahawks. Under center is Sam. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet pushing forward hard. He's going to get the first, it looks like. A little bit of a scrum, and he will go and he will go get the first. Nicely done. Good hard run there by Zach. Bradford and Lucas back there pushing the scrum. Cup up and out. That was cool. That was straight rugby scrum right there. All right. Again, play action. We got play action in our center here. Throw out in the flat here to Barner. Barner with a little bit of space to work with. Nice job by Barner. He'll go get himself 16 yards. Here we go. So come back and just play action pass. Two tight end sets. You ran out of it last time there. Come out of it with a rollout. You got Barner just out in space. Maybe they blow the coverage a little bit and Barner's able to just turn upfield and go get him a nice, easy gain. And that's just what happens with the Colts on this one. Nice job by Kubiak here. Seahawks into the Colts side of the field. And they're going to stay in this two tight end look that they've kind of lived in this drive. Play action pass. Sam, got to get rid of it. Comes back underneath here to Barner as a safety outlet late in the play, and he'll get a nice gain of about 6 yards. Sam went through about 3 different reads there. I think Walker did a pretty good job there of getting in front of a free rusher there to give Sam a little bit more time. Second down and 5. Play clock winding down. Pistol look here for Sam. Play action pass. Oh, no, he actually gave it to Walker. Nice little kind of ball action there by Sam Darnold. Had me kind of thrown off a little bit. It's only giving me a gain of about a yard or 2 up the middle. So first half runs, a lot of trying to get to the edges. First couple of runs here this half, working it inside. Third down and 3. Interesting call here for Kubiak now. Interesting if this is potentially 2-down territory from the Seahawks perspective. Sam dropping back to throw. Tries to find Charbonnet on the check down, and it is not happening. 4th down and 3. That looked like a target isolation onto Charbonnet on the linebacker the whole way. Sam stared him down a bit. didn't seem to have another option, sort of pre-designed, pre-play, decided he was going to go there prior to the snap. And the Seahawks look like they're going to go with 2-down territory here. Field goal doesn't do a lot for you. It's third makeable. 6 of 9 on fourth downs this year are the Seattle Seahawks. Shotgun, empty look for Sam. Colts threatening a blitz. JSN goes into motion prior to the snap. Sam dropping back, flicks it outside finally late. Finds Barner for a first down. Let's go. Boy, that play looked like it was in trouble. Yeah, good job on pass protection by the Seahawks to give Sam Darnold a lot of time to back there to assess and figure things out. Nice little bit of climbing the pocket there for just a little bit late in the play to just step up a little bit to give him a little bit of a chance. And then finds Barner able to fall forward there and go get the first down. Whew. Quick snap here by the Hawks. Play action pass. Throwing it out in space here to Brady Russell. He drops the ball. Got to catch that ball. Come on, offense. Second ugly drop of the day for the Seahawks. Brady, if he catches that, has got probably a 15-yard play up ahead of him. Well designed, well set up. Sam did a great job of getting it through the arms of the defender that was trying to jump up to knock it down. And Brady just beefed it. 2nd down and 10. 3 wide look here for the Seahawks with Sam under center. Hand off here to Walker. Walker. Not really anywhere much to go. Gathers himself maybe about 3 yards on the play. Maybe 3. Or more like a long 2.5. Yeah, they gave him 3. 10:19 to go here in the third quarter. Opening second half drive for the Seahawks, down 13-6. It's been a long day on third down for them. 1 of 7, and they've averaged 6.7 yards on those third downs. They got a 3rd and 7 here. Sam's going empty. Dropping back to throw. Got to get rid of it. He's going to go up over the top here. Rashid Shaheed was looking for pass interference. And as we've saw throughout the game here today with these officials, they're just not calling anything on the back end. I don't know how that's not pass interference. I don't know how that's not pass interference. He initiates contact far down the field. He's not looking back for the ball. He's got his hand up on the jersey of the player. How is that not pass interference? Boy, oh boy. Myers in for the kick now on 4th and 7. That kick's looping right. He sneaks it in. Oof. I understand letting him play, but this is starting to get ridiculous in this game with these calls. These no calls by the official. I don't. That's about as blatant a pass interference as you get. There's no head turning back for the ball. He's not allowed to initiate contact down the field and grab the guy up by his shoulder pad like this down the field. Like, it's everything else after that point's irrelevant as long as the pass is catchable, and the ball was catchable. Seahawks get the 3 points. Whew. Sean Leodart says, fixed job, never seen so many holds by their line. I definitely am getting a little bit to this point watching the game and trying to just watch what's happening with these officials and some of the calls in this game. And it does seem like this has swung pretty heavily into the Colts' favor. And especially by the no calls as much as the calls. We are getting guys on our defensive line getting held. It's not getting called. And in the secondary, it's getting very egregious from the Colts standpoint. Those guys are backups in there. And so this is a 1+1 thing. You don't have your starters. You have a backup. The guy knows he's a backup. He's literally holding on for dear life out there. And the officials are letting them off the hook in these calls and how they're letting them play in the secondary. And this is getting ridiculous. It is getting a little bit beyond the pale here as this game goes on. It's not just a collection of snaps. It's starting to really add up now. And it's kind of dumb. Like letting them play and then letting them step over the line of the rules is two different things. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $5 donation, says, what's it going to take to get new commentators? Listening to Davis, Buck, Olsen, Aikman, Romo, Vilma, Michaels, they can all go. The game has passed them by. Definitely seems like it's time for a new injection, a new blood. I hear this from a lot of different people. Kickoff here by Myers. We'll land at the 1, where we'll be brought back from there. And brought back well. Scary play here. Nice return by the Colts. Boy, they have just been dealing on short fields as their offense all day long. It's been a tale of the two. Hawks having to start deep in their own territory time and time again. And by hook or crook, the Colts are out there right around 40-yard line at least every single time. This is something I often hear about, Kyle, and you're not alone on it. Many people feel this way and that they're just sort of tired of it. These guys have gotten a little bit stale, that maybe they're not as much got the passion for the game that they once had and how they cover the game. And seems like it's time for a new injection. Don't know if they will, as they hold on to these guys forever, it seems like, and let them do it for just decade upon decade. But maybe it's time for them to be a little bit more forward thinking there. Hand off inside out of shotgun here to Taylor. Seahawks swallowed up. Leonard Williams playing a great game out there, able to be at the forefront and taking that one down. Kyle, thank you for the $5 donation. 9:26 to go here in the third quarter. I got a couple other donations stacked up. We'll definitely get to those here. Just want to make sure I'm in on the game action here as we're moving fast and furious through here. Second down and 10. Rivers in shotgun. He's got a quad set to one side of the field. He's looking. Boy, just all day to sit back there and assess what he wanted to do. Witherspoon able to come up and make a very sure tackle, but Jonathan Taylor eventually able to still get about an 8-yard gain. Interesting set where they had trips to one side of the field and then they stacked up Jonathan Taylor behind the trips. So you had 4 guys all out wide to one side, kind of threw off, I think, the Hawks on how they were going to cover it up. They did a good job covering on the back end, but Taylor just kind of sat there and then took the swing route. Too many easy options being given to Rivers today from the quarterback position, 11, 18, 80 yards. He's not cutting you apart, but you're giving him some good, easy options to go to. And again, they're into a third and makeable here. 3rd and 4 onto the Seahawks side of the field at the 49-yard line. Back in shotgun is Rivers, dropping back to throw. He's throwing off his back foot, loops it up over the top. Nowhere there. Just can't quite fit it in there. This man was wide open there for a touchdown, was Josh Downs. Wide open. Colts might go for this. Looks like Leonard Williams was able to supply some pressure there and force that throw just a hair fast from Rivers. So he couldn't quite target it in. The Colts are going to go for it here. 8-12. 4th down and 4. Be careful of the hard count. I don't think he's going to snap this. Colts will just take the flag rather than a timeout. Go back 5 yards and punt it. Great defensive stand there. Nice job, defense. Short field, held up. Giving your offense a chance. Offense has scored on its last 2 possessions. All right, the punt. Go to about the 8-yard line where it'll be fair caught, 7-yard line. Fair caught by Rashid Shaheed there. Seahawks with another long field that they're going to have to work off of here, but defense, giving its offense a chance here. War Chief, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate that, War Chief. Did you see how pissed Coach Mack was? Hope it translates in the second half. We need to come out with some fire. We have been good on adjustments recently. We have done a good job of adjusting well recently. Good to see them get off the field. There was no points in that first drive on that. Now offense, come back, continue to reclaim a little bit of this time of possession. Give your defense a little bit more of that chance to kind of make those adjustments and really kind of bind them in as we get in the second half. But that's a good start on both sides of the ball. That's an encouraging start on both sides of the ball, War Chief. Thank you for the $5 don't know, man. It's good to see you in the house, brother. Little old snowboarder lady. Thank you for the $5 donation, and I love that name. I have no access to watch games. Thanks for your channel. I live out where I can't even get Rabel on the radio. Your and Perna's channel makes me happy. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that, snowboard lady. And that's one of the reasons I started doing this was people made me kind of aware of that as I hadn't, that, worldwide Hawk fans can't get the radio broadcast, aren't local to see the games, and that having somebody that can do some play-by-play to keep them abreast of what's going on would be kind of helpful. And I discovered I love doing it on top of it. So I love doing this. I love that we have so many people this resonates with. And it's been a great year to be able to cover this team and have so many of these wins and so many of these fun games to watch. But thank you for watching. Appreciate all of your support to the channel. And Perna does some great work over there as well, out there in Bronco country. Well, NFL general country, I should say, but covering the Broncos too. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. And hopefully just keep improving as I do this through the years. That's the hope. Just get a little bit by a little bit better and better and better. Especially as kind of many people are noting up here that the struggles with listening to some of the live broadcasts on the TV as they're having to. As folks are like Mungles here with the $2 don't know. Top 5 worst broadcasts ever. The Glaze for the Colts. Oh, Lord. I'm glad I've got this one on mute. These are the kind of days where I'm very happy I've got that thing silent. That works for me well. But that's weird. I don't know. ABC, CBS game, I guess, because they cover the AFC. So they're going to be a little bit more pro AFC, I suppose. But interesting there. Definitely there's a lot of folks mentioning it, Mungles. So very interesting. Thank you again, Snowboard Lady. Appreciate you, Mungles, War Chief. Megan, thank you for a 2 with another update on fantasy. So she's now behind me by 5. Oh my gosh, I'm getting nervous. The sweat's dripping down the back at this point, Megan. Dripping down the back. Kyle agrees with me with the $2 donation, says these refs are ass. Yes, they are. First down run here to Charbonnet. He's going to get out wide, run over a man out there, and fall forward for a nice little gain here on first down. These refs are indeed a little ass-like. A little bit of some dirty cheeks out here today from these referee units. A little too much dark, a little bit too much brown. We got a ref brown out. 2nd down and 4 for Sam. Thank you, Kyle, for your donos today. He's under center here with a 3 tight end look here. They're going to go with the pitch play out wide. They got some bodies out in front here. Charbonnet working well. Goes and gets another nice gain for a first down for the Seahawks. A 7-8 yard run there by Charbonnet. Pitch play out wide, having guys pulling out in space there. Got Zabel leading the way. Charles Cross moving out there. Saubert eliminated his guy off the edge. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate the dono. 7 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks down 9-13. Three wide receiver look here on first down. Sam stepping up in the pocket. He's hit as he throws, and the ball will be dirted up here. Quick pressure there that forced Sam to have to climb quickly in the pocket, a little bit faster than he wanted to. Boy. Colts have been able to create some pressure today. Second down and 10. Hand off to Walker. Walker had a little bit of a hole there for a second, then got side swiped down by Ebakan. Still a nice gain, and this will make this third and makeable for Seattle. Clock continues to roll. 6:19 to go. Third down and 4. Seahawks 1 of 8 today on third down. Sam in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Again, pressure fast. Again, hit as he throws, as he tries to climb the pocket. Again, knocked down. Seahawks just can't pass pro right now. He looks at his receiver. He's expecting him to make an adjustment on the route as he makes a motion to him, it looks like. Big punt by Dixon. Nice job on his part. Take this back to the 23-yard line where the Colts offense will take over there. Yeah. Megan, thank you for the another $2 donation. This is 107, 106 speed. Let's go. Kenneth Walker's doing nothing for me today, Megan, too. Damn it. Thanks for the donuts. Mick Frewer, thanks for the $5 donation. He says the league wants Rivers to win this game for the storyline. It's definitely been a bit odd refereed. Anybody that's watched this channel throughout this year, I think would tell you that I've been pretty good on, hey, I think every game's been pretty well officiated and pretty evenly officiated for the most part. That's why this one partly kind of does stand out today and what's going on out there. And I hope that's not the case, but I can understand watching the game and what's going on going, is this what they're wanting? Because this is going to be such a great story for the NFL. And it would be. Certainly this would be something that would not only in this game drive interest on this one, but drive interest to the Colts through the rest of the year versus where they would be otherwise, which would be DOA. And so, yeah, I could see it being potentially. I hope not. God, I hope not. Dr. Cluck, thanks for the $2 donation. Says DBs were more close to the line of scrimmage that time. Hopefully squeezing up a little bit more on the routes, to your point there, I think, Dr. Cluck. And yeah, I felt like we maybe getting a couple of adjustments into the second half on Rivers now and how we play this a little bit. I think especially you want to try to take away the short passing attack and force him to throw the ball down the field. A la like you had him throwing that third down that forced the fourth down, where you're making him hit a wheel route down the field. Like that's the throws I need to force him to make. Show me you can make those throws, Phil. Show me you still got that in your bag. And I know you're going to have the short passing. I know you're going to have the time rhythm-based stuff all on lock still, because that was your bread and butter back in the day, and that's not going to really go away because it's not going to require arm strength, just quick decision-making, get the ball out of your hands. So, yeah, hopefully they do a little bit more of that, maybe some more press coverage. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support today. Keon, thank you for that. Do teams ever pre-plan for short weeks? I could see where they thought Old Man Rivers wasn't going to do anything and spend some time on the Rams instead. I think there's definitely some ways that you've got to kind of set the stage for the week ahead a little bit in advance to a degree. I don't think that you're taking away resources from this upcoming week. I think when you have a guy like Rivers playing and he's coming into play with a guy like Steichen that he's got history with going back to the Chargers, you don't really know whether or not you're going to get really Shane Steichen's offense or if you're going to get kind of more of a Rivers-like offense. 1st and 10, handoff inside here to Taylor. Taylor with the carry inside for about 9 yards there. And that's where it's going to get tough at times, I think, to kind of figure out what the game plan was going to be exactly that the Colts were going to run. You know they're going to want to run inside and run a lot, and that you need to prepare for that part. But what kind of passing attack you're going to get, what kind of offense they're going to run. Do they draw back to some old Charger-like concepts because that works better with Rivers, which I would expect there's some of that peppered into the game plan, and it's hard to anticipate. I think it would be a little bit more of that, but it's possible that it could be a little bit of looking ahead. 2nd down and 1, handoff inside here to Taylor again. This will be a first down run after the 9 yards, only 2 yards here, but that'll get the first. Colts happy enough here just to peck away with Taylor. 19 carries, 69 yards in this game. Only averaging 3.6 yards per carry, but it's getting the job done, getting him in the third makeable situations, and they're executing on third down at a decent degree today. Decent degree. Thank you, though, Keon. Appreciate the donation. 4:35 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks down 9-13. Colts with the ball, 36-yard line. Handoff here to Taylor. Taylor is going to get swallowed up this time by Byron Murphy and Jaron Reed for no gain. It's much easier, I think, when you get to this point in the season, Keon, and you have a quarterback that's been in there, or a quarterback that's going to go like for like, where you can just look at all the prior tape of the year and go, okay, they're going to work off this concept and that concept and this concept. I think especially on the passing stuff, it gets tougher with a guy kind of just coming off the streets like this, especially the rich history like a guy like he has, especially the rich history with a guy like he has with Shane Steichen. Thank you, though, Keon. Appreciate you. Very kind of you. Rivers here, 2nd and 10 in shotgun. 3 wide for them. Play action pass, dropping back to throw. He's going to throw this out into the flat. Seattle rallies on up with Eamon there. And Eamon thinks about flipping Josh Downs on his head, but then holds himself up. Got flagged for that a couple weeks ago for doing that and goes, no, I'm not going to do it. I ain't going to do the thing you guys think I'm going to do. Good job by Nick. That'll be a very short gain of 3 yards for them, bringing up a 3rd and 7. Come on, D. Come on, D. Trips to the far side of the field here. Seahawks threatening a blitz. Rivers is going to change the play here. It looks like catching the blitz, changing the protections up a little bit. Pressure mounting. He finds the check down. And the Seahawks do a great job of rallying in space on the check down. Wow, good job. Just a sea of blue bodies getting down to the running back there. Nice job by Witherspoon with a little bit of a fake out there post snap. I think he threw off. He's done it earlier in this game. I think he did so again there, Rivers thinking he's coming for sure, and then he just fell to the middle of the field. I think Rivers then had to go to his check down option. Defense with a great job, though, and a very nice stop. Giving their offense a chance here. Come on, O. 4th down and 4. This punt will drive Shaheed back. And we'll go back into the end zone. So Seattle will take out at the 20-yard line. 2:34 to go in the third quarter. See if they got an answer here. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, dare I say the refs are ass adjacent, B. I think ass adjacent would also work. I think that would also be very apropos. Definitely feel like that it fits today. I'm going to say that. Appreciate you, Megan. And folks, we got almost 1,500 people in the chat here today. If you guys could do me a favor, hit that like button for me. Maybe sub on up. It's free. And hitting that like button does help me show up for fans right now that are looking for the Seahawks Colts game coverage on YouTube. You can help point in my direction by hitting that like button. I'd really appreciate it. Also, get subbed up. We're trying to get over 21,000 today on the subscriber count. Right on the edge of it. Right on the edge. Megan, you're awesome. Appreciate you. Time for some big plays, says Zeke the Freak. Let's see what he's got cooked up here. Got to get some pass pro and a little more on point here. Give Sam a little more time. Interesting to see what We dial up here. 21 passes in this game, 15 rushing attempts. Charbonnet has been able to find a little bit of some headway here, run the ball recently. Not getting a lot there, but not been a lot of sure answers here for Kubiak in this game so far. Come back to, again, maybe some play action, some rollouts with Sam. Move the pocket a little bit here in this drive. It's been an uphill battle today, offensively speaking, against this Colts defense. All right, Sam out here in a pistol look here on 1st and 10. Play action pass, dropping back. Decent little pocket. Got Shaheed. Shaheed with a nice play up the field. Boy, they needed that. Nice just shot play right out the gate down the field. Sam with just enough of a pocket there to kind of hold up and be able to step into that throw. And Shaheed getting open on the field there, just on a little out route down the field after he pushed the corner beat. Did a good job really selling that corner to stay on top. You can feel with that corner how hard he's got to stay on top. That kind of play should be there a lot for the Hawks with this kind of matchup. Got to attack, I think, down the stretch, these corners on the outside. No Ahmad Gardner, no Shavarius Ward. Throw out here to Cooper Kupp. Cooper, nice sidestep there just to get another 1.5 yards on the play. Good second down play. I like this here with Kubiak here. Clock rolls, 1:41 to go. Second down and 4 here. Third quarter. Sam under center. 2 tight end look here. Comes back to Walker. Walker slides off the first tackler. Second tackler not able to slide away from. No holes today here for Walker. Tell you what. You are not winning the line of scrimmage war against this Colts defensive line today. Lots of penetration, lots of push into the backfield. And setting up now for a third down where Seattle's been 1 of 9 on the day. 3rd and 3. Sam in shotgun. JSN goes in motion here prior to the snap. Sam dropping back. Lets it rip. He's got JSN open and JSN still going down the field. JSN cuts it inside here. Nice play down the field to JSN. And good job by Rashid Shaheed, who's had a defender there that was with him, and the defender never turned back to look at JSN. So JSN just kept running, and the defender was very late to finally notice he had the ball and was running past him. Shaheed could have kind of held him there and realized, I don't have to really do that there. Smart play by Shaheed. First down and 10 for the Seahawks. Deep now into Colts territory. 5 catches, 67 yards for Jackson Smith and Jigba today. Play clock winding down here. Sam's just going to have to let this run down. So that will run down through the end of the third quarter here. Seahawks on the 17-yard line into Colts territory with a 1st and 10 when we pick back up at the start of the fourth quarter. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, we need a touchdown, Justin. You're right, man. We need a touchdown here. You can sense just you got to get a TD here. Got to get a touchdown bad. You can sense that a little bit here. Let's get this touchdown. Let's start just really pushing down here into the fourth on it. Let's start now, get the pressure back to the Colts. Back on that Colts offense. First time in the red zone. This is as deep as we've been today. Martin, 2 nice chunk plays. That's just what the doctor ordered here. Should have signed Matt Hasselbeck and let the old heads go at it. Come on, Seahawks. Let's go here. I gotta get that Hawk Chen on my board. I keep forgetting to add that, Justin. Got that sound bite. I keep spacing it. Okay, so we get to the fourth quarter here. Seahawks are the first and 10, 13-9. Colts are up on them. Hawks definitely looking TD here. Ball on the 18-yard line. 17-yard line. Sam checking the play. He's got a 3 tight end set here. Hand off to Sharps. Sharps. Nowhere to really go there. He gets about a yard on the game. Outside zone not work today. Linemen are just not able to sustain the blocks, and guys slip off blocks, penetration, guys standing in the hole by the time the ball carrier gets there. It's made it very hard for the offense here today with 17 carries, 33 yards. JSN goes in motion. 3 wide, 1 tight end set here. Sam dropping back to throw. Sam hits Kenneth Walker. He catches it, gets up, and then is rode down for a very short gain there. Third down and 7. This has been the trouble waters here today for the Seattle Seahawks when they've gotten into this down and distance. See if they've got an answer here. 3 wide. Colts showing a blitz up around the line of scrimmage here. They drop out of it. 4 men come. Sam's got time. Sam's got to let it go, though. Drugged down to the ground is Cooper Kupp. No call in the play. Their feet just get tangled up. So it's no contact there. Feet just tangled up on the backside. And that's not going to get called. That's inadvertent contact there. Myers coming out for his 4th attempt of the game. This is the easiest one he's had so far to try. Snap down, kick up, and it is good. Seahawks inch closer to this Colts team, get themselves within 1 point, 13-12. Tough sledding here getting into the end zone today. Yeah, Myers winning somebody fantasy today. That's for sure. I'm going to be right back, folks. Oh, my goodness. No 51st state. The Rams are up by 10. So not good there. We got the Rams starting to come back around their game and get things figured out against the Lions. We're going to have to do it ourselves. Chances feels like we should have just gone for right there. It's a tough spot to go for it there. I think if you had done a little bit better in moments of third and long in this game, you'd have confidence to do so. But, you know, in the game as a whole, you're 2 of 11 on third downs. And those third and longs especially have been just very, very hard. Very, very hard. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, guess who has Myersby? I do. Yeah, he's going to win you. He's going to be the single point that wins you against us in this matchup today. My Seahawks, I better not lose fantasy and Seattle today. I can take the fantasy loss, Megan. I can handle that. But not a loss to the Colts. Come on. Thanks for the dono. All right, here's the kick. Goes back to 2 yards inside the own end zone where he will down it there, the returner, and they'll get it out at 30-yard line. Nice, brother Ardina's a stop. They do, man. Come on, D. Come on, D. 13:24 to go in this football game. The Colts take over the 35-yard line with a 3 wide receiver look here. Handoff inside to Jonathan Taylor. Seahawks ready for that. Pounce all over him. Boye Mafe's there to bring him down for no gain on the play. There we go. Attack their predictable game calling when they do it. Nice job, defense. They're going to give him a yard on the play. Healthy spot. Back in shotgun again. Same alignment. Imanwari threatening to blitz. Rivers picks it up. He's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Great job by Nick Imanwari. Love coming over to help him out. They go out and attack Imanwari. He fights off the block, is able to dispense the block, and then get to the ball carrier and make a tough tackle on a Taylor. That's a 1-2 tough punch for an Imanwari there. He's not just like having to get off a block by the way of a like tight end or a wide receiver. That's Quentin Nelson getting downhill on Imanwari, dispensing with Quentin Nelson, and then getting over there and making the tackle after only a yard gain. This kid just continues to make some great plays out there. 3rd down and 8. Rivers back in shotgun, trips to the far side of the football field. Seahawks showing a late blitz to one side. Rivers picks it up and adjusts. They fall out of it. Seahawks trying to bring pressure, coming back around. Incomplete. Nice coverage out there by Josh Jobe. The Colts sideline is, oh, come on, no. You're going to call that on, that's going to be the PI? You don't call the other stuff all day on the other stuff, and you're going to call that? Oh, come on. Come on. No freaking way. All day they've been not calling that shit. Come on. All day you've not been calling it to the other side. All day on that. And that's much less than egregious than what's been going to the other side. Give me a break. Bunch of horse shit. Oh my God. Well, we get one extra entity we have to beat today, the Colts and the officials. Thoroughly proven at this point. All day long, they've been letting them just absolutely molest our receivers with the ball in the air all day long. Second and 5 at a 5-yard run by Taylor. Handoff back inside Taylor once again. He downses through traffic and goes and gets him a first down. Jeez. Job made a great play. He's right there. See, and people get mad about like, oh, don't say rigged. Can't say the rigged. Don't say the rigged thing. You can't. It's like, well, when people see this go on all game and then they see this to the other side, what do you want people to think? What are they supposed to take away? That the officials just suddenly became blind for the first half and then now they can see into the second half and just to this one side of the ball? Kind of starts to seem like you insult people's intelligence a little bit. First and 10, ball at the 39-yard line. 44-yard line into Seahawks territory. Ball's dabbed up into the air there. Rivers is able to reel it back in. It's going to be a loss of 5 on a broken play there by the Colts. Second down and 15. 9:51 to go in this football game. Rivers dropping back, just throws the in-cutting route. Nobody's covering the running back. Like, why don't you cover the running back? Oh. You know the routes he wants to... This is getting so frustrating, this game. Third down and 5. Rivers is sensing a blitz. Jones dancing up in the B gap, falls away out of it. Press coverage on the outside from the Seahawks. Rivers dropping back to throw. Tries to hit a screen out in the flat. Seahawks are all over it. Great job, defense. Great job, defense. That'll not only be a stop, but a negative 3 or 4 yard gain on the play. And so it's going to take them out of field goal range here for the Indianapolis Colts. Colts probably thinking there that the Seahawks were going to bring a blitz. I think with that screen call, nice job by McDonald to not take the cheese on that one. Here's the punt. Fielded right at the 5-yard line. Colts punter all day has just decimated Seattle a little bit. He has been great today. He's got 4 punts inside the 20-yard line today. He's also got a 59-yarder on the books. Just that guy's been a problem today to deal with. Their punter. He's giving it to us. He's giving it to us. I'm going to grab my coffee. If you guys can, hit that like button. Be right back. All right, 95 yards. 95 yards. Let's just do a nice 95-yard drive. 8 minutes and 9 seconds off the clock for game. Let's just do that. Okay? Can we just do that? Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. I'm annoyed with the O for sure, but we haven't turned the ball over. I'd almost rather all field goals and no turnovers. even if it's not ideal. Yeah, I get where you're coming from with that, Jay. I mean, there's games this year that we've looked at. We've said, man, this game could have been so much different beyond the offensive's production to if they could just play a clean game and not turn the ball over, to your point. And very well, that may be what we find to play out to be the case in a game like this, Jay. To your point with it is, okay, if you go down and you can go get the points here, you can go get the lead, if you can go get the win, you look back on this game at that point going, okay, well, it is, we kept the clean game, and that was the big differentiating factor within sort of the offensive lack of productivity. I think it's a great point on your part. I agree with it 100%. And that is the nice part that you have seen from this game, is that it's been a clean game from the offense, and they've done a good job of not putting the ball in peril, I think, as Mike McDonald likes to say it at times. Glenn Karn, thank you for another $5 as well, man. You guys are just so kind as ever. I appreciate you guys. You are amazing. Says, well, since our offense is in effect impotent, it looks like we need the defense to score points. Thanks, Brandon. You're the best. Let's go Hawks. Hey, let's go Hawks. Let's go get this drive offense, turn around a tough day today right here in the now. Just get the win. It don't matter. No style points in this sport. Just get the win. Down 13-12, 95 yards in front of them with 8 minutes and 9 seconds to go on the clock. Sam under center here on a 1st and 10. Walker in the backfield. Little bubble screen out to JSN here. JSN gets it up the field nicely for a gain of about 7 yards there. Good gain on 1st down. Maybe the defense might end up having to do this when this is all said and done, Glenn, to your point. Well, let's just get this damn W. That's what I say. Just give me the damn dub. Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate you. Eli Cash with the $2 donation says 100% fixed. And it feels a little in that direction, things at times in this game today. Felt a little bit just I'm a hesitant guy to pull that lever, but boy. Play action pass by Sam. Run it, Sam. Run it. Cover the. Good job there. Sam uses his legs and goes and gets a 1st down. Good job, Sam. That away, Sam. Okay. Whew. Thank you for the donation, Eli. I get where you're coming from, man. I get where people say that on this stuff, because it does get frustrating where it's like, oh, conveniently now you're going to start calling the flags. Totally understand. CBS Keatlin with a $2 donation following up on Eli's dono says, CBS announcers on that play with Job says, they got that correct. Yeah, it sounds like the announcers have been pretty rough today. 1st and 10. Salmon shotgun, dropping back to throw. Gets it out here to Cooper Kupp. Cooper fighting strong. Cooper having a good day today. Another grab for him. He's been really good after the catch this year, quietly. And a good job by Sam. Get the ball out of his hands. Love Kubiak having a play call in here. Give him something quick and easy and fast. Just bit by bit, move this ball up the field if you can. Understandable now, as much as I hear about from you guys in the chat on why some of this sounds kind of insufferable in the on the commentator side of it. Oof, brutal. 2nd down and 1 here. Jackson Smith going in motion prior to the snap. Handoff here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet dances behind the hold and lowers his head forward to go get himself a dirty 3. 1st down for the Seahawks. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5. Brando, it looks like your body tried to physically reject how BS that call was. Laughing out loud, it made me feel a little better, though. Only a little. Play action pass by Sam. He's got a man in space here. Jackson goes backward. Jackson still keeps his feet and he reverses. He's up the field. 1st down, Seahawks, and a big play by Jackson Smith. What a brilliant run after the catch by Jackson. Caught it, twisted his way back outside, and the defender had bought it all the way in that he was going inside, was able to free him out for another 15, 20 yards on the play after the catch. He kind of went backwards at first, and he went, oh, don't go backwards, man. But then it worked out for him. Beautiful route concept there. Breaks 2 tackles and just keeps himself hard to bring down. Nicely done. 1st down. The Seahawks, let's go. Sam dropping back to throw here on first down. Comes back underneath the Saubert. Saubert with the catch. Nice play of 9 yards there, down to the 21-yard line. Seahawks let that play clock wind all the way down to 1 second on that one as they're going to try to bleed this clock down here already in field goal range. Well, we want a tutty. Think tutty here, Clint. Think I got to make the Colts go get a touchdown against this defense today. We almost got, folks, 2,000 people here in the chat today. If you can do me a favor and hit that like button, sub on up. Pistol look formation from Sam. Charbonnet in the backfield. 3 wide receiver look. Handoff here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet up through the middle of the first down. Nice run there by Charbonnet. Good, hard, 6-7 yard run. Clock continues to roll. Got it right up in the gut there nicely. Ran right over Zaire Alexander there. Zaire Franklin, not Alexander. First and 10 for the Seahawks. 3 wide. Shotgun look here for them. Pitch out here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet dances behind traffic a little bit. Cuts it back up inside. He's going to gain about 3.5 yards or so. Both teams have all 3 of their timeouts. Thank you again, Joshua, for the 5, man. My body was rejecting and revolting at that call for a variety of reasons. 2nd and 6. Sam under center. 3 wide again here. Sam dropping back to throw. Comes back underneath here. Drop pass by Cooper Kupp. 3rd bad drop of the day by the Seahawks receiving corps. Sam was a little bit on his outside shoulder there. It doesn't look like Kupp was expecting it there. Wasn't a horrible throw. It was catchable. Just looked like Cupper wasn't really ready for where the ball was going to be at there. 3rd down and 6. Sam in shotgun, 4 wide. Dropping back to throw. Lets it rip. Incomplete. Didn't really give Rashid Shaheed a chance on that to make a catch there. He put it back and behind him. Not a very good throw there by Sam. And the Seahawks are going to have to take the field goal attempt here. Yeah, he brought that back behind him. He's got to put that out in front of Shaheed to give him a chance to go make that catch. All right, Jason Myers, 4 of 4 today, trying his 5th field goal attempt. Snap down, kick up. Kick is good. Seattle Seahawks take a 2-point lead here. Oh, just cannot get into that end zone today against this Colts offense. Oof. Don Mata, thank you for the $5 donation. Don says, did you see the ref fist pump after the PI call? He took the money line 100%. Regardless, offense has not been good today. No, offense put themselves in a bit of the pickle today to be in this position and not to put up more points, not to find more consistency, spending that first half, basically drowning play after play and finding no even minor wins on early downs. And it was a variety of things across the board, from play calling to execution to self-inflicted errors. And, that's a big part of why you've been here. The officials then draping this as another layer on top of it has not felt good. But it has been both things, to your point, Don. It has been a bit of both things at play there. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. She says, you may not want to look at the fantasy score after that, B. I know. I'm freaked out here. You had some folks go off, man. You're going to beat me with like a 150, 160 day. Like, I can't get mad at that, right? Like, somebody puts a 150 up on you, you're just like, all right, it wasn't my day. Kick here will go to about the 4-yard line. Will be fielded there by the Colts returner. Seahawks able to bring him down at about the 33 where the Colts will take over. Megan, thank you for all of your donos today. Awesome as ever. And it will be a hard-fought, well-won fantasy win if you're able to take me down. I'll say that. I will say that. Appreciate you. All right, 1st and 10. Dell Ravenson, I see you got a dono in there too. But bear with me. We've got a little bit of game action, and I will pop to you on that. Here we go. 3 timeouts for the Colts. Plenty of time. 1st and 10. Rivers in at quarterback here. They can still run the ball if they want. He's in shotgun. Taylor out there to his left. Taylor 23 carries, 83 yards in this game. Rivers is going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. This feels like a check run here. And that's what it is. Rivers saw the light box and attacked it. Seahawks did a good job with that light box, as they've done so today, of rallying up, closing those holes down, and not giving them a chance on it. Very short gain there on 1st down. And this will probably take us down into the 2-minute warning. Boom. There we go. 2-minute warning there. 2nd and 7 when we get back from the turnaround. And I will be right back. Where do you come out of? Where do you come out of here defensively? Dell Ravenson, thank you for the $5 donation. Dell, if Jackson scores a tutty, Dax gets 263 passing yards, and Stafford hits 20 fantasy points, I get $200. Please, this is my first sports bet. Go Jackson! Oh man, we didn't even look to target him down there by the red zone, which was odd. Dell, would have thought you would try to work one target in there to him if you could have, but sadly, it does not look like, unless something wild happens in this game, Dell, that we're going to see Jackson get that tutty at this point on your side of it. So that's a bad beat for you. Sorry for that. I thank you for the donation. He was heating up. They just kind of forgot about him once they got inside the red zone there a little bit. Dell, like, yeah, we're good, Jackson. You got us up the field. We'll try to take it from here. Like, really? Okay. Kind of confounding, but it's been a bit of a confounding day on the offensive side of the ball for our Seattle Seahawks. A little bit of a hard one to always quite pin down exactly what's going on. Thank you, though, Dell. Really appreciate that donation. All right, D. Come on, Seahawks fans. Get loud in that stadium. Help this defense out. Get that loud. Everybody's up on their feet. That's good to see. I need you here. Give them some of that old love, some of that old stadium flavor, some of that beastquake. Rivers walks out, arms bruised, paint splayed down the sides of his arms from being put down on the turf. 2nd and 7 in shotgun. He's going to send Josh Downs in motion here prior to the snap. Dropping back to throw. He's under pressure, falling off of his back foot, and he will throw that one away. Good job of creating pressure there by Leonard Williams. Nice job by Leonard getting back there quickly on Phillip. That pressure was right there immediately, and he felt it. Here we go. 3rd down and 7. Come on, 12s. Come on, 12s. Rivers back in shotgun, trips to the far side of the field. 4-man front from the Seahawks defense. Rivers dropping back to throw. Lets it rip here. Finds his man for a completion. Alec Pierce on a back shoulder catch. 1st down. Wow, the game on the line. You throw a back shoulder catch right there. Whew, Haven't seen that throw all game long, and Rivers brought it out there. Job in tight coverage. Ball all the way down to the 49-yard line into Seahawks territory. They are close to field goal range, are the Colts. Seahawks bringing a run blitz here, sensing it's going to Taylor, and that's just who it's going to. Good job on that play call, getting hyper aggressive. They bring Taylor down there in the backfield for about a half-yard loss gain there. I believe the Colts are going to maybe a timeout here from the Hawks, too. It looks like Hawks are going to call a timeout here on 2nd and 10. Great job by Demon Wari out there getting it done. Second down and 10 out the timeout. Seahawks threaten a blitz, fall out of it. Catch, caught, completed. About a 2-yard gain there to Tyler Warren. 3rd down and long. Another timeout for the Seattle Seahawks here. Third and 7. 1:01 to go left on the clock here in this game. Ball at the 46-yard line in Seahawks territory. And again, a 4-man front they're going to line up with here. Rivers is going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Rivers, handoff inside on 3rd down and long. They're going to try to run this, and they're going to run it inside there. This will bring down to 4th down. Looks like maybe they're going to try to give themselves a chance for a very long field goal attempt here. Seahawks will call a timeout. So smart of McDonald to call the 3 stack of timeouts here so that no matter what happens with this field goal attempt, you are going to have some time left on the clock, albeit it's going to be hard. A 4th and 3 here. And a very long kick here for the Colts. You got to be careful as a Seahawks defense here not to do a penalty, not to mess with the snapper on this one and get a bad penalty on such a long kick. You want to make him at least be forced to have to make this thing. It's a 60-yard attempt here for group. The snap is down, the kick is up, and the kick looks good. God. He got it. He got it. A 60-yard field goal to take the lead. It's been one of those days. Jeez. 60-yarder in that stadium and the winner getting that, man, these kickers are unbelievable. Oh. All right, here's the kickoff now. God, you could have let that go out of bounds, buddy. He's going to get up to the 37 there. Looked like that would have gone out of bounds if you just let that roll. But not awful field position to start this out with. Salmon shotgun, 1st and 10. Dropping back to throw. Sam gets this down complete at the 48-yard line in the Colts territory to Shaheed. Nice chunk play there. Seahawks got to get back up the line of scrimmage here fast. Sam's going to get up, spike it down, stop the clock. 2nd and 10, 28 seconds to go. Not too shabby. Nice throw by Sam into Shaheed on that in-breaking route. And one of the plays that's been there today against this Colts team from a passing standpoint. Love getting that on 1st down too, right out the gate. 2nd down and 10. Colts with a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage threatening a blitz. Sam's got to be aware of it. It's coming. Got to get it out of your hands, Sam. He does so. Completed out to Shaheed for a completed ball. Near another 1st down and another nice gain. Clock stops, getting out of bounds. Colts decide to run the blitz, opens the out route there for it. Sam recognized it well. You got to feel that blitz, then get it out. And there he did. Decisive decision-making there by Sam Darnold. Nicely done. Seattle's now in field goal range here, albeit it's going to be a long one, and you'd love to get this a lot closer if you could. We got a 3rd down and 2 situation here. I guess, sorry, that was a little, not as long a gain as I thought there. Again, a blitz look here from the Colts. Sam back, dropping back. Got to let it go. Dirts it up to Jackson Smith. Not a good throw there, and a 4th and 2. You're just going to try the long field goal attempt here. Can Jason Myers save our ass today? Can he bail us out today? Can he, on his mighty small shoulders, carry us on the wings to victory? I don't know. This is a heart attack hawk game, pure and simple. Hang on, hold your butt cheeks, and let's see how this thing winds down. 56-yard field goal attempt from Jason Myers with 22 seconds to go. The snap is down. The kick is up. The kick's drifting right. It holds. Does it have the length? It does. Score! The Seahawks get it. 18-16 on a final drive. Holding now the lead with 18 seconds left, but we're not done yet, folks. Hold on. What a money kick by Myers, who's been nothing but insane on the day. Busting through a 56-yarder saying, group, hold my beer. I got the same back at you. Great hold there from Dixon. Gave him a pure ball was awesomely placed there on his side of it. But before we start celebrating, we got 18 seconds left and 3 timeouts with the Indianapolis Colts. 18 ticks and 3 timeouts. That's 3 plays you can get up the football field. So we cannot put this thing out yet. Not quite yet. Here on the key on the kickoff. Now, the kickoff, you want to squib this up if you're Myers. You want to get this to where you can get some ticks off the clock. 5, 6, 7 ticks even potentially off of a kickoff here will be very nicely had if you can do it. Myers on the day, one of the great all-time days that we will ever see for a kicker, and the greatest all-time day we have ever seen for a kicker in Seattle Seahawks history. 6 of 6, including potentially the game winner. And let's say if he can set the Colts up on a long field here. Myers, out. Here we go. He sends it on a hop, field it up. Seahawks cover it well. Cover it very well, and there you go. That's your ideal. Myers puts a cap on his day that is as good as you'll see from the kicking position. He kicks off 7 seconds off that clock, so you're down to 11 ticks. You probably have 2, maybe 3 plays you can run from a Colts standpoint here. 2, maybe 3 plays. But as we saw with the 60-yarder of Grupp, who just hit that last one, they don't need a significant amount of yards here. They can get this pretty much just past that 50-yard marker, and it's there. Still, about 25 to 30 yards is what they're going to need here. Seahawks with a 4-man front here on 1st and 10. Everybody else in coverage. Rivers dropping back. Rivers throwing it down the field. That ball's going to be picked. That ball's going to be intercepted. Kobe Bryant with the interception, and this game is over. And the Seattle Seahawks have found a way, somehow, some way, to get the victory, and that's all that matters. You want to bitch, you want to complain, you want to go, they should have done this, they should have done that. 11 wins, baby. 11 wins, and we're right there. Everything is still firmly in hand. Was it ugly? Was it hard to watch? Did you sweat throughout? Are you having heart palpitations? Yes, you are, but it all don't matter, baby, because you got the win, and victory is going to taste so very sweet. You tried to rig it, NFL officials. You tried to pull it in your favor, and we said, no, not today. Not today. What a win by the Seattle Seahawks. What an incredible game of swings and twists and ups and downs. And you just got to hang in there. You just got to hold on for dear life. You just got to sometimes find a way by hook or crook or just by your will itself, make it happen. And the Seattle Seahawks did so today. You can tear us down throughout the week. You can pick and nitpick at this and grab at that and say we should have this, but you got the win. You're 11-3 for one of the few, if not one or two, 3 times in your history you've been at 11-3. You're now to set the stage up for the rest of the season to go get the number 1 seed and home field advantage in the playoffs. Just get the wins. Just stack them up. This was ugly. There's going to be a lot to turn over that needs to get fixed. We'd like to see the offense playing a lot better. We'd like the offense to be getting a lot more touchdowns. But they got it done today. The defense showed the resolve and the resiliency that they've imbued so often, so many times this year, and you found the way to the other side of it. What an incredible game today from the Seattle Seahawks as far as just willing yourself to that win when everything seems to be pointing in the direction of it's just not quite your day. You just don't quite have your fastball. You're just not quite on it in all the details. You just have some other elements that feel like they're just kind of working against you. But part of the measure of a championship contender is going to be your resolve when things look like they're down, when the chips are sitting there saying it's not your day to day. Can you overcome that? Do you just lean into that and fall into that? The team never did so today. They kept punching. They kept swinging. They found a way through here. It took a miraculous finish to make it happen, but get the dub, get to 11-3 now. Thursday night football this upcoming week, and so much potential for this season. It ain't about where you're at right now at this point in the season this week. It's about where you're going to finish up with. It's about where your playoff seeding is at. Offense has got to get better, no doubt about that. And people are going to turn a lot of that over here in this post-game discussion. But as well with that offense that we want to give a hard time to, they found some turnarounds. If I'm not mistaken, though you didn't get touchdowns, I think 4 of the last 5 drives or 4 of the last 6 drives, you found scoring drives there down the stretch. And Sam Darnold at the end with 43 seconds, making some smart throws, making some good throws down there, being smart in his decision-making, puts you in a position to go get another game-winning drive as he did earlier this year against the Arizona Cardinals. And Sam on the day, it was not amazing or anything, or I didn't think he played bad. And that's where a lot of people are going to harp on this of like, Sam. I think there's a lot of parts to this offense today, a little bit more beyond Sam, but he found a way at the end. You found a way at the end. And Jason Myers with the greatest kicking game in Seattle Seahawks history. Just no doubt about it. Even down to that last kick to get that roll, to get 7 seconds off the clock there, where now Rivers comes up and he goes, man, I've got probably 2 plays. I have to put this down 20 yards down the field. I have to kind of wing this thing because I'm not going to get the 3 plays to kind of get this in. And I can't just work my way up the field slowly. So really big at the end there to get that roll, and the great job by the kick unit to get them held back there at the 27-yard line where you made the tackle after about the 6-7 seconds went off the clock. Very, very well executed there at the end, all the way around defensively, offensively, and special teams wise. And wow, what a game. What a game. Just find a way, man. Find a way. In style points, people are they like to tell me in my chat all the time, somehow infer that style points exist in the NFL. That it's not necessarily that you get the win, it's how you get the win. I don't care. This is a by any means necessary situation. And when you put so many wins on this year so far, when you put the stage to be set in the way it has down the home stretch of this year, be able to go take this in a major way, be able to go get that number 1 seed, I don't care how we get it. I don't care if we backslide our way to get it. Get it. Is it the ideal? No, but just go get the damn thing. No way, two ways about that. Oh my gosh, what a game. What a game. Samuel Swanson, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, I'm sweating bullets right now. Let's go, D. I'm pitting up here. I'm fully pitted up. It's the sweat was dripping off on that one where it's like, okay, here we go. Come on. Samuel, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, give Myers the MVP. Myers with an all-time day. He couldn't miss one of those kicks today. Couldn't miss one of those kicks. And most of those kicks were pretty deep, pretty far, pretty hard. 56-yarder for game. 62-yard field goal for NFL history through a lot of NFL history was the longest kick for many, 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 many years. And I know field goal kickers now are like changing the game and they're all kicking it from like the midfield stripe. But we think it's maybe common. It's still a tough hit, and especially in that stadium, kind of late afternoon, weather getting a little bit more crispy, the ball not flying quite as far off the foot as it might have been when it was a little bit warmer early on in the day. Myers was tremendous in this game. You had him just kicking some really hellacious field goals, and he made it happen. And he is absolutely your MVP today. No doubt about that. How about Jason, huh? How about Jason? Keon Lund, thank you for the $10 donation. Says Myers equals money. Money, money, money. Money. Thanks for all you do, Brandon. So good to be in a Seahawks community. Myers is MVP behind JSN. Well, thank you, Keon, and I'm glad to have you as part of this community. We've got a great community here at the Hawks Nest. If you're not subbed on up, that's the big draw here as much as anything else. Is it ain't necessarily me here on this. It's our community and the people we have in the chat and the discussions we try to have here. Do we get in depth and really turn this team over as deep and far and wide as we possibly can. But I appreciate you being a real key member, a part of that, Keon, and long time contributor to this channel in addition to that. You're awesome for that, for all that support today, all of your support throughout. And amen, man. Myers was money. Myers is MVP. What a field goal there at game. I mean, you're nervous at the end of the game like that. 56-yarder. At least Seattle got over onto the kicker's favorite hash there, because the kickers, if they're going to kick a deep one like that, they don't want to be to where from a right-handed kicker, you're having to kick it and sort of hook it. You want to be kicking it where you can kind of have it to sort of drift, in how you kick it. They like that a little bit better. So Hawks offensively did a good job of getting it onto his favorite hash there so he could make that kick. But a hell of a job by Myers, Keon. Hell of a job by Myers. And thank you, man. Appreciate you. Starburster, thank you for the $3 donation. Starburster, it didn't have any note in your donation, just the $3 dono, but I thank you for that support. Really, really appreciate it. And then we got AIB 230. I think this is me, actually. 1 second, me here. We got me coming in with a $100. I said a $100 donation. Let's go, me. I really appreciate you. You've dropped so many of those in the past here on this channel. I salute you. Thank you. You're always so very kind in that way. He says, let's effing go, Hawks. Find a way to win. That's all that matters in these last few games. Money Myers, POTG. Go 12s. Okay, I got to look up PTOG. POTG. Play of the game. There we go. Play of the game. Myers with the play of the game. No doubt about that. Go 12s me. I'm glad to hear you're pumped up. I'm glad to hear that you're aligned to the same way. Look, 12s, you're going to hear Hawk fans. You're going to see it in my chat tonight. They're going to be talking about those style points. They're going to be talking about, but this should have been that way, and that this shouldn't have been this way, and that we should never have allowed him to be in here at this point in the game. And I hear where they're coming from. And it ain't to say that this is an immaculate victory that has no blemishes and no parts of it that do need to turn over, but let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Let's not make a mountain molehill out of molehill. You got the win. You're at 11 wins. That's hard to do in the NFL. That's hard to do in the NFL. You don't get here by luck. You don't get here because you kind of stumbled into it. You don't get here because just simply an easy schedule. Not this deep into the season. You do so because you're just that good. And some of these games and some of these seasons, you're just going to have to find a way to win. Jeff Jennings had a donation earlier in the stream where he was posting and talking about there was a game back in the Super Bowl year. And it's for all of those people, I think, that are not to dial this back to a donation outside of yours, but I just think that this does go in tandem with what you were saying there. And that Jeff was talking about it and saying, look, we had a game back in 2013. Here it is, 2013. Your Legion of Boom team, legendary team, Marshawn Lynch, Russell Wilson Young, spry legs, full Legion of Boom, all in tow. Tampa Bay Buccaneers team that sucked wind, that was horrible that year, that had Mike Glennon, let me say it one more time, Mike Glennon at quarterback, and they were up 21-0 on your defense that year. Yes, that year. It came back and you won the game. There's going to be games like this over the course of the season. And let's remember. Let's remember with this. How many games have you had this year that you had comfortably, that you had the style points, that the game was firmly put away by the time you got into the third quarter? Hell, we've had games that have been put away in the first quarter of this year. You've had plenty of those on the register as well. You've put a good number of those on the books too. We haven't had a lot of these got to like just find a way wins down to the line. You know, you haven't had to do that a lot. It's going to happen in the NFL. It's going to happen in a day like this where whether people want to screech about rigging or not, that look, the officiating was not turned in our favor today. We were not getting the benefit on the back of calls today. And yet you were able to overcome that. And that's a bit of why this was a bit of a murky win to go get it. Find a way to win, right, me? Find a way to win. That's all this is about. Back to Al Davis. Just win, baby. Just win. It's a tough sport. This is parity. The good teams are very good. They're very hard to beat. This is a Colts team walking in with 8 wins. Daniel Jones or not, it's a pretty complete Colts team to get to that 8-win territory as they have. Find a way. Say nothing of the fact that you caught them in a desperate state. You're not in a desperate state coming this game. You want this win. You want that number 1 bye. Colts are fighting for their playoff lives in this game, making desperation moves like Phillip Rivers. They're firing all of the guns at once now. You know, everything on the line a little bit with that. Me, I'm with you 100%. Let's effing go, Hawks. Let's effing go and go 12s. Great job by the fans in the stadium. Looked like they were loud today when they're flashing over to the fans in the stadium. There's been times in recent years they'll flash over there and you'll have guys. It's like a third down play. You got a guy over there stuffing his mouth with a hot dog. Like, why are you screaming? They flashed over every time to the crowd in the 12s in big moments in this game. Those fans were up on their feet, screaming, just egging on the team to try to bring it back around. It's all that matters, man. Find a way to win, me. You are tremendous. I appreciate that $100 donation. So you guys are just unbelievably kind to me here on this channel. I really, really do appreciate it. What a win. What a day. Kyle, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. Kyle, on a day where we won and the Rams lost 17 and Puka. Oh my goodness. Well, we're going to have to hear about some interesting reports here, potentially from the Rams here. I was seeing that was posted in my comment section that Devontae Adams went down initially, and it sounds like potentially Puka went down too in that game. So that's going to have a big effect. Of course, even if these guys aren't down to major injury, they've got to turn right back around on a very short week now on a Thursday game. And this was part of what I wondered a little bit about going against that Detroit team was they're such a physical team. And say nothing of Puka or Devontae, that when you come off a play in Detroit to the next week, you're still kind of beat up a little bit. It's like it sort of has taken a toll from you physically a little bit. And so when you talk about that already being the case on a normal week, what happens when that's on a shortened week and you got to play on a Thursday game? And that could be a big factor this upcoming game, especially with us getting a chance to play this on home and them having to travel on the road with it. But will be interesting to hear where we get on updates on both of those two, because that is a big loss. Those two guys are the engine that makes that Rams offense roll. You know, well, you might have Stafford's the heart a little bit to it, but they are the engine as much as anything else. Thank you though, Kyle. I appreciate you for that. Martin, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, he says, well, it's been a while, but we got one of those Seahawks games. Thankfully, we won in the end. Indeed, man. Indeed. We were used to this through a lot of the Carroll era, weren't we? That was kind of what you would be normally week in and week out. That's what you're getting. But it's been a while. Haven't had as many of these this year. That's why you got to enjoy those comfortable wins where you just get to put your hands behind your head and, lounge in the pool a little bit, sip on your drink. Third, fourth quarter, you're just easing out. You're looking to the next week's schedule already. It's not how the NFL typically tends to go. They tend to be tight. They tend to be rough and tough. And you got to slog a few of these out every once in a while throughout the course of your schedule, even the great teams. I think I could go through probably all of the great teams in recent NFL history, and you're going to find a couple of these games on their schedule throughout the year that are going to be tough. And let's face it again, back to this Colts team. I know that it's got Rivers starting at quarterback, but he wasn't bad today. He wasn't bad today. They protected him and they leaned on the running attack heavily, but it's not like he walked out there like a guy that was ready to be put in an old folks home. He was still making a couple of nice throws and putting some balls in some decent spots and smart with the decision-making overall, I thought. But yeah, I like the blowouts a lot better for the heart myself, Martin, but I'll take the win no matter what. No matter what. Quinn Williams. Quinn coming in. Quinn will get it done. Got the changed your username around there, Quinn. Thank you for the 50. I said a $50 donation. He says, absolute cinema. Now let old man Rivers beat the Niners, please. Indeed, the Colts do have the 49ers back up on their schedule here, Quinn, as he noted here. And I'll tell you what, you have a Niner team that doesn't generate a lot of pressure naturally. We are able to naturally generate our pressure. Niners have to do a lot more of the stacking of the box up and kind of giving you a lot of simulated pressure games up front. And this has been by necessity with Saleh more than it's been like, well, this is what we want to do. It's like, no, this is what we got to have to do. Well, with Rivers, when you start giving him a lot of that, he's going to have adjustments to that. He's going to have another week of practice there with this team. They're going to be all the more desperate in the next week to try to stay in this playoff hunt. And so I want to see as well, is that so that's also a game that's in Indianapolis. And that's a primetime game. So, he's got a guy, there's a guy that, what we know with that, to me, that 49ers defense as much as anything, but punish them when they're going to try to stack up the box and bring those little extra blitzes as they do sometimes in some of these games without their frontline guys out there. They're going to be able to run downhill in the Niners all day long. Niners love to run a lot of wide nine. That wide nine for a guy like Taylor to go up against he's going to be licking his chops because that's just, you got wider fronts, those B gaps are already going to have the natural creases that are going to exist by just the alignment. Say nothing of the Niners not really having is necessarily the top end flight guys down there to really hold up, I think. So I'll tell you what, the Colts got a good chance of going at that Niner team next week. And that's in Indianapolis. So prime time, Indy does tend to be a little bit of a different team as well when they get a chance to play at home. So please, Rivers, as Quinn says, go take down that Niner team next week. As there is a pathway, not to get you guys more excited or to get too hungry about this. It's enough to go get the number 1 seed. But there is a potential pathway here with this if these games can kind of play out and fit to form a little bit. And one of those places where this is kind of holding up right now is the Denver Broncos taking down the Green Bay Packers 34-26, because you needed one of Green Bay and Chicago to lose down the home stretch in this. That was one of the parameters. But then within this as well now, there is a stage set up here where, especially with the Niner loss here before we get to our game, where you could get to week 18. I got that right. Is it week 17, week 18? I forget on this, week 17, whatever. You get to week 18 and you already have number 1 bye potentially wrapped up. I'm not saying that that's occurred quite yet, but that is a potential here. I think the Bears might have to lose one more game, maybe on that. But I want to say coming into this game, that was one thing that stood out to me on that. So come on, Colts, take that Niner team down. You're certainly set up well to be able to do so, what you have offensively, baked within. And we saw today with that Colts team, they certainly have enough defensively there. They may not have a lot of star-driven power to that defense, but they're pretty solid all the way down the line. Like, they've got a decent front. They've got decent linebackers. They got the back end was definitely not as exploited as it should have been by us in this particular game. But absolute cinema, Quinn. I love it, man. That's it. I know some of these games people want comfortably, or we should have done this cleaner, but you got to love the drama of the NFL. You've got to love the way that the emotions spikes you back and forth and twist you all around and has you all over the place, and then you come out the end of it and you just sort of catch your breath and go, You know what I mean? Like, all right, we got through. We found a way here. Packers trying to find a way here down the home stretch of this one, but looks like they're going to get lost. And Quinn, man, $50 donation. Thank you for the big dono drop. I really appreciate you for that. DJ Owen, thank you for the $2 donation. DJ, what a stressful game, but we won. Go Hawks. Number 1 seed. Indeed, the number 1 seed is there for the taking right now in every which way and shape and form. It ain't going to be easy. It's going to be a challenge all the way through on this one. But look, we got the easy peasy ones on the early part of the schedule. It all gets tougher here on out. You got Rams Thursday night, but you get that game at home. You got to go on the road in Carolina. You got to go on the road out there in San Francisco. You finish up 3-0. The number 1 seed is then yours, DJ. Nothing else needing to be done. You've got it in tow, locked down, all yours. So, yeah, we're in the position. We control our destiny in full. And I know I've said it once, but I'm going to say it probably a million times in the next couple of weeks. The last 3 times that you've had the number 1 seed, you've gone to the Super Bowl. The last 3 times. Michael, thank you for the $10 donation, Michael. Shout out to Darnold for throwing the ball into the dirt on 3rd and 2. Look was not there. Throws the ball all into the dirt. Didn't force a pass. Lived to fight another down. Smart move by Darnold. Great notice by you, Michael. A very great notice by you. And again, some of you guys are so smart in your donations because a lot of your donations and you come up with a smart point. And I think that in a lot of ways that it goes in alignments with some of the other donos I'll see that it might be above. So there's another dono here where I'd like to go above and bring it out if I can find it, which probably won't be able to find it, but it was a really good point here by somebody above. Okay, here we go. So Michael, your donation goes really well in alignment with Jay Gundy's. Okay, really, and I'm going to get to your point on this, but let's touch on Jay Gundy and then get back to your point on this. Jay Gundy said about an hour ago on this before the game was over, by the way. Jay didn't post this once the field goal was made by Myers. He did this before Myers' kick, so looking pretty prophetic on his part. Jay said, I'm annoyed with the O for sure, but we haven't turned the ball over. I'd almost rather all field goals and no turnovers, even if it's not ideal. I think that's a pretty damn good point by Jay, considering the part, again, he said this before you got down to the end of that game, where it might have looked like through a lot of the back end of that stretch of the game that you not getting a touchdown in this game was going to make the difference. But then we pair this back to Michael's point here. Shout out to Darnold for throwing the ball in the dirt on 3rd and 2. Look was not there. Throws the ball all into the dirt. Didn't force a pass. Lived to fight another down. Good, smart move by Darnold. You have maybe the best defense in the entire NFL. That is in your back pocket every single week. You operate from an offensive perspective, understanding you have that. Doesn't mean there isn't work for you to be done. Doesn't mean you don't have to score points. Doesn't mean you just throw 16 up there and you're like, we're done. But it does mean that it's got to control how much you press, how much you really try to make something happen that might not exactly be there to happen. I think that Sam did a great job today of finding that it's a knife's edge, Michael. It's a knife's edge to be from playing too safe to playing too loose, too safe, too loose, to not taking enough risk. Holy hell, that's way too much risk. What are you doing? And all of us fans, myself included, we love to sit here as the armchair cowboys, and we love to tell you when you're on this side of the knife and when you're on that side of the knife. And it's very hard to stand on that edge. It is really tough. And I thought that Sam today stood on the edge very strongly. Not that he played perfect, but he was able to find success. He was able to put up 270 yards passing today and do so while avoiding the mistakes that we've seen at times throughout this year. Because to your point, in that moment, that 3rd down, you're thinking, man, this is going to be a 56-yarder if I don't get a first down. We've got to get more than that. I've got to press this ball up and get another 6-7 yards for Jason. This isn't good enough. First, hey, my guy's hit 5 kicks today. He's on. He's rolling tight. He's having a good year. He's got a big leg. We got ourselves into the down and distance. Let's make sure this comes down to his kick, not my throw. Let's have it come down to his kick, not my final throw where I'm trying to force something that's not there. And this goes back to Jay Gundy's point that you mentioned above there, Michael, where it says, look, it's not ideal, but you've avoided the thing that we've seen in so many of these games where we've had times in games where we've said, look, you just avoid the turnovers in this game, we win the game, a la the Rams. You avoid one of those turnovers, we win that game. And then I talked about at the end of that game, here's this is a place where Sam can learn from this. It's not that this is something that's a broken part of the offense or a broken part of Sam's game. This is hey, as we've gone along through the season, this thing's been a tendency that's shown up. It's a tendency that's kind of controllable as long as you're thinking properly when you're going through your decision making about at times avoiding a little bit of these mistakes that have popped up at these certain exact points and periods in the play. And I thought Sam, staying much more cleaner, avoiding that bad turnover. You have one interception in this game, maybe. You have one bad throw that gets picked. That's maybe one too many in this game. So back to Gundy's point, you kept it clean. You kept the offensive motoring. Yeah, you didn't get touchdowns, but you kept finding a way to get the consistent drives and especially found scoring drives into that second half by and large. And that was enough to get it done. When you've got this kind of great defense, when you've got this grade A special teams, yes, you can lean on those parts of the team. I know many of us think offensively centric and that's what drives all these teams in the NFL in the modern age, but it doesn't have to be. And not every team's got to be rooted in that fashion, especially when you built two units in the special teams and defense that have been so outstandingly built, that are performing at such a high level. All the more for the offense to just kind of get the job done to that side of it. Thank you, though, Michael. WD Ford, thank you for the $5 donation, WD. Says, great call, Brando. Much love. Go Hawks. Well, we had a great turnout. I want to just say shout out to everybody that checked out the channel here today. We still got well over 1,000 folks in here. We got up almost 3,000 concurrent viewers at one time here on the channel today. So we're going to definitely be up there close to probably setting a record today as far as viewership goes. And I really thank you guys for watching today. Hopefully we shot past 21,000 on the sub count. We were right there we were kissing it today to start things out. But thank you, man. Appreciate you, WD. What a game, man. That was exciting at the end. And Myers with as money a kick as you will see. You talk about everything on the line and as tense filled as you get. He's already done so much on the day to save our ass and then saved it one more time. Appreciate you, WD. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Megan says, Puka injured for the Rams, 136 to 114 in fantasy. I cannot breathe. Myers and that GD leg. Let's go. Let's go, Megan. Well, let's see what happens with Puka. It will be interesting to hear what the updates are with him on that injury front. And Megan's, we'll get you guys an update before the end of the stream today, but she might have me nipped here in fantasy playoffs. I thought I had the day one to start out. It's been an epic fantasy week between me and Megan, back and forth. I started out with Kyle Pitts. She came back with Travis Etienne today. It's just been back and forth, back and forth. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation, Cameron. 37 made field goals for Myers this season. He broke his own franchise record, and there are still 3 games left. Bring on the Rams. Bring on the Rams, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on in here. Get in here, Rams. Let's get this done. But Myers with a hell of a season, and, he's breaking the spell. And if you don't know what the spell is, folks, I've oftentimes joked, but it's a real joke. And that Jason Myers is your Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde of kickers. And that when you track this guy from the moment that he's stepped onto a football field, he comes in and gives you a great season and then a bad season, and a great season and then kind of an average season, a great season and then kind of a bad season, a great season and average season. I'm telling you, it's a year-by-year thing that you can clock with a stopwatch. So he came into this year to Jason Myers, and it was supposed to be, by the stopwatch's metric, a Mr. Hyde year. That's what we were going to be in for. We all prepared ourselves. We all said, are you ready? You know what's going to happen with Jason this year. You know it's going to go. But instead, he's been able to, and it looked like Mr. Hyde to start things, quite frankly. He was sitting there about, 75% on the made field goals early on through this year. It was, Mr. Hyde, God, he sucks. But he's gotten it back around. He's gotten hot down the home stretch of this and set a field goal mark record. And a guy that a lot of people were talking about early on in the year, like, can we get to a new kicker next year? I think nobody's going to be asking those questions now as he goes into the final year of his deal next year. And also has been very money for us. He made the kick today, made the kick. He made the kick here against the Cardinals. I know he wasn't able to quite punch through the Rams one. That was a pretty long one, though, at 61 yards. That's a tough kick. But Myers has been so good. So good, Cameron. And still set his own most field goals made in a season with 3 games left to go. Unbelievable. He's definitely going to set a record that's probably going to stand for a long period of time in Seahawks history here as we get down to the end of this season. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Too close to call, too close for comfort, but we won. Good teams win games like this. Don't read too much into don't read too much into it. He's a Hall of Famer. Mahomes torn ACL, done until next November. You got to think that that's going to probably cause the Kansas City Chiefs to do something that, that they might not have been as willing to do this offseason if Mahomes was not injured. And it's going to change the trajectory of their approach and path, because you have to feel like they're going to probably understand that they've hit fully the end of the window, and that now they're at that time and place where they've got to start to move things along a little bit and can't lean on the old anymore. And now it's got to be fully kind of renewed a little bit. And I don't think that means that Mahomes is out completely, but I think you got to be a bit out on next year if you're in a Chiefs perspective of things as it stands right now. Maybe you can get a quarterback in there with Reed to keep it functional until Mahomes can come back. But even still, where's that team at? The offensive line's a work in progress. Your running back position is kind of lame. Your receiving core has never really developed and come forward since you got rid of Tyreek Hill. Kelsey is older than dirt and done. Chris Jones looks like he's starting to really wind down. I mean, every time I watch that guy play, he's out there limping around and barely standing on the field. It feels like it's time for them. And it's not the worst thing. They had a good run of it, but this does feel like the closing of the door. And I'll tell you what, I look pretty good. I told you guys, you thought I was crazy at the start of the preseason. I told you this is the year the Kansas City Chiefs are not going to make the playoffs. Say nothing of the Super Bowl. They're not making the playoffs this year. And partly because you could sense this was coming. The gas tank was run out. You could hear the engine coughing even to the end of last season. And that inevitable is just going to occur then there with it. But thank you, Mark. Definitely too close for comfort, man. You just got to get away. And like you say, good teams do find a way in these kind of games. And we did. And we're a good team. Stephen Penor, thank you for the $2 donation. Our kicker is money. Go Hawks. Go Jason. Love the channel. Thank you for that, Stephen. I appreciate that support. And we got a money kicker. We do. And a big leg money kicker. I mean, it's nice having a money kicker. Like Hauschka was money, but Hauschka wasn't going to hit anything out past 43 yards. I like having the money kicker who's also got the big leg. I like a bit of both on him. Andy in the house. Thank you for the $2 donation, Andy. Appreciate you for that. He says, I've been watching Brandon since 2021. Go Hawks. Thank you for that, Andy. I appreciate that long time watching, and definitely the support in addition to that. We've been now at this about 6 years, and I'll tell you what, folks, I'm having more fun than ever doing this channel. Feel like we've really found our honey spot here on how we roll and how we go. You guys are an amazing community, not just in the support, but as the discussions and keeping me laughing during these broadcasts, keeping me thinking. It really is amazing what we've been able to kind of foster here with this community, and you guys all just being on that same page when we go live. I really appreciate it. Andy, you're awesome too, man. I appreciate you, and go Hawks, man. What a year. Best year covering this team and doing it 6 years. There's been a lot of kind of up and down, a little bit better than average, but never really a contender, never really truly a team that you can feel greatness within their grasp. Are they there yet? Maybe not, but you can feel it's there. It's right out there on the edge of the fingertips. It's like that movie where the action stars locked into battle with the villain, right? And they're hand-to-hand fighting, right? And they're fighting it out, and he's getting punched in the face. Oh, he gets hit, and he's strangling him, and his eyes are rolling up in his head. But you got your guy there with his fingers just outstretched for that knife, right? The knife's just right. And you feel it, the little tips of the finger get to the knife hilt and gets it, and he captures it and then brings it up there to the guy. And he's like, okay, so we feel like we're right there. We're like, okay, there's times like today where, and then we got the knife today. So, hey, it's still in our grip. We can go grab it. Got to finish the season off right, though. Nate, 1044. Thank you for the $10 donation, Nate. That is very kind of you, man. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. What's your confidence level in the offense? What's your confidence level? The offense can figure out the first half woes by Thursday. Also, thank God for J-Mo. Yes, thank God for J-Mo. Hallelujah. I said hallelujah. And my confidence level in the offense, it's a good question. Give me some time to think about this one real quick here, Nate. The first half offensive woes have kind of been a real thing here recently. There's also been a big part this year where the offense has started out really hot and then kind of cooled off into the second half. we have been on the other side of the scale. So I guess the first part of this is that it hasn't been a season-long problem issue of us starting out just ice cold offensively. So that makes me less apt to think that it's somehow maybe a part and parcel of what we're going to get down the home stretch of the season in addition to that, just in general terms. Now, maybe as some teams figured out some of what we're trying to do in our opening script and that's contributed a bit to the inability of finding more early offensive success. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think even on that first drive, I think you've got a bad drop by JSN that's going to go for like 15 yards if he can just reel it in. I think it probably helps having, I would think that it's probably going to help having a little bit of understanding against this Ram defense with that first matchup. And maybe from Kubiak's standpoint, knowing that this is the first time now he's OC'd with Darnold, with Seattle up against that Rams defense. Maybe now in the second game, he's got some different other answers there that he can kind of pull into and not trying out the same sort of stuff that maybe wasn't working well in that first game. Namely, as much trying to push the ball down the field and really attack with the chunk plays versus just being kind of patient offensively versus, leaning a little bit more into the, running in the ground and pound approach, if you were. So I think there's some questions offensively. There's some questions in general about them not playing their best brand of ball on the offensive side of the ball right now at this time of year. Sometimes the defenses do generally across the NFL start to come forward down the home stretch of the season as you get outdoors elements, winter, wonderland type stuff. So that's also a little bit of what you do run into. But with that said, there's some things for them to clean up offensively. There's no doubt about that. Penalties today, some of them self-inflicted. Your pass pro has gotten wonky at times. The rushing attack took a big step back today from where it's been the past couple of weeks. There's a lot to clean up. There is. But there's also been, for anything that we have as an issue-wise on this team, be it the starts, be it the running attack, be it the pass pro, all of those things have had portions of the season and long stretches of the season where those attributes of the team have been good and have not been failing or something that needs to be corrected. That gives me confidence, but do I have sheer, utter confidence, Nate, where it's like, no doubt about it, we got it? No, not necessarily that. But in general confidence, I do. Yeah. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Devontae got helped off the field today. He is out Thursday. If you're getting helped off the field and you're limping, you got to figure that that's probably going to be the case. And from the Rams' perspective, there's going to got to be a little bit of the balancing act on this potentially with Puka and Devontae, where you say, okay, we rest him up this week. We get him now, we get him now basically the 2 weeks until the home stretch of these games. Do we want, how much of this is about preparing them for the playoffs and how much of this is all hands on deck to try to go get that number one seed and the home field advantage throughout the playoffs? And that'll be the interesting thing that we're going to see from the Rams and their approach to it this week. But a short week's you get an injury on a short week. It's hard already to get that body prepared, especially a guy like Devontae, an older guy deep into the season. That body's already got to be sore as hell. You got a big injury on top of it now. It's just you got to figure at the very least, he's probably going to be held out at that point. Blaze says, just need the Rams to lose. Thank you for the $5, Blaze. And yes, sir, just lose. I say just win, baby, for the Hawks, but for the Rams, just lose. I don't care. Whatever it takes, lose. Style points, pretty points, ugly points, lose. By 10, by 20, by 30, lose. It just got to lose. And go get this win on Thursday night. 2 more after that, 3 wins down the stretch, number 1 seed, get that first round bye for this team to rest up strongly for that playoff run, really set up that stage well. You want to go to the Super Bowl? You got Super Bowl aspirations, do you, NFC? Well, guess what? It's coming through Seattle. You got to come to the Pacific Northwest. You want to go to that Super Bowl. Appreciate you, Blaze. Thank you for the dono. Samuel Carlson, thanks for the $2 donation. They're showing the Mahomes play. Boy, he's rolled out like that so many times before. Oh, yeah, that one definitely tore the ACL. Ooh, that didn't look good. Samuel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says people will find a way to blame Sam for the offensive struggles. I think there's been a lot of content creators in the Seahawks hemisphere that have talked a lot about this, including myself. I'm not alone on it. And it is the greater sense that you get out there from fans in regards to Sam that he will turn into that pumpkin essentially. And what's interesting about that, to your point, is that you see them on the edge of their seat to hit that blame game on Sam. I mean, I'm watching my comment section today, and it's like right from the jump, people were hopping onto Sam, and it's the hyper fixation with Sam Darnold, and that this is, you know, at the root, essentially, from a lot of people's standpoint, in the offensive struggles is when they have occurred this year. Say nothing of, I think you're still going to come out of this as a top 6-7 scoring offense out of this game, but they've been in that place, and they've been kind of, you know, hammering that. And I feel like these folks are kind of in that place no matter what Sam does, short of being an MVP and winning a Super Bowl. And that anything kind of short of that from their perspective is not, or that he's carrying us through these games, anything short of that. And I think it's not very fair, because there is obvious other parts of this football team that are contributing to the offense's misery at times. I mean, it's not hard to pull out a variety of different things. Your run blocking is, by and large, throughout this year, by and large, hasn't been there. It's had games and moments, and a couple of games here and a couple of games there where it's rolled, but it's not a consistent running game, in that it's getting the 3 yards in a cloud of dust like you saw the Colts doing today with Taylor. It's much more of, might get you a big 25-yarder, but then you're a -2 yard, then you're 1 yard, then you're -3 yard. Oh, -4 yard play out here. It's much more of then setting up the passing offense to be behind the sticks, to have to really push the ball down the field, to then go get those third down conversions. I'd reckon to guess we're probably very close to leading the league in our third down and long distance. That we're somewhere in the general territory of being at least bottom third, I'll say that. And that's not going to help a quarterback to play the position if he more often than not has to get in those third and longs. And if he's having to do that more often than not because you're a run-centric team that has probably tried to run the ball on first and second down, leading to you getting into those third and longs. And so that's where I always say to football, there's never a simplistic reason for really anything. And if you find yourself driving to a simplistic reason of looking at this Hawk offense and saying, Sam bad, you're probably not taking full measure of the whole story. You know, you're probably only taking just a part of the puzzle, and it may not even be the accurate part of the puzzle, because Sam didn't play bad today. Did he play great? No, but the man threw for 270 yards, and the pass pro was not there consistently, and the run game was not there consistently. Wasn't a lot there that was set up. They were dealing with long fields all day. I probably reckon to guess that you probably averaged about like the 20-yard line today in down and distance on all of your drives. Hell, even the last drive that they got down there for, that started out the 5 freaking yard line. All of these things are contributors to an offense. All of these things, the self-inflicted errors, you try to take it all into account, and then that's the full story of what happened. That's a little bit more of the explanation in full, but people want to kind of shortcut it down to just kind of one bottom line excuse reason. And I don't know why the drive is to do that. I know it's a complicated sport, and it's hard to always take the measure of all these things. It asks a lot to do that. But if you're trying to find an accurate assessment of the situation truly, and not just be anti-Sam, then you got to take into account these other parts. Doesn't mean Sam's off the hook from any criticism, quite the opposite, but we don't then drop all of the criticism upon his shoulders as well, which is something that I do see, to your point, Samuel. Blazed. Thank you for the $10 donation, Blazed. He says, I guess Providence told the Seahawks they needed their bills paid. Needed another heart attack game. Thank goodness for Myers. Yes, I've heard early warning already that there's been 5 retirement homes in the local Seattle area that have reported 27 collective heart attacks on the heels of this game. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I just saw a posting of that. So taking out our elderly folks out there in Seattle, Blaze. And hey, you're going to get some heart attack games in the NFL. It's going to happen. And we've been lucky to avoid them throughout this year. We've had a lot of easy wins on the road. And that's hard to do in the NFL. This kind of game shows you that. You're going to get a lot more of those meat grinders. A lot of those more of those just hold on, hang in there, find a way. They found a way today, though, Blaze. Providence said, yeah, come on. We got some beds opened up over here. We need some beds filled. Thank goodness for Myers. Praise you today, man. Fan base has been sometimes tough on you. And hopefully today puts a close to any of those fans out there that are going to continue to be tough on you, because you've been a hell of a kicker for us since he's come along. The Dr. Jekyll Hyde thing has been a real thing. But as well as with that said, he's made some big time kicks for us. And that man has been money this year. He's got Pumpkin excited too. Yeah. Just need the Rams to lose, Blaze. Come on, Rams. Come on, do your thing. Dr. Cluck. Thank you for the $10 donation, Dr. Cluck. And I'm not your first dono too as well. Appreciate all your support today. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Dr. Cluck says, better to learn from a close win than a close loss. The adjustments were made, and even with 2 missed red zone attempts, we find a way. Go Hawks. Find a way to win. That's what teams do in this NFL. That's what great teams do. That's what championship teams do. They don't just win pretty every week. It's not like college football where it's, did you win 55-10? Then we know you're really dominant. That's not the NFL. It's not the way this thing plays. And I did think that there were some adjustments coming out of that second half offensively that you saw, Dr. Cluck. More of the play action pass, it felt like, leaned into a little bit more of the rollouts. It felt like the running attack got a little bit more inside between the tackles at times in that second half rather than the outside zones and the pitch plays. But got to just find a way sometimes. And certainly there's plenty, I think, to learn in this loss. Well said on your part. Better to learn from a close win than a close loss. Hell yeah. Especially as it's that you can say that you can still keep your pace, keep the pace in this division, keep the pace trying to go get that number 1 seed. And the nice part is, okay, you missed the red zone attempts, you did, but you didn't turn the ball over. That's a big part of today. You played a clean game. No fumbles, no interceptions. When you got drives down there into field goal range, you kicked them through with Myers. That was great too, but you got yourself down there on some consistent drives in that second half. Got to find some more red zone effectiveness. There's no doubt about that, but you did find some, like you say, you found some noticeable adjustments into that second half. And that's been something this team has shown on both sides of the ball to do a good job of. Felt like the defense found a bit of some adjustments as well. Didn't seem like they were tangibly doing a lot of different stuff schematically into the second half. They just kind of cleaned up some of their gap integrity in the run game and made it happen. Made it happen. But go Hawks, Dr. Cluck. Thank you for the $10 donation. Well said on your part as well, man. Love to hear this in the chat and the donos. Hopefully the chat's going to be similar on this. Just celebrate the win. 11 wins, 11-3. Extend to 5-2 at home now. Maybe starting to solve some of those struggles just a little bit. Jason Felder, fighter. Jason, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you. Wife, okay, 110, by 100, she'd kill me. Love all Washington State. Wife, okay. 110. Wife, okay, 110, but 100. Wife, okay, 110. Well, 100, she'd kill me. Love all Washington State too, Jason. I'm not sure what your dono means exactly. Wife, okay, 110, but 100, she'd kill me. Oh, the wife, okay at 10, but $100, she'd kill you. Ah, man, I appreciate any of the support, Jason. It's all good, bro. It's all good. And that's very kind of you. That's a generous support. $10 is generous. I appreciate that. What a game there between the Lions and Rams. That's going to be fun to go back and watch that one for this upcoming week. I might check that one out tonight. Would have not have thought that the Lions would put up the points they did on that Rams team. Pumpkin's astonished by it as well. The Lions just cannot cover. Thank your wife for letting you drop a tenner, Jason. Tell her I appreciate it. I do appreciate it, and very kind of you on the support of the channel. Man, Rams hung 41 up on the Lions. Whew. Holy mackerel. Cal Pope, thank you for the $5 donation, Cal Pope. I'm not a fan of either team, but seeing Rivers out there again at 44 years old with a grandchild was really inspiring. What a story. You got to give a lot of credit to Philip. It's the thing I think young people would never really quite understand, that certainly somebody that is around Phillip's age and older than Philip totally gets and understands, is that things exponentially happen from an age front as you get older, and especially as you pass 40s. You know, if you get out of your mid to late 20s to early 30s, you're like, I think I might have lost a step. It's like you get into the early 40s and it's like 1, 2, 3, 3 lost steps. It just starts to go really fast. And you you lose that physical ability quick. Even if you're somebody staying in shape and working out and trying to stay on, it just the way the body will go. And so for a guy like that that's been out of the sport 5 years, not deep into his 40s, midseason come out for a team that he's not been practicing with, coming out cold. Yeah, I think that was really inspiring. And you give the guy a lot of credit for the toughness to come out there and do that in this environment. That's a tough degree of difficulty. And I think down the stretch, I will say this, it was very much feeling like a desperation situation bringing in Rivers. And I think there's still partly a bit of that at play here, but I also got to say that watching him today, I can see how that gives them the best chance with the quarterbacks they have on the roster to win down the stretch of the season. And kind of how cool would it be if he can find a way to get this Colts team into the playoffs and be able to maybe get to play at home or get to play in a dome, and he starts to get a little bit more of his footing underneath him. And I wouldn't mind it. That'd be kind of cool. Dare I say, maybe we play them again in the Super Bowl. Could you imagine that? Talk about the NFL loving a story there. But thank you, Calpo. Well said, man. A hell of a story. One other time in NFL history, we've had a quarterback or any player that's been out of the sport this long come back in and play. And didn't play a bad game. 18-27, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. The 1 interception, he's basically throwing kind of a Hail Mary there at the end. Played within himself, played under control, made some good throws, made some throws that were close. And the guy made a tough catch here, a tough catch there. Would have made his day even better. I mean, that back shoulder throw at the end there that's a tough show. That's a tough throw. Put that in the right spot with the timing with Alex Pierce. You haven't thrown to him all game. Game on the line. You make that toss there. Very, very impressive. Very impressive. Don Mata, thank you for the $2 donation. And he brings up a great point here. Mike Mack with the timeout saved the game and Myers. Yeah, that's going to be an underrated moment for Mike Mack when we talk about sometimes he gets a little bit dinged for sometimes the time management stuff and how you bleed the clock and let clocks roll when you should be calling timeouts. It wasn't exactly just standard issue clear there where the Colts were at in that moment to start calling those timeouts. But he sort of put the flag in the ground and he said, it's these 3 plays, we keep them out of it. And we're going to give this offense back the ball if they happen to hit the miracle kick, the 60-yard miracler. But Mike, to call those timeouts and be so quick to do so, giving you every inch of that time that you needed in order to get this thing down there like that. Very, very big by Mike. And I don't know, to your point, Don, I don't think all coaches in that moment would have just called timeouts in that second. I think there have been a lot of coaches there would have just let the clock run and just let the game kind of play out kind of thing. So great point on your part and very smart by Mike because you really gave the offense the time to get up that field there. No timeouts, and you gave him almost a full minute there. You're right. That was huge. And how about Myers, 56-yarder for game? Thank you, Don. Appreciate the donation, man. Very kind of you. Jordan, thanks for the $2 dono as well. Says Mahomes confirmed, tore his ACL. Rest in peace to the dynasty. Rest in peace to the dynasty. The window does go closed now at this point. Doesn't mean they can't turn this back around. Any NFL team can turn things back around pretty quick. Just means that there's a lot more work to be done than reloading. You're going to have to really reshuffle this on through. And this late in the season for Mahomes tearing that ACL, it's going to be a long road to getting back, into next season even, I would say, Jordan. It's a tough time of year, tough game of the year, tough moment where the calendar lies for him to have this, especially for a guy that's no longer a spring chicken in his early 20s. But I reckon Mahomes will bounce back. I reckon Mahomes will still have another run in him there with the Chiefs, but they do need to get some things figured out there, and that division isn't getting any easier anytime soon. 12 for life. Go Hawks. Thank you for the $5 donation. I take it back. Give that marvelous Myers man even more money. There's a mouthful. Marvelous Myers man, even more money. Let's go. Jay Harbaugh will never again have to buy his own beer around these parts. Go Hawks. Indeed. If Jay Harbaugh's in your bar, if Harbaugh's in your bar, you'd be giving him a free drink. He's been putting in some work this season. That special teams unit, the best in football. You don't think they just reinforced that all the more so with this game? You better believe it. You better believe it. And what a year for Jay Harbaugh. Rusty Tillman is probably the greatest all-team special teams coach for your Seahawks in our history. Izzo had a nice run as well, but I mean, Harbaugh's making his claim, man. This might be the best season for a special teams unit that we've seen in Seahawks history. You think about all they've done and all they've accomplished in helping us to win games. Return kicks, touchdowns on kickoffs, 6 field goals in a game, block kicks. How good has this unit been? Even the small details of that final kick by Myers 12 for life, where the time on the clock, you want the 7-8 seconds to roll off, requires Myers to hit it at just a certain route to get the roll. He gets the roll. You get the 7 seconds off. All hope is lost at that point, really, from the Colts. All hope is lost. I hope you're right, 12-4. Shouldn't have to buy a beer ever again on these parts, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for the dono. The Red Glove Man, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. I hate myself for loving you since you are a Seahawks fan. Go Rams. What a win. Hope we are all healthy for Thursday. Well, that's very kind of you, man. I know that's not easily said from another fan standpoint on it. And I think that, the Red Glove Man, I was really caught off guard by how much two different things, how great going into the NFC West roundtable, the chemistry is there between me and those other 3 guys. How much just right from the jump, it seemed to all click in with us there. But in tandem with that, and I say this a lot, but it is truth, and your donation's proof of this, not just because you're donating to my channel, by the way, but because there's also a kind sentiment involved. And the Rams fans, to a man coming into my channel, are respectful, to a woman as well. They come in and they seem to understand and hear what we're doing, and that, look, we can be the heatest of rivals. We can even kind of hate each other's teams, on that. But that when it comes to how we interact and how we turn that over and how we debate that there's a fun conversation to be had there. There's also a mudslinging conversation that we can be had there. And I got to say that I love the fact that Rams fans have come into my chat and it's not been the mudslinging by and large. 49er fans, it's hit or miss there. They're mostly usually pretty good with it, but it's been the really cool part in doing that round table. And those guys do great work. I'm having a fun time being able to chop this up with Jake this week and previewing this matchup. It is going to probably suck big time for you guys and the work you put in this season if it comes down to this matchup, as much deciding that first round bye and you potentially being down both of your receivers like that. That's going to be hard. But let the best man win. You guys have more than earned your record this year. You are legit. You're going to be dangerous in the playoffs, no matter where the seeding on this lies. You've proven you can win on the road in the playoffs. Stafford is a dog, and you guys aren't going away, as you've shown this year so far. This isn't going to end anytime soon, but whether or not Stafford continues on to the future or not. Boy, you hear the Red Glove Man. You hear Joe Burrow lamenting in his presser this last week about tired of losing and setting the groundwork already last year, and see the Rams there with those 2 first-round picks. Oh man, I don't know, man. This might be a Stafford to Burrow situation here when it all boils down. But thank you, man. I appreciate you. Appreciate the love. Much love back to you. Much respect back to you Ram fans out there. Didn't expect it in doing this when I did the roundtable, but it has been very, very much the high percentile of you guys coming in have been so cool. And I love that because that's what I like. I love to have more of just the great discussion, and we can get in the trash talk and all that, but it's really the fun discussion, these matchups, and trying to kind of turn it over and pull apart how these things kind of play out when the rubber meets the road. Very kind of you, man. Very, very kind of you. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Got 8 people going on Thursday. We'll make some noise. Good, Keon. Don't let nobody be quiet around you. That team is going to need all you've got. If you're in that stadium, be on a mission. This team has greatness within their grasp, and they can go get it. We need this home field advantage. Why? Yeah, to go get a win against the Rams, but also to get home field advantage throughout the playoffs, to get a first-round seed, to get that, hey, first round, we don't even play. We're just going to watch. We're just watching on that first opening stanza of playoff games. And you can help them get there. When you're allowed, you help this team. You help this defense. When you're partially loud, you kind of help this defense. Thursday night, I want people turned up. I want people smashed. I want people loud as hell. I want you snapping and snap out, giving that Rams offense hell first quarter through the fourth quarter. Don't let up. And if you see somebody near your section being quiet, you see them stuffing their face full of popcorn, you say, hey, Are you here to be a fan or are you here to get fat? They need you right now. Say that to them because they're going to get a little bit annoyed when you say, you just call me fat. Like your team needs you right now. And you think the best item is you be stuffing your face? I'm just really hungry. I don't care. Get up. Get up. You walk in the stadium this Thursday night, know what time it is. We're going to walk in that stadium. Scalp that ticket. Give it to somebody who will. Walk in knowing what time it is. Walk in knowing what's at stake. Your team is on the cusp. Are you going to show the urgency you want them to see? Are you going to show the urgency in this stadium you want your team to have on the field? Show it to them this next Thursday. Give it to them. Make them walk out of there going, that is the toughest environment to play in all of the NFL. That's the toughest environment to play in all of sports, and it ain't even close, number 2. I know you're going to be leading the way, Keon. Get it. Get it. Glenn Carn, thank you for the $2 donation, Glenn. No win is actually ugly. We'll take it. Go Hawks. Yeah, it's to your point. It all is beautiful when you get down to the end of the year. Because the end of the year, you know what you do? You don't look individually game by game by game by game. End of the year, you pop on over to the standings. You take a nice, good, long look at that standings. You nod your head and you go, ooh, 13 wins. Boy, we had a good year. That's a good football team. 13 wins. How you got there, the quote unquote ugly victories that took you there, all of them become irrelevant at that point, especially if you find yourself turning over the first round bye heading into the playoffs. Let's go, Glenn. Go Hawks, man. I feel the very same way. Dr. Cluck, thank you for the $2 donation, Dr. Cluck. Also, shout out to Shaheed and Darnold in the fourth quarter. Indeed, we've gotten to bring along Shaheed here bit by bit. Those guys are still quite obviously developing that same point onto the connection point, right? Where there's some throws where it's like the throw into the back of the end zone where it's a little bit behind Shaheed. You go, oh, that's a little bit behind him there, Sam. Got to put that out in front a little bit. But there's other throws where they're right on the same page. And the last 2 weeks, quietly, subtly, you're getting him built into this offense. 7 targets today, 5 catches for Shaheed for 74 yards, 7 catches, 113 yards for Jackson Smith and Jigba. So you're finding that counterbalance. Hell, you even got Cooper Kupp put into the offense today. 5 catches, 46 yards for 7 targets today. Really finding that nice balance between the receiver core in this game. If the running game was just anything at all in this day, if you just had just a little bit more to work off in the running game where 22 carries, 50 yards, I think you'd see a lot more of a productive offense on the day as a whole. But slowly but surely, great point. The Shaheed-Darnold connection is starting to warm up. And that's a great development for this team. OEL, thank you for the $10 donation, OEL. Very kind of you. How huge was Rashid Shaheed on that game-winning drive by Darnold? This is what we envisioned when they acquired him since the opponents concentrated on JSN. Let's break it down. And I think you're giving me a great idea here on maybe a video to do on this, down the stretch on this a little bit, because I can't say for sure, not having a chance to see the Doll 22, but my register on this OEL is that the Colts in that final drive was really concentrating, to your point, on JSN. And the big thing that you love with having Rashid Shaheed there, more than just getting a dynamic upgrade at the position at receiver, right? If we go to specificity, the thing that you really like with him is that if you draw the double teams over to this guy's side, and now you're going to leave Rashid over here, and maybe you're not going to be able to provide the help over the top for that cornerback to that side of the field with Rashid Shaheed. If he runs what I'd call those cover 3 beater plays that we used to have run against us under the Carroll days, where we'd run an off coverage, we'd drop to depth, and then the guy would just go run an in-breaking route inside the coverage, dropping to depth. And it would be like free money. It'd be like taking candy from the baby of our defense time and time again. And that was as much because you were structured to playing to depth. But you saw it on the in-breaking route to Shaheed. You see it first there where they're playing it straight up. I don't believe they're blitzing there. You've got probably the coverage rolling to the double to JSN there. He's got one-on-one. His corner's got to stay on top. We know that's a backup corner. So he cuts it up inside of him, and it's a free play that's there to be had. And Sam, throughout the day, smartly looks to that route there, not just because of the double to JSN, but because that's what he's been able to hit a lot in this day on that Colts team. Those in-breaking routes were there, it seemed like, anytime that they wanted to go to it today. And then he comes back on the out route a couple plays later, where Sam does a smart job of recognizing the overload blitz to one side, get it out there to the hot route. Once again, you have a cornerback there on Shaheed who's trying to stay on top, where his first priority is, I've got to protect against the touchdown. We're running a blitz, so I'm going to be dropping to depth. I'm going to be escaping and retreating to depth post snap. So when I run that out route, it has the same impact as the in-breaking route, where essentially what you're doing is you're attacking off coverage, dropping to depth. And if you have a receiver like Shaheed that can eat up so much ground so fast, so can get to the spot so quickly, from Sam's standpoint, he's just got to hold in there long enough for that intermediate route to develop. You need the pass pro to hold up as well, which did down the stretch too, which is good. They picked everything up on that blitz, so you didn't have a free rusher getting at Sam. And then he made a couple of nice throws in addition to that. So very, very cool. And you're right, this is a little bit of what we envisioned when we got him, which is that he doesn't have to come out there and get 100 yards receiving every week. Get somewhere in that neighborhood of 50 to 75 yards receiving and be that counterbalance to JSN. Make defenses be honest. And if they aren't, you've got a guy that can really, truly punish them if it goes that route of things. Well said. Great catch on your part. And I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if OEL, we see that he gets that one-on-one coverage there and through a lot of this game, because a big part of what the Colts wanted to do was probably drive the double teams to JSN, because they don't have a Sauce Gardner and they don't have a Javarius Ward to just kind of lock him up one-on-one out there. All the more reason you got to draw the help into his direction. Thank you, OEL. Appreciate the $10 donation. The Red Glove Man with another $2 dono. He says, you should coach. You have amazing insight. Oh, man, that is very kind of you to say, Red Glove. I want to try to know what I'm talking about, and I want to try to do research in the background and stay in depth with it. I hope it plays out when I do these shows, and then it represents having really gone into the depth of knowing what I'm talking about, be it either technique or schematically wise, what's going on. I'd love to coach. I am a little bit in that upper age category where probably if I wanted to coach, I probably would have had to have looked at maybe wanting to do it like 20 years ago, where I'm probably a little bit late in the process. But I love that about this game, and that so many sports you have and what you see is kind of what you get. Basketball player, their plays that they can run. But I mean, basketball is a lot of pick and roll, right? Baseball, you get a lot of there's only three great outcomes for you as a hitter now, a walk, a home run, or a strikeout. It's the three outcomes. Stagnation in the sport now, less of the in motion stuff, less of the strategy coming into play. Football is all about that. And it's all about the layers of it. And it's the matchups, and it's the strategy, and it's the schematics, and it's the adjustments, and it's the team building conceptually and how it works. And there's so many different individual layers that are all in themselves, to me, Red Glove, very interesting. And there's just a lot into what goes into each of those layers. But then when you put them together collectively, you have this grand picture that you're looking at for what you see. You have the game on the surface. And that's where I always say fans can just enjoy the NFL on the surface of watching players be hyper athletic and fast and do amazing things, athletically speaking. But then you can get to the deeper level of it too, where you're seeing the chess match involved, and then able to get even deeper into that chess match and see some of the little intricacies within it. And the game only gets more deeper and more, just to me, tastier the more deeper you go into it. I love it about it. But thank you. I appreciate that. If I ever got the opportunity, I would certainly go out there and I certainly would be out there willing to do some coaching. If somebody would let an old amateur like me get out there, I'd have some good ideas. Appreciate you, Red Glove Man. Very kind of you. Megan, thank you for the $10 donation, Megan. She says, I'm having a huge panic attack, so I'm heading out. Thanks for a great fantasy game, B. Better luck next year. See you on the round table and on Thursday. And thanks for making a crappy week better. My pleasure, Megan. Shout out to you. Well done on your part. I think I still have Monday night with DK Metcalf, Megan. So don't forget that. I still got DK is going to save me the season Monday night. He's going to save me the season. And indeed, it's going to be a fun roundtable here on Tuesday. If you guys aren't already, please do get subbed up over to the NFC West Roundtable. It's a whole separate channel that I do out there every week, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time over there. We are the biggest roundtable show in the business. We are just flowing and rolling. Megan, we'll see how it goes. I got DK still. DK is going to come back big for me on this one. But congrats to you. You pulled that one out. It was not an easy day for you to come out there. You came out there and dropped 133 on me in a playoff. In a playoff. Appreciate you, Megan. Have yourself a great night. And thank you as well for all you do as far as the mod duties here in the channel. It's always very appreciated. I know we got a little hot today, and some of the folks in there got hot today in the channel. Yeah, folks were getting a little bit in their feelings. Stimpy, thank you for 28 months as a Hawks Nest member. Stimpy says, "What a hard-fought game. I'm going to the Rams game, and we'll make sure I won't be able to speak at work on Friday. I'm nervous, but confident in this team." I think you touch on where I'm at. I'm very confident in this team, but yeah, I'm still very nervous. I still don't feel like we played our best version or reached to our final form yet. It still feels like in development, and sometimes you don't get to the final form. Sometimes you're just in search of it through a whole season, getting close, getting right on the edge, getting inches away, but never quite able to cross the threshold. And this team feels like it's still very close and right there on the edge of being able to get that done and do it. But hard fought win, man. Nothing easy about today. This was a grind. Things just weren't working well in your favor. The officiating seemed to be off. The players seemed to be a little bit sleepwalky in the first half. Self-inflicted errors, strange game plan at times, inability to run the ball, but you just find a way. And I'm glad to hear you're going to be in the stadium. Glad to hear a lot of my Hawks nesters, it sounds like, are going to be in the stadium. This is what we need. You know, I need people up loud. I need people helping this defense out, helping this team out for all that they can. This is the greatest home field advantage in the sport. And it hasn't always been there in full strength at all times in the way it needs to be. But it can be so big for our team down this stretch. I think it was great today. I'm sure the players are going to note that it seemed like it was loud there and that they were really getting some benefit of that from the defensive side of the ball today a little bit. I know it wasn't like a lot of false starts, but it did feel like it was fairly loud there. We've got to continue to get that. We've got to continue to ramp that up, you know, and especially when we get in the playoffs, if that can be just back to a little bit of the old, you know, and that's what has been a big part of what people have told me is that, well, once they give us a reason again, we'll get loud again. Well, they're giving you a reason. They're 11-3. They're giving you that reason. And I just got to say, if you're in that stadium, if you know somebody who's going in that stadium, tell this to them this week, because this Rams team is great and it's going to take every hand on deck. And if you're telling them they're going, hey, you remind them, remember, you need to be loud in there. You need to be like what Stimpy's talking about. The old way was we didn't come out of the stadium with our voice. That was the old way. That was the standard issue way going back to the Kingdom days. As you walk in that stadium, ask yourself, am I making that standard issue today? Am I willing to sacrifice my voice? These players are sacrificing their body. They're sacrificing their brain. I can't supply my voice. Give them all you got. Give them hell this Thursday. And you might just be surprised to come find you're a big part to helping them go and get that dub. That's the beauty of this, is it isn't just about asking you to do work. It's the fact that you as a fan can have tangible control, that you can absolutely move this ball on that field with that volume, with that noise, but it's got to reach that level. I don't want to see 105 on the decibel marker. I want to see 125 on the decibel marker. Let's get back up there. Let's get back up to the Guinness World Book of Records setting days, right? Every voice in the house, not half, not a fourth, not 60%, everyone. All hands on deck this week. We're down the stretch here. It's getting real, folks. Jordan, thank you for the $10 donation, Jordan. Sam showed poise in a tough game, which is a big positive. Devontae Adams has a hamstring injury that he left the game early with, so the Rams might be without him. Thursday is going to be awesome. It's a tough loss there for the Rams if Devontae is not able to go. He was able to get a touchdown catch in our game. And again, back to just the engine of that Rams offense is heavily driven by Puka and Devontae. Now, they've got some counterbalances that can work. It feels like from a Rams perspective, they've been running the ball better in recent weeks, and especially finding Blake Corum with his real role in that offense as a counterpuncher to Kyron Williams. And you have them using the 13 personnel, which just one wide receiver on the field of Puka. You can find success with that. That's also a helpful way to get them offensively generating some things. And if defensively they can hold us down like they did last time, maybe they don't have to score as many points. So it is a tough loss for them. Rams are much more dangerous when they've got both Devontae and Puka running full steam, and then they can then work the tight ends as kind of that counter to that. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Hamstrings are tough, especially on short weeks, because those are ones you do have to tend to give that extra time to, Jordan. You can't just, like we saw with Julian Love, for instance, this year with his hamstring, it's hard to come back even if a week on that, even just a slight pull. It's like, we're going to need to give this 3 to 4 weeks, make sure it's fully healed before we can have the confidence to try to throw you out there and not have it get re-injured again. I thought Sam showed some poise today too. This would be a day where you could have pressed a little bit and tried to force some things. And I felt like he really chose tactical moments to try to force some things in. And it wasn't big risk moments. And he was picking the right moments to choose that. And it's not the flashy part of playing the quarterback position. Sometimes protecting the ball, sometimes being careful with the ball, sometimes being willing to kind of eat it on a play and sort of take the minor gain. But that's a big part of the development that I pointed to a couple of weeks ago in Sam that I wanted to see and that I thought was controllable in Sam, because I think your offensive coordinator can be in his ear. And I think offensively you can structure things up in a way to make this a little bit more of where this slants to. But Sam recognizing he's got the defense and the special teams and he can lean on that. And so if he can play within himself, find productivity, still makes the throws, but not have to force things as though he's back in his Jets days and he's got to score in every possession. It's not going to be the base requirement here. And I thought he showed that as well, Jordan. Well caught on your part. Devontae could be a big loss from that Rams team coming into this game. They do have Tutu Atwell back, so that does give them at least a little bit more of a receiver core than they had when they faced us last time because he was out. But Devontae's been a huge addition for them, especially as a red zone threat. And losing him here in this game is that's going to hurt, you got to think. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation, Wu-Tang. Again, as Coach Mike Tomlin would say, we're not going to apologize for winning. Cop-outs were desperate. Colts were desperate. Cop-outs. Colts were desperate. And Darnold kept it clean. Get ready for the Rams. Well said, Wu-Tang. Beautifully put. Well said. Darnold kept it clean. As Gundy had mentioned above on the donations, it's sometimes about the mistake you don't make and then just play within yourself and trust in your defense, trust in your special teams. Might look a little ugly, but you're going to find a way. With this kind of team and how it's structured, you can find a way in those kind of games. And they did so today. I thought Darnold leaned into that in a big way, which was cool to see. Still found a way to get effective, found a way to make adjustments, found a way to get the offense into more of a moving the chains mode, and found a way at the end to get a last-minute drive to go up the field, 95 yards, starting from your own 5-yard line, get all the way up that football field, go get yourself a field goal, and get the win. Great game. Yep. We don't apologize for winning around these parts, Wu-Tang, that's for sure. We celebrate victories here. I don't care. I don't care. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Mark, I appreciate you for that. Devontae Adams ruled out for Thursday. Micah Parsons with a torn ACL. Is that seriously? Really? Packers believe Micah Parsons has torn his ACL. Wow. Non-contact knee injury. That changes the complexity to the Packers playoffs for sure. They lose today. And not only now do you lose potentially, I think the position here of getting home field advantage in Lambeau, which would be big for them, but Parsons has been a big help to that defense. I mean, he's definitely done, I think, for that defense what they hoped he would really do. Losing that is huge. And Devontae Adams, no surprise, being ruled out for Thursday. If it's a hammy and even the least bit, if it's a 10% hamstring injury, he 10% pulled it. You can't mess with him. You got to just let him heal up. It's the only way to deal with him. Groins are like that too. Big loss for the Rams. There's a reason why they made him kind of their centerpiece free agent this offseason. They knew what he was going to bring to that offense as that counter as a true X. And that does make them weaker here for this upcoming matchup, though they still remain dangerous. Scott Dickens, thank you for the $2 donation. Scott, no note in your dono, just a donation. I thank you for that. Very kind of you, man. OEL, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you as well for the double dono. Sam also did not throw a pick. No footballs bouncing off of opponents' hands this time on that game-winning field goal drive. Indeed, that does help when there's not that random ball off the helmet. And it is a part that's noteworthy, is that the avoiding of the mistake from Sam, and it's the avoiding of the mistake in this specific area, because it's usually not with Sam when he's throwing these picks that he drops back, hits his back foot, makes a bad decision, and throws a bad ball. It's that he hits his back foot, gets through read 1, gets to read 2, gets to read 3, slightly breaks the pocket, slightly steps up in the pocket, and then tries to make that late throw somewhere where he probably shouldn't. So it's recognizing that, avoiding that, adjusting off of that, playing safer within that. Sam did all of those things today. I think he's done all of those things in recent weeks. I think he's made a bit of that adjustment since the Rams game into leaning into this aspect of it, of how he plays and understanding that, you can't have these interceptions and picks. You can't have it to where your defense performs and has this grade A performance and shuts down an offense and your special teams plays lights out. And it's you as an offense that's put your defense on short fields. It's you as an offense that's given the opposition points by the nature of you being so loose with the ball. So Sam was great with that, I thought, too, OEL. And one interception today. It's a little bit like the reverse side of the Rams day. Rams day, you said if you just threw one less pick, Sam, you throw just one less interception from 4, you're going to go get probably that win. Just one less one. In this game, you go, if you just threw one interception, one mere pick, probably one pick too many. So a big factor today, OEL, is Sam playing a clean game. As much as him going out there throwing for a bazillion yards and a lot of touchdowns, just playing a clean game here was a very, very important part of this game. Well said on your part, man. You guys are on it. You're always on it with this. Sam Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Sam. I want us to play better, but if we have to ugly win our way to the top, I'll take it. I read that like we got to sleep our way to the top. I'll take it. A W is a W. Sam Knight, very well said on your part. I, of course, land in the same place. Everyone would love beautiful victories. Everyone would love to get a blowout every single week. But if you can just get the win, if you can get just this number one bye, understanding that this bye now more than ever, we used to 20 years ago have 2 byes in each conference. So having a bye wasn't exactly the necessarily end all be all to setting it up for playoff success. But in a year like this, where you're kind of a year early from a team-based standpoint, where it's like everybody's thinking more to 2026, but you've kind of jumped ahead of this a little early. When you're like this and you're kind of in the freebie territory of things, just get it by any means necessary. And for that team to be a year early, prematurely maybe, to then have the benefit of the home field advantage throughout the playoffs at that point, could be just enough to get you over the top through this tough NFC. Could be that one last little factor to kind of get you over the line on that. And that's why my sights are going to be so set on it, and why at the end of the day, just get the W, get the wins, get to 13, 14 wins on 13 wins on the season. And I guess it's 14 wins on the season. And you're going to have it, man. You're going to set yourself to be in that good position at that point to go and really make some noise in the playoffs. Just got to take those dubs as they come, Sam. Well said, man. Holiest Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, Heart Attack Hawks, going to be here for a good while. Maybe so. Playing some tougher opponents now. You're going to get into maybe some tighter games with that. So we just got to hold on, check our pulse, keep breathing, meditate. Don't drink too much coffee, though I'm definitely guilty of that. All of that together, man. Thank you, Hand Grenade. Matthew Plowden, thank you for the $10 donation. You guys are amazing on your support. Just amazing. Thank you so much for that, Matthew. Congrats on the win today. Seems your Hawks want to give your heart issues like my Rams do to me sometimes. See you Thursday. It's going to be a hell of a game, I believe. It's going to be a hell of a game. The buildup is going to be amazing, Matthew. It's always nice for us West Coast folks, be it Rams fans, Seahawks fans, to actually get the eyes of the nation upon you. To have an actual true, all of the eyes of the nation are going to be watching this game because they know damn well that these are 2 of the best teams in the entire NFL. I ain't just talking about NFC. I'm talking about the entire NFL. And that is going to have them tuning in, making this much watch TV, which just makes it all that much more intriguing and funner of a matchup to build up to. I'm so glad this season's played out this way. I love that the stage is kind of set in this fashion, and it's going to be hard. but it's a fun kind of hard, and that we're really going to get to see decide out who's the top of this division down the home stretch of this season, the toughest division in all of football. But yeah, they do sometimes do the heart attack thing. Your Rams do that too. I will say both our teams this year at times, Matthew, have given us more probably comfortable wins this year than we've had in prior years with that. Your Rams included with that. So they've given us some ones where we've been able to just kind of drop back to Shays Lounge, sip on your drink and you're like, yeah. So you got to get a couple of these throughout the year. You're going to get a few of them no matter what. You got to just kind of ride the wave on that one. But shout out to you as well. Shout out to your Rams, legit team. You guys had our number last time. You've had our number. You are the big team on the block, the bully on the block, the number one guys out there that have been carrying this division for a few years outside of Shanahan coming up here and there too, in addition to that. And, it's on us to decide when we're going to be ready to stand toe to toe with you guys and be able to take you down with you having our number. It's kind of on us to prove that until we do, you guys, remain in that spot. So it all comes down to this, Matthew. It all gets simple real fast in a long NFL season. It just comes down to who can win out, who can finish this season off. Two teams that have played at such a high level throughout this year. Who can finish? Best of luck. Best of luck. And hopefully there's ain't too bad of an injury there on your guys' receiving core with that one. Thank you though, man. Appreciate the $10 donation. Ram fan dropping a tenner. We had a couple of donos from Ram fans today. Appreciate y'all. M. Jordan, thank you for 2 months as a Hawks Nest member. Sam played within his ability. That's never bad. No. And that's a bit of the point we often talk about, because I think this discussion oftentimes goes, you want to win a Super Bowl, you have to get one of those dudes. And that this is not just a fan outlook. It's a pundit outlook. It's NFL front office outlook from some teams. Don't have to do anything else. Just get the magical quarterback who can be a superhero, and that'll fix everything. And when in actuality, I think that there's much more of an opening here to have a guy that can be like a top 10, top 8, top 7-ish quarterback and how he's playing in a given year, and have all of the rest of the supporting cast set up around him to find success. Have a round game, have a competent offensive coordinator, have a grade A defense, have a grade A special teams unit, have talent on the offense across the board that you can work around within. And then he just has to play within himself to your ability. Like, play within your ability, play within yourself. You don't have to do too much. You don't have to extend beyond all means and be a superhero every week. And I think that's the revelation that I think that Sam has kind of wrapped his head around as this year has gone along with this team he's playing on. And that's the adjustment that he has made that's been so smart, an adjustment that I'm sure is partly driven by, at least in part, driven by Kubiak and his influence over it as well. But it's never a bad thing. It is a bad thing sometimes trying to play. It is always a bad thing. You're trying to play outside of yourself, trying to go beyond what you can do. At the end of the day, there's 11 guys on offense and there's 10 other guys that got to be doing their job for you to find success, even with you being the guy that controls the ball, even with you being the guy that is going to be the main decision maker. Doesn't mean you aren't going to have mistakes, but it does mean you're very reliant on the other 10 guys to be doing what they need to be doing. And Sam did that today. He leaned into that today, which was very good to see. Operative Mass 8, thank you for the $5 donation. Fans should be thanking Sam. He drove us down for 2 field goals in the final minutes of the game. Yes, sir. I agree with this on that. He came up clutch down the stretch of this game when things were getting tight, when things were uncomfortable, on a day where your offense wasn't exactly humming. They're really kind of searching through the dark, trying to, kind of find an answer here. And there was not a lot of easy ones to be had, but it drove us down and got the job done when it mattered. And that's one of the big, great metrics that all the people that get caught up on the superhero quarterbacks tell me. It's like, well, what does he do when the game's on the line? You need him to do. Like, well, Sam's not been too bad. I mean, even the Rams game, as bad as that game went, he got you a scoring drive for a touchdown, then got you right back into field goal range at the end of that game to put a kick up in that game. Guy's showing a lot of resiliency. He's going to keep coming out there. He's going to keep fighting. He's competitive as hell. He's a good quarterback. And like you say, Operative Mass, at the end of the day, we should be thanking ourselves for what we got in Sam. I've been down this road already before with Gino, so it's ground that I've been down, and I just get that this is a little bit of what you get from I think you just get as a commonality in sports now when it comes to so much around the NFL, especially being centered around the quarterbacks having to carry everything through. But Sam has been awesome for us. And for what people thought he was going to supply and what people thought he was going to bring and what he has brought, and the fact that this guy just surpassed Tom Brady and Peyton Manning for most wins on 2 different teams in 2 years, like he has, it should open people's eyes up that he's in that kind of territory. This doesn't happen very often when guys move on like this. And it is a bit of a tough battle with it, though, as you can see on a weekly basis with this operative, where there are still people just very hypersensitive on the edge of their seat to kind of tear Sam down and to look for him as a failure, to look to be validated in their outlook of him being a failure. And it feels like at times people are clutching onto a take that they have this offseason, clutching onto a take they have of Sam Darnold when he was playing for the Jets initially, or how it ended with the Vikings last year. And I understand that there's a good amount of people that think this way, but it's not very fair. And I don't think it's really accurate as really capturing what Sam's done for us this year. Ryan, thank you for the $2 donation, Ryan. We got to get real. A running back change is needed season. Very well could be the case. I think Kenneth Walker had a struggle today, and Charbonnet didn't do very much better on his side of it. Going to be very interesting from my perspective, Ryan, to see where the run blocking grades will come out of this, because it felt like the offensive line was awful across the board in run blocking. You not only got no holes really opened up on any kind of consistent basis in this game, but it also, to me, felt like one where you were allowing penetration, like outside zone plays in particular, were allowing guys to slide into the backfield off blocks. And I just don't know if you had the best running back in the sport for this game, I don't know if they were going to find a lot of yards in how you ran the ball today and how you run blocked. But I do have to go back to the tape and double check that for sure, Ryan. I can't say that 100% with certainty, but I think we've got to get the run blocking better. We've got to have less of the multiple losses and bad losses across the offensive line, play in and play out. And I think if you clean up that stuff, I think you're going to see a lot better play from the running back position. I thought there was times in this game you could see a real huge difference in the Indianapolis Colts able to at least get an initial hole opened up for Taylor. May not be a big hole, maybe not a 15-yarder, but there at least is a hole. There's not penetration. You're giving him a chance to make a real pliable decision about which way he wants to go with the ball as he approaches the line of scrimmage. And we're just not giving our running backs as much of that benefit of the doubt by how badly we're blocking it up. The Red Glove Man, thank you for the $2 donation. Red Glove Man, what game do you want back besides the first Rams meet? It'd be the 49er game, Red Glove Man, because I think that would change a lot of the trajectory for this final game of the season against the 49ers, which might come down to deciding something, and there might be something actually on the line in that particular game. So it would be the Niner one, I say. Taking them down another loss. That's kind of an easy one for me on that one. Take them down a loss, you get them a little bit further out of this division. Potentially that game comes down at the end of the year where, if we take care of business with you guys this next week and we win, there is a pathway for a potentiality. I'm not trying to get greedy with this. It's going to be hard enough to just get the number one seed, winning all the way out and having to win true. But there is a pathway right now for a potentiality of us beating the Rams and then getting into that final game of the season against the Niners and it having to where nothing's on the line. Niners lose like next week to the Colts and you win out against the Rams and the Panthers. You might get that final game of the season, week 18, and it doesn't kind of matter. Like, doesn't matter what goes on, that you're able to just kind of almost take that week off. I don't want to get greedy with this. It's enough to get the number one bye. You know what I mean? But that's why I would pick the Niners with that one. And Red Glove Man, thank you for becoming a member of the channel as well, Red Glove Man. Very kind of you. I know as a Rams fan, that's hard earned on that side of it, but I really appreciate it. Welcome aboard here on the Hawks Nest. I'll be getting out the PFF scores from this game from a Hawk perspective out on Monday, but we do call-in shows and Thursday Night Football and all that stuff for members of the channel. So just keep an eye on your community post, as that's where I get the membership benefits posted out too. Thank you for that. You're very kind. Very, very kind. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, no Woolen today? No, he was out there. They were definitely flexing a little bit back and forth, but I saw Woolen out there a time or two. So I don't know if he had maybe an injury at some point or another, but he was out there a bit, I thought. I saw him on one play setting the edge on a bubble screen, but maybe they felt more comfortable with with Job out there at times. I think he got some snaps though. Still dreaming. Thank you for the $5 donation. Still dreaming. When Myers hit that last field goal, I could swear I heard Al Michaels say, "Do you believe in miracles?" It is pretty miraculous, man. You have a field goal kicker hit 6 field goals in the game, and then one down, and then one that goes down for game, and it's a 56-yard field goal attempt, so very much on the longer side. A day where offensively, everything seemed to be pointing today in the direction of it's not your day. There's those days where, you're a little out of sorts. You're a little sloppy. You're not on your details. You're at this point of the year we're at right now where it's kind of a long season and you're really deep into it and you're into the doldrums. You're into that sort of mentality test standpoint of, can you stay locked in? Can you stay in on all the details? Are you getting fatigued a little bit? I mean, it's that aspect of the season that plays into it now where the marathon part of it really does kick in here. But you found a way. You found a way in Myers' 6 field goal attempts. Not a lot of easy ones on the day either. They're still dreaming. Needed to hit every single one of them. Money at the end there. And boy, that was miraculous for him to be able to kick that one through. Great drive by the offense too. And just a great team performance today on the day where it took all parts to get the job done when it was all said and done. But hell of a job by Myers. And man, you're right about that. It felt pretty damn miraculous when it was going down. Thank you for that. Still dreaming. Let's go. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Good to see you in the house, brother. He says, I like Sam's game today. Obviously not the touchdowns, but he stood tall in the storm. Missed a few in the red zone. Won't always be pretty. Yeah, it's not perfect, but I liked Sam's day overall as well. And he played within himself. He avoided the bad mistake. We've been talking a little bit on this stream today, Randall, about it's not sometimes all the plays you make, it's the mistakes you avoid. And today he avoided making the bad throws. He avoided putting the ball in peril. There were no interceptable worthy balls out there left vulnerable. Were there a couple throws today that could have been better at times and a couple spots down the stretch there? There's a Cooper Kupp throw where he kind of puts a little bit behind him on a real short throw that he's throwing in really fast. It's kind of a hard adjustment to ask Kupp to make in that moment. The throw to Rashid Shaheed in the back of the end zone on kind of the post route where he gets a little bit behind Shaheed. But overall, also made some really good decisions, used his legs a little bit here and there as well. 4 carries, 5 yards, but just the willingness to use the legs as much as anything else. Like anytime you're using your legs and going and getting 2-3 yards, that's a play where you didn't try to haphazardly throw it late into a tight window, have it get tipped up, have it get intercepted, all of what happened last week with Arroyo. So he's learning to me. He's growing his game here with the Seahawks team. He's understanding what's needing and being required of him game in, game out to go get these wins, and then staying within himself within that. And that's what I want from Sam. We're going to need to make some throws throughout the course of the game. Can't just have him fully game manager it. But he needs to be kind of somewhere between that full-on game manager and a couple plays here throughout the game to make. You just find that kind of sweet spot if you can. So it wasn't pretty. You found a way, and I liked Sam's day overall. I don't think that things today were made easy for Sam. If you pick on Sam a little bit today and you're not taking into account you ran the ball 22 times for 50 yards for a 2.3 yard per carry average, or that pass protection wasn't exactly great today as Sam was under a lot of heat. You got it cleaned up into the second half. But that first half, there was a lot of quick, instantaneous pressure. There was some broken protections. There's one point in this game where you had Latu running free off the edge and you trying to have Zach Charbonnet block him. That's not Sam's fault. And Sam's not walking the huddle be like, Charbonnet, you're going to get Latu one-on-one. You got it? What? Huh? You said Latu? You said the edge? How about I take the linebacker? No. Take the edge. That's not on Sam on those two. Things were just mucky offensively, but found a way to keep it clean while everything else was kind of a little dirty and got it done at the end with the game on the line. And that's a hell of a measure of your quarterback that he can find a way to make that happen. Not only with the game on the line, but with the type of day that the offense had up until that point, Randall. Well said on your part, as always, brother. And thank you for the support to the channel. You're amazing in that way, as you always are. Let's go to the chat set a little bit here. If you guys can hit the like button for me, I'd really appreciate it. Oh, back's starting to get tight today. King's Owl says, now here's the question. Who do you think took more out of the team? The Colts with this grinder or the Rams with their nail biter loss? I feel like they lost more from that game than we did, Brandon. Yeah, I think that when you have 52 rushing attempts in a football game, I think that that's definitely going to go very far to shortening down a football game. When I look over at the score in general on the Rams, I would be interested to see where. So you got 49 rushing attempts in the game there. You got 41 passing attempts from Goff, 38 passing attempts from Stafford. So, in total, you're looking at 79. So you've got 130 total plays King Zhao played in the Rams-Detroit Lions game. That's excluding punts and kicks, of course, just 130 pure offensive plays. In our game, you got 63, 93, 112, 113. So you got about 25 more plays in the game with the Rams game than our game. I would think there'd be a little bit more that take from the Rams, maybe a little bit. I also think that there's a bit of a play with when you're facing a team like the Lions, that so much of what they're doing is physical and trying to wear you down over a course of game physically, beat you up. We want to be the biggest and the baddest, so to speak. That's their mentality. That can kind of get you a little bit more sore. I think the Colts definitely have a little bit of that. We're willing to get physical as well with it, but it's not as much a centerpiece of their team as I think it is kind of for as it is for the Lions and the chewing the kneecaps and all that stuff. Donut Fingers, the name. B, I went to the game, and although I get to say I saw the Jason Myers, Phillip Rivers game, and the weather was really great with pretty backdrops of the city, I feel gross and I want my money back. It wouldn't have been a pretty game to watch in person. I'll give you that. I totally get that. What's up, Andersonworth? How you doing? Good to see you, Cal. Hey. If you do have a question for me too, as we get to the chat now, I just got through all those donos. Just put Hawks Nest, Brandon B, Brando, and I know it's for sure something you want me to respond to. Brandon Janis says, look, we stumbled our way to a win today. Myers was crazy perfect at 6 out of 6. Kudos to the Max for that, man. Let's put our energy and vibes out for the ether for this Thursday. I'll start. F the Rams. F the Rams, man. And yeah, we start to move it forward. We're taking care of business. Put this on point for us to go make this happen now. And find a way, Brandon. Find a way. Seahawks did so today, and that makes this win absolutely beautiful. Sounds like we're getting some we're getting some rain on the way for Thursday. All righty. Let me check a little bit of the weather here. Here we go. 95% chance of rain on Thursday. 43 the low, 51 the high. So the rains are coming, Rams. The rains are coming. Rondaz, I'm more concerned with K9's lack of productivity. Yeah, I didn't quite click in today like I thought either. It was a weird day. I got to see the 22 though with where the run blocking was in this one, because I've got an instinct that the run blocking was maybe the worst that we've seen all year in this game. I don't know it for a fact. I do wonder. Joe says you don't just blow teams out week after week, not even against lesser oppositions. Credit to the Colts and their staff for coming in with a plan and execution to win. as well. I think that's the part we haven't talked about, but the Colts did come in, I think, with a really good game plan on both sides of the ball. This is a team too that's 8-5 coming into this game. And I know that Daniel Jones is a big part of like looking at that loss means that now they're not anywhere close to the team that's posted that record, but they didn't just post this record because Daniel Jones was playing insanely. They posted this record because you got Jonathan Taylor and this offensive line, this rushing attack, and a capable, competent defense. Now that's how you get to the stage of this. So it all is that part. And I thought that they did. Yeah. Well said on your part. I saw the same way on that. King says Rivers played the smart game. Colts did what Seattle does best now, control the clock and short plays. Yeah, they just kind of ate the ball and they ate the time of possession and they shortened down this game and they were going to shorten down the number of possessions within this game to that point as well. And I thought the same thing. I thought Rivers just played a smart game. He played within himself as well, didn't try to do too much. Thought he was good with some of the throws he made, considering he's just coming off the couch. He says Rivers also read our defense at the play of the scrimmage, nearly every play. He seemed to be catching some stuff at times, yeah. And Ellie says Rivers kind of shocked me. His poise was phenomenal, very poised. And that's the part that got me worried coming into this game with Philip is whether the skills had diminished or not. He was not going to be a guy that was going to play scared. He was not going to play a guy that was going to shy away from this Hawks defense. He's going to step up into it and let it rip. Ryan says, even his rookie season, K9 was boom or bust. He just isn't as good as people think. Potentially not. The red glove man. I thought Rivers was going to leave was going to leave in a body bag due to Seattle's defense. I did too. I think part of that is a little bit of with Rivers and what they did conceptually offensively today is you're going to limit down his passing attempts. They definitely did that. 30 rushes to 27 passes. And if you took those 27 passing attempts, how much of that was structured to short throws to the flat, bubble screens, little pop passes in space, a throw to the running back on a little bit of a, on a little, not a wheel route, but the out and up route. There was a lot of just real simplified manufactured stuff within there where they were really limited down his exposure. And that went far to helping him be protected today, I thought. But he was smart and he played within himself and he played a good game. Got to give him credit. I find it funny when he overthrew the target, meaning that arm is still there. They always say arm strength is the last thing to go. It's like the power for boxers, why George Foreman was able to go get the heavyweight title as he's approaching 50 years old, is the power is always still there. It's the quickness, speed stuff that really starts to lose you. Scooby's with me. He says, well, our O-line wasn't opening any holes up. Kind of hard to run the ball with that happening. That's my instinct on this. I'll get more confirmation of it when I go back and look at the film. But it's been a problem this year. This offense is supposed to be set up, remembering with this rushing attack, it's supposed to be set up to be able to get you the 3 yards in a cloud of dust. It may not be that you're getting these big chunk play runs on the back of it, but you should be getting yourself a couple of yards every time you're running in the way that zone blocking scheme is set up. And that instead has been completely opposite for our offense this year. It's been more boom or bust in how you've run the ball, less of the consistent grinding out the yards. And I think it comes down to more often than not on that, the back of the offensive line not doing their job. And not beyond that, multiple guys in one given play really failing on their blocks. Not only not getting any push, but allowing penetrations, allowing yourself to get pushed into the ball carrier. Herbside Rivers to the Cards. Maybe. Maybe, man. Everything's on the table for the Cards this offseason in regards to the quarterback position. I kind of wouldn't be surprised if the Colts end up coming back around on this one with Daniel Jones needing to take some time to come back from this injury. They may look to Phillip to kind of keep the ship steadied until they can get her back around to the other side. I think that's much more of a potential likelihood here. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation, Randall. Appreciate your support, bro. That play by Nick Imanwari on the screen pass where he shed the blocker and made the open field tackle was A+. Kid looks like a stat-stuffing superstar. Stat-stuffing superstar. I like that. That's a mouthful. And yeah, a hell of a play on his part. You have a bubble screen going out to Jonathan Taylor, and you have Emanwari as the point man. And Emanwari on that play is not just getting blocked up by a slot receiver like Josh Downs. He's not getting blocked up by a guy like, Pittman out there on the outside. He's got Quentin Nelson getting downhill and blocking him up initially. And we see there, Nick's easily just able to slide right off of and not an easy block to slips right off of Quentin Nelson's block. And then the second part of that to go out there and then make the play in space on Taylor, not only then make the play, but limit it down to a 1-yard gain. That is as good a play as you'll see from a player right there, to eliminate that block against that blocker and to go make that tackle against that ball carrier and to do it both on just the same play. He flashed in the first drive against the Colts as well. He flashed throughout the course of this game, both in coverage and as a tackler. He's all over the football field. And you're absolutely right. He is going to be on his path and trajectory right now to be a superstar. Not merely a star in the field, not merely a good player that adds to a great defense, but a star player, superstar player on a star-driven defense. That is what you're setting up here with him and what he's doing. And I could not be more further impressed by Nick Emanwari. This is as impressive a rookie season I've seen from a cornerback as we've seen in Seahawks history. What he's putting together and the complete nature of his game and the fact that he's able to play all of these different positions at times, all of these different alignments, have all of these different responsibilities. And he's not playing like rookie year Kyle Hamilton. He's playing like Hamilton after a couple of years when he figured it all out. And just makes you think, what is the upside even beyond this? What happens when we get year 2 of Emanwari? What's that going to look like? But the kid has just been a revelation out there, Randall. He's playing really good football and just a complete brand of football. How he tackles, how he covers, ball skills. There was one play here in this game where you got to feel for his length, where it's a throw down the field. Rivers makes a nice throw, really puts it in the place where only his guy can get it. It's going to be a tough play for most cornerbacks. If you have a guy that's 6 foot tall with 31.5-inch arms, he's not making that play. But this big, long guy you got in space is able to get just the tips of his fingers out there onto the ball, just to get enough of the ball hit to knock the ball out of the guy's fingers. So good at that, late in the catch like that. And what an awesome addition. Nick Emanwari is the truth. The truth, Randall. Sanchez in the house. What's up, Sanchez? Thank you for 38 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you. Says, what are we doing on offense? I wish I could say in the moments here and times throughout this point of year where the offense has kind of regressed a little bit in recent weeks. I wish I had a great answer for you that they're doing this and they're doing that, and it's throwing them off. In general terms, they're trying to execute the normal nature of their offense, and they're not executing. I think that there's a couple things contributing to this, Sanchez. I think first off, you want to be a team that first wants to run the ball, offensively speaking. That's how you want to lead. Yet you can't seem to find any consistency in running the ball. And that mainly backtracks to the fact that you're not opening up any holes in the run game to give your running backs a chance to just get a couple of yards to get yourself into third makeable situations. Because a lot of the problem of offense backtracks down to not doing a good enough job on first and second down, leading to you having a lot of 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9s. And the teams in the NFL, when they find themselves, by often or not, in 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 7 and longers, basically that's the demarcation line. When you get into 3rd and 7 longer, you're not going to be a high execution offense if that's where you're going to be living by and large. And when you look at Seattle today, and you look at the problems of today, and you look at offensively, we go to the intricacies of it, and we go to the big picture of it. You're 2 of 13 today on 3rd downs. You average probably about 7 yards an attempt on 3rd downs. So don't run the ball well, yet you're committed to running the ball. Not only are you not getting the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, but you're getting negative plays and running the ball in those early downs. And then that's setting the stage for the 3rd and longs, which you as an offense aren't really built to be playing behind the sticks like that. That's not the offense that you've conceptually put together here. You throw in a couple of other factors into today: bad penalties, self-inflicted wound penalties that you could control, like pre-snap penalties, a couple of drops in this game was right in your guys' hand, just bad drops that you don't typically have. That's in addition to it. But 22 carries, 50 yards, 2.3 yard per carry average. That's want to be a run first offense. That's going to be hard to win football games if that's how you're going to run the ball. With how committed we're oftentimes going to be able to wanting to run the ball. And so passing attack wise, it gets into a little bit of a different place at times for me where I think sometimes we get a little bit overthinking at times, offensively speaking, but passing attack wise. But they made some adjustments in the second half and found some footing eventually. Sanchez. It was a lot of bit frustrating today, though. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation. Randall, appreciate you for that. When I met my wife, she and her sister's favorite player was Phillip Rivers. Really random. I still don't know why. That's funny. I don't know. That's interesting. You haven't asked her on that one, Randall? You haven't checked with her on what was your reasoning on this one exactly? I know it's not his throwing form that's reeling you girls in. I know it's not that sidearm knuckleball push of a throwing motion he's got that's got you guys enticed. What's going on here? Oh, it's good to see you now, Randall. I'm gonna have to know that one as well. I think the part you really do root for Phillip in his prime and watching him is that you watch a guy at the quarterback position who doesn't have just the naturally sweet release. He doesn't have a ton of arm strength. He's got no mobility. For all intents and purposes, this is a kind of quarterback that shouldn't work even in his prime at the NFL level. And yet as a guy that was one of one in his type, and that I don't think we're ever going to make another quite comparison to a Phillip Rivers in NFL history at the quarterback position. But that, he made it work and just found a way to make it happen. And he's going to be a Hall of Famer when it's all said and done. He's going to be well-deserved in that Hall of Fame. And tip of the cap today for the game he played. Not an easy environment he walked into, not an easy situation he walked into. A lot set up for you to fail. And he went out there and gave his team a chance in this football game. Very, very cool to see with Phil. Glad we didn't lose. Glad that we don't have to hear about that through this week, Randall, because my goodness, that would be painful. But cool for him on that side of it. I'm going to be right back, folks. 1 second. Body moving. Body moving. Appreciate you, Randall. Abdi says, Brandon, is it me or was the refs calling flags one way with Seahawks, only they missed 2 pass interferences on Colts defensive backs? Yeah, the Colts defensive backs, I thought there was another play where they could have had a holding in this game. And every officiating crew is going to be different in how they call things to a degree. Some officiating crews are going to be more touchy with certain penalties than others. Some officiating crews are going to let players play. I'm okay if they're going to let players play on a game like this. I mean, I thought it got pretty egregious at times with Colts defensive backs where the plays were really blatant as far as PI calls, the Shaheed one down the field, for instance, and they let him go beyond just sort of let him play. It got more into let him get away with whatever they want back there. And that's okay. You set that standard on the day. That's our baseline. But then you get into the second half and you call the most ticky-tack of PIs on Job. On a play where he makes a nice play on the ball, where he's making a play on the ball, where he's not just like the Colts defensive backs, completely lost track of the ball, causing contact before the balls come in down the field and all the way through the catch. It did seem like it wasn't as evenly called on both sides of the ball there. And that's what's going to drive fans crazy, because if it's going to be called evenly, then you can at least make your peace with that. They're letting them play. You get into this in a lot of playoff games at times where playoffs officials are going to be hesitant to call flags because they don't want the game determined by flags. But that was a little bit of what drove things a little bit today at times, to my perspective as well, Abdi, and it got frustrating. Jonathan, can someone explain how the Rams have clinched with the same record as us? Tiebreakers. So when it comes down to it, Jonathan, between them and us and a tiebreaker on this, they'll get the nod on that one, essentially. I think common opponent is the thing, Jonathan, on this one that it comes down to. It's like that's the pecking order. It's like down to the 5th item. But we got our 11th win today. We're in the playoffs. Quinn says, I love the rain. Going to be soaked and glorious, man, after we win Thursday. Let's go. King says, I love that Eamon Warrior is zoning in the middle of the defense the entire game. He covered up a lot more than safeties do. He was great. He's a fun player to watch on tape, too. The combination of him and Witherspoon in that secondary is fantastic. What a player, man. Rundas is happy with our coaching and clock management, particularly at the end of the game. Me too, Run. Love what I saw from both aspects of things. Absolutely. And the play clock and the clock management has not always been great this year. But Mike calling those timeouts like he did, that was pretty intuitive. Pretty smart on his part. King says, Nick's already a superstar. You might be right about that. You might be right that. Jim says, rain does give Seattle the edge. I think that does work in our favor a little bit more than you guys. I think we're a little bit more well-suited and booted in the rain. I don't think it means that somehow the Rams are completely just iced up now that they're going to have to play in the rain in this environment. But I think it does give you a bit of I think edge is the right way to put it. Give you a little bit of a slight edge there. Jess sends a young Cooper Kupp. I like it, man. Mahomes torn ACL. Tough year for Mahomes. Tough year for the Chiefs offense, and it feels like a little bit of an ending of an era. Just a little bit. Parsons torn ACL is a huge thing here too. Packers are a dangerous team in the playoffs, but I don't think that they're as dangerous losing Parsons now for the season. I think that that's one of those losses that he was so important to making that defense run. Huge loss for them, and like Mahomes, it's like, when are you getting him back next year? What is he going to have to be out half the year? Packers in a tough place, and maybe something that we want to consider when we think about that Crosby potential trade this offseason, if that's going to come up. I was to say, I'd say our run game's a weak link, not Sam Darnold. Yes, I would agree with that. Rundows, I hate the stinking Lambs. Very nervous about Thursday Night Football. They're going to be tough, man. This ain't going to be easy. It's going to be a fight. Probably going to come down the line. Probably another heart attack game. Chad, I remember getting attacked in the chat for wanting to draft Eamon Warrior. You're looking pretty smart right now, my man. Pretty smart. Bradford and Clint need to go. Bradford had another ugly snap today that's going to just be all over Twitter. Nick says, I was extremely hopeful we get Nick, honestly, but I remember some people thinking we were okay with just Love and Bryant, but here we go. Indeed. Yeah, no, it's there was definitely a little bit of back and forth, and Eamon Warrior was not an easy prospect to just determine, especially for first round, if that's where you're looking to have him go. There were a lot of Hawk fans that were looking at him as that first round pick, but Seattle smartly figured out where he'd fall to and jump with 2 feet when they had the opportunity to move up in the draft and go get him. Hell of a player. More shocked he wouldn't draft the first round. Faces, this team hasn't had a 100-yard rushing game since week 2. Shaking my head. And it's been now, if I'm not mistaken, Faye, it's 23 games in a row now the Seattle Seahawks have not allowed a 100-yard rusher. Very impressive when you consider that you've done this as well the last 2 weeks against Bijan Robinson and Jonathan Taylor, 2 of the best backs in the league, and against 2 teams that wanted to lay on the running game. Not only run the ball with emphasis, but like Can we just live in the running game so we can protect our quarterbacks? And you were able to still stop it up. This is going to be the key, a big key on this one, Jim Everett. Everybody's going to get caught up into the quarterback battle on this one between Sam and Matt. I think much more of this battle comes down to who can run the ball better. And especially with the Rams, I mean, it's both defenses kind of do the same thing. We are going to stop the run, and we're going to stop the run with a light box. Can you punish that defense for running that light box, or do you let them get away with it? And I think the Rams did a great job in stopping our run last time, though we didn't stay very committed to it. I think we did a pretty good job stopping you guys in the run last time, and you stayed a little bit more committed to it than we did. Some of this also bears out from the fact that the Rams definitely took their foot off the gas in the second half of that game against the Seahawks. And that's a little bit of what happened there. And we were able to stop the run because we could kind of lock into it. But that's as much the key for me in this game, Jim, than the quarterbacks go. M. Jordan. Hey, B. I think the Hawks will come away with this game with a very focused week of practice. I think this will lead to a better start on Thursday. I hope you're right, man. I could see it being the case. I wondered a little bit in this game as we looked at early on, Jordan, if there was a little bit of maybe kind of looking past this Colts team to that Rams game on Thursday already a bit. I don't know if that was the case or what was going down, but it felt a little bit like that might have been something that was kind of happening here a bit. Brandon Jones says, Mike seems like the furthest thing from someone who plays favorites, but I think he might view Eamon as a teacher's pet. Ha ha ha. I've kind of thought that Witherspoon's that guy for him in a lot of ways, Brandon, but I think that both those guys could definitely be that way for him. He loves versatile players, and both those two guys, they're about as versatile as you get. Yep, the DK pick is all the reason for Eamon War. That's right. How to use that DK pick to trade up, be able to get up there. P. Mendoza, 4 quarters and 0 touchdowns. Let's go. Defense locking it in at the right time of year. Says, yes, yeah, Demon is him in space. Let's go. All-time epic moment, the Chris Everett moment between him and Rome. You call me Chris Everett again, I'm going to come over this table. Orlando, it's good to see you in the house, Orlando. Says, B, it feels like Eamon Wari is what we thought we'd get when Seattle traded for Jamal Adams, playing all over the field and making plays. A little bit. I think he's even beyond more than what we were thinking we would get with Jamal Adams in a best case scenario, Orlando, because you thought with Jamal that, yeah, you'd have a guy playing all over the place and a little bit of a weapon, but not a weapon to this degree. With Jamal, it was going to be, he's playing strong safety. He's playing around the box. He's coming as a blitzer. With Eamon Wari, he's going to play slot. He's going to play at times inside linebacker, off-ball linebacker. You're going to get him some safety snaps back there as well. You just have him ranged up all over the field, and he is just so much more of a fuller, completer player than Jamal, even in ball skills, coverage ability, the size, the length, the speed, the explosiveness. It's all a notch a little bit higher with Eamon Wari. That just shows you the freak show he is, because Jamal was a freak show in himself for the guy that we at least traded for. But yeah, in a lot of ways, it's kind of the same thing. A guy that just feels like he's all over the football field, a guy that feels like he's in on every play. Definitely they have that kind of going together in alignment. And, but I just, it's more, and I'm not trying to knock down your point. It's more of just almost the impressiveness of what I've seen from Eamon Wari and how good he's been, that he's even been, to me, beyond my greatest hopes for what we saw with Jamal. I thought with Jamal, we'd get a high-end, strong safety play, and then a guy that could also get some sacks and provide that pressure. This guy's like full meal deal. He can supply pressure. He can be great in coverage. He can play the run like a linebacker. He can defeat any block of any receiver in the sport in the bubble screen game. He's a sure tackler in space. He's got good ball skills. He tracks the ball well. To get his hand in there in the right time, the right place to be able to make the play. Hell, the guy even blocks kicks. My gosh. Abby, I was confident to beat the Rams before the Colts game. After seeing our offense today, I lost confidence. I'm scared and nervous against the Rams. That's fair. Totally fair. King's Owl, imagine having a wide receiver that's having a subpar year and going crazy about not getting the ball, which is all could go to pro GSN and not have imagine having a wide receiver that's having a subpar year and going crazy about not getting the ball, which all could go to an all-pro GSN and not a defensive rookie of the year Maury. Nah, Mike is a smart head coach, not going to lie. Very smart head coach. Amen. Love that we got this guy. Abdi, Brandon, you got nothing to calm us down after what we saw today on offense? Was trash. I'm nervous for the Rams game at home. The offense wasn't impressive. And if you're nervous against this Rams team, I can't blame you. You offensively didn't perform well against that defense the first time you faced them. So, remains to be seen if you're going to perform better in this next upcoming game. And until they do it, can I predict that they're going to do it? Not necessarily. I don't think that there's something inherently broken in this offense right now, Abdi. You threw up 26 points last week. That's a part, so when you look at the season as a whole and you kind of bake everything out, you look at, because at this point you don't want to just get caught up into one game, but you want to look at, a full meal deal of what you've done, not 26, that was a week before. So let's just go from like the Texans game. Let's go with recent data here of this team. You scored 27 points in the Texans game. You scored 38 points in the Commanders game. You scored 44 points in the Cardinals game. You had a dip down in the Rams game where you still were able to put up 19 points. Not like you got shut out there. Then the Titans, you put up 30 points. Then the Vikings, you put up 26 points. Then the Falcons, you put up 37 points. And then this week, you put up 18 points. So we've got 3 games this year in total through a whole season where you've been held to the teens as far as points you've scored. Every other game this year, you've scored 20 points or more. When I look over the data statistically of the last 6 weeks and the bottom line on what you're doing for as far as putting up points go, you're putting up points, you're scoring, you're winning football games. So it's not necessarily clean and beautiful today, this offensive performance, Abdi. There's certainly the parts of this that I will worry about. I think there's some things also being cleaned up even within the offense, not being necessarily hyper explosive, that I do like. I like how Sam's playing. I like the clean game that he played within here. I like how you've gotten Rashid Shaheed acclimated in the offense in recent weeks. But this thing needs to get cleaned up a little bit more. You're not necessarily going to be able to play this game offensively in the playoffs against a high quality opponent that doesn't have a 45-year-old quarterback playing the position. But I also think we can't get lost on this one and overstate it. You got the win. The offense made adjustments at halftime like they did last week against the Vikings. If I'm not mistaken, I think 4 of your last 5 drives, you had scoring drives. Now, it was a field goal. You want touchdowns, but they were scoring drives. There were you finding some answers. So there's room for improvement, but I also don't think it's black or dark or ugly or that it's been in that fashion either. So we don't want to talk about it in that frame of mind either, and looking at this in a miscalculated way, that somehow this offense hasn't been a top 10 offense. Let me say that again. This has been probably about top 7, top 8 offense at this point in time for a full year. Can't grab one game here. Can't take the last, even if you want to take the last 2 games, you put 37 up the prior week. So bottom line on this, remembering you had an offense last year that was not good. Didn't run the ball well, didn't pass protect well, wasn't very efficient. Now you have a top 8 offense this year, 1 year turned around. 1 year, you're turned around like that. And if this offense can go into the playoffs playing like a top 10 offense with the defense and with the special teams that they're bringing out, if they can go up against this Rams playing like a top 10 offense with the defense and with the special teams supplying what we know they are going to supply, that's a team that can go win a Super Bowl. Absolutely is a team that can go win as a bottom line factor. Can they win the Super Bowl playing like they did today necessarily against those? No, not necessarily today offensively, but I think that there's plenty of reason to believe that there's enough here to go get this done. But there's no guarantees at this time of year. Brian says, what happened to the 22 personnel, pre-snap motions and eye candy? I don't see a lot of confusing looks on offense. Felt like it was a little stagnant early on this game, and then you got a little bit more motion-based as the game went on to me. But a little stagnant maybe early on with that. Don't know on the 22 personnel. Not too sure with that one. Scooby says, agreed, be on the line. Thank you, man. Sounds like herbicide Torrey Horton's going on the IR, and he's done for the year, him and Arroyo. Phoenix says, Brandon, the problem is that we need the most to run the ball against the Rams. The small ball right now the Colts did against us. We need to do that against the Rams. Take the ball away from Matt Stafford's hands. 100%. That's why I say you guys are so very smart in my chat, in my community here, because you guys touch on exactly the points for what I'm kind of thinking about as well in this. And I think that we're over the target at that point when that is kind of the case. So the Rams going to run a light box. They like to run as light a box in the NFL as just about anybody else. We like to do that too. What does a light box mean? It means 6 men up around the line of scrimmage. And when you run those 6 men around the line of scrimmage, you're going to tend to have the edges out wide. When you got that much space between the edges to your defensive tackles, there's natural creases there to get downhill, to get in the B gap. And that's why I come back to, and I think you probably say the same thing here, Phoenix, where this game in large part comes down to, rather than the quarterbacks, rather than who throws for the most yards, rather than which defense is more dominant, who can run the ball best? Who can not only run the ball best, but then get themselves into situations where it's 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, 3rd and makeable versus getting themselves stuck behind the sticks. That's going to be the big driver in this game, in my opinion. And you're right. That's what we've got to do against this Rams team because of that light box. That's how you attack them schematically speaking. Every defense is going to have some weakness. Every defense is going to have a vulnerability. And one of the problems with the Rams game last time was that we didn't do a good job of always attacking the vulnerability that existed. We tried to pass a little bit too much in that first Rams game. Dune says, I can see why the Colts were coming in with the record they did. They are tough in the trenches. They impressed me. A lot stronger, to your point, in the trenches than I thought coming in too. And I come away with kind of the same opinion on that one. Jim Everett, Rivers was a beast. 2006 Chargers should have won the Super Bowl. Come back, fumbled that Super Bowl. And did. Wasn't that around the time too, Jim Everett, with the old Patriots pulling off the old film and practice, we know your plays thing? I feel like LaDainian Tomlinson kind of intimated a little bit that was going on around that time. I might be misremembering it there, Jim, but I say that was something like that was going down. Yeah, Tory's on the IR. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news on that one, folks. IR Tory. I think the Colts got a good chance to beat the Niners. They're set up well with Rivers there, and they got to play that in Indy, Jim. That's in Indianapolis. Jim also feeling confident as a Rams fan, saying the Hawks will beat the 49ers. Let's go, Jim. Joe, 12s, we got a championship opportunity in front of us. Don't be nervous. This is the kind of thing we want. Our time is coming. Our team is going to get there. Rams did not pound us into the sand a few weeks ago. It will not happen now. I love it. I love the confidence, Joe. And you're right. This is what we live for, man. This is what this game's all about. Setting these kind of matchups up with all the stakes at play. A great season coming down the line. We're going to be on the edges of our seat. Our O-line definitely can struggle at pass protection at times, Mendoza. Yeah. Dune says, we need to shore up our O-line to give Darney time with JSN speed and Toho out there, plus need an O-line that can block for the run. Might be me, but I thought the Colts line looked physically larger. They got a good line. They're set up well. They put the investment in that offensive line. Another team that's one of my, when I tell you guys, like every place that does this gets the benefit of it. And that is that the teams that put the true investment in the offensive line, both monetarily and both draft pick wise, tend to get the benefits of that. And the Colts definitely have in their case. And it's why I push so hard for us to. I mean, how many times and how many games do we lament this offensive line again this year, even with the record that we've had? And how many times over the last few years have I hammered? Have I begged? Have I pleaded? Have I gone down on my knees and looked skyward to say, please, this offseason, John Schneider, make building a dominant offensive line a point of priority. Don't make it the last item on your list, but get to it first. And with John, he'll deal with it. He'll address it a bit, but certainly that's one of the places where he still has shown hesitancy to really hammer it. And it does seem like it does come back to bite us time and time again. He's so good in so many other ways, but that's the one place where it still does remain a frustration. Runs, if we weren't playing against him, I'd have been pulling for Rivers. Always liked him, but once again, just couldn't pull it out. Shaking my head. It was close. Yeah, unless you guys know something differently with Horton. Horton got put on the IR, I think, yesterday or the day before. Orchie says, Barner's a gangster, laughing out loud, quickly becoming one of my favorite all-time Hawk tight ends. Yes, he's kind of rising that list up fast, isn't he? Barner is dope. Very dope. Zach Miller was a badass too, yeah. Too short of a run here. He was a good player. Way too short of a run. Definitely need the offense waking up earlier, Abdi. Got to get better. I think they were finding the end of the first half. You got a scoring drive. You came back in the next half, got another scoring drive. You want some touchdowns, but they did improve from that second 2-minute drive at the end of the half. They found some footing. They found some more productivity, but got to do it faster. Doug says the one play where JSN's helmet got ripped off and he got punched in the face going to the ground before half was insane. The officials were a little wild with it today. A little hard to understand today. Jim says Blake Corum is who the Hawks better watch out for. It's going to be tough. You guys got a good rushing attack. You put that investment in your offensive line. You can open up holes. You can attack this lighter box. That's for sure. Joe was a liability. Had a little bit of a tough day today. There were 3 PIs not called, and then that one play where JSN's helmet got ripped off. Did not like the play. Did not like the officiating today, to your point. It was rough to watch. Demon and spoon are a filthy combo. The demon spoon. You don't want to eat from the demon spoon. It's the poisoned well. Jordan says people view Job in a weird way. He was never some great player. He's a solid quarterback who will give up plays. Teams do not want to throw at Spoon, Woolen, or Eamon Wari. It's a great point. And when you're kind of that last guy in the pecking order there, you're right. Teams are going to kind of like, Spoon over there? Eamon Wari there? Yikes. Who we got over there? Job? Okay, we can do that. Good point. Very good point. King says Mahomes will be back by game day 1. Ooh, bold statement. Maybe so. Yeah, I think Mike Jackson is a good comp for a guy like Job. These are guys that are going to be hyper feisty, hyper competitive cornerbacks that are going to tend to be in the very strong position, that are ultimately going to make the catch very tough, that are going to be right there all the way to the end. And if you get the reception, you earned it. You had to put your work in on the play to get them. Now, with that said, they will give up some completions here or there, but they're going to give as good as they get. And they're not bad players per se. It's kind of like, as you said above on that, where everybody else is going to get caught, is going to get attacked a little bit in the secondary when you've got guys like Spoon and Eamon Wari and even Woolen out there. There's not a lot of separation in those other routes, and quarterbacks are just going to naturally start to pick on what they consider to be the weak link of those 4. Yeah, Job is serviceable. It's a good way of putting it. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, wonder if Sundell starting regress the O-line today. It's possible, Randall. Always hard to kind of quite concentrate on the O-line play and with doing the play-by-play versus really getting the all-22 chance to get more of a view on them. I will say this about Oluwatimi is that he was not lighting the world on fire replacing Sundell, and he was definitely giving you a back step from what you had been getting out there on the other side of it with Sundell in play. So possibly, but hard to say exactly on that one. Job's like Byron Maxwell. Maxwell probably had better ball skills, but yeah, so kind of similar. Quinn says, I didn't realize we kept JT under 100, but wow, that's kind of insane. It is insane, especially when it's not on the back of him necessarily having a low volume approach as far as number of carries and all of that stuff. I mean, the guy ended up with 25 carries in this football game. Holding him to 3.5 yards per carry, outstanding. And maybe this will help us out these last 2 weeks in stopping the run of the Rams this upcoming week, is having Bijan Robinson and having Taylor this last couple of weeks, 2 guys at least the Falcons, they work more of the outside zone run. Colts are more about getting in the A and the B gap, downhill power stuff a little bit more. But you've gotten a couple of really good tests here to prepare this defense up to stop this run this upcoming week. Abdi says our run defense still intact as the top 3 rush defense today. Finally, an elite running back will play the final elite running back we will play all season. Taylor, the best running back, thank God. No more playing elite running backs or top 5 running backs. Amen. Those guys are tough. I very, very strong appreciation for both Taylor and Bijan Robinson. Like these guys anyway coming into this game. But, with running backs, it's always a little bit of a sliding thing there where guys can be great one year and then next year they just completely fall back in line. You're like, oof, he's lost something. Just kind of the brutal nature of the position. But both those guys are still very top end, hard running backs to deal with. Taylor showed you today. He's got some skills that aren't as the flashy kind that just stand out as centerpiece skills. Like he doesn't have the flashy juke or the flashy spin move or the baptism stiff arm, but he's just so quick and laterally fast and just always getting downhill, always maintaining forward progress in his runs, even as he's kind of sidestepping a little bit. Very good about that. And you got to see those skills in play today, that's for sure. Dune Moose, my takeaway from this game is how we played on that last offensive possession of the game. That was the best football we played. That was clutch. Great finish, man. Great finish. And I agree with you. It was very impressive to watch them get down the field and do what they did in that last drive. 2 final drives. You find scoring drives throughout the second half, through the end of that first half, even the last 2-minute drive there. Very good to see from this offense. You found adjustments. You found some success. It wasn't the smashing success of touchdown, 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 touchdown like we've had at times, like we had last week with the Falcons. But it was you just getting down there and getting constant, consistent points, playing clean football. It's not pretty a style of football, but it was clean football, and you got out with the win. Pass better than Sundell, run blocking better with Olu. There's a pattern. There is a pattern. Abdi follows it up with Bravo Sundell's week for run blocking, all this week for pass protection. Can't his way it is on that one, that's for sure. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $20. I said a $20 donation. Let's go, MJ. Thank you for that $20 dono drop. He says, I think we were looking ahead to Thursday rather than focusing on Sunday. Of this lackadaisical, I think. I'll take it. I think that's what you meant to say because it got cut up there in your chat a little bit there. But I think he says, of this lackadaisical play, I'll take it. Go Hawks. Certainly something I wouldn't be surprised to hear was a factor in this day. And MJ, thank you for your big time donation. I appreciate your support as ever, brother. It certainly wouldn't surprise me a little bit today if there was a bit of look, we're playing Phillip Rivers, 45 years old. You want these teams to lock in every week. You want them to take every opponent in the very same fashion of seriousness. And I think that by and large, Seahawks do a good job of that. McDonald does a good job of that. But if there was going to be one game on your schedule this season that has you maybe looking a little bit ahead, maybe it would be this kind of game. Thursday night coming up with the Rams so very fast. All that's going to be at stake for that particular game. Knowing an old Phillip Rivers is going to come in here and you're like, man, a guy that's been out of this league for 5 years is going to beat us. Get out of here. We got this. We got it. No problem. No problem. So it could be a bit of the factor that played into this a bit, MJ. I certainly could see it, especially being in that place of the season where we find ourselves. You're sort of into the dregs of the season. You're into the depth. You're still 4 weeks out from the end of the season. The body's a little tired. You're going up against that opponent like this that's kind of been not only with Phillip Rivers coming in there to play, but hasn't been playing their best football in general over about the last 5 weeks. That felt like maybe they've peaked a little early. I think that can cause you, from a human nature standpoint, to maybe drop your guard a little bit. Don't like it, but certainly it's just a part of what you sometimes get with human nature there, that it can happen. Good news is they found a way to circle the wagons and find a way to sort of kick it free and get themselves locked back into place before this thing got into a place of difficulty. Randall, thank you again for your donation, $2 dono. Although I'll let you know after we do the roundup this week, we'll be able to get a better idea on where the O-line was at today, how Sundell fitted into that a little bit. I don't think he played his strongest game by any measure, but I think it's as others are saying here with him. You get him as a pass protector in there when he's playing. And when Ola's out there, he's a little bit more better as a run blocker. But it is one where you'd love to have the combination of the two of them in one player, wouldn't you? Wouldn't that be great? Probably why center's got to be a point of emphasis this offseason, and maybe even more of an emphasis. I know people are going to get caught up on right guard, Randall, but maybe even more of an emphasis than right guard, because you do have Bradford under contract for another year. Not to say you can't deal with both of them, by the way, but we know with John, he's going to tend to like one or the other, lean towards one or the other to fix one. I mean, he's not probably going to fix both this offseason. Thank you, though, Randall. Mickey Monster, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Mickey. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I love that your logo as well on this. And Mickey also gifted a sub. So thank you for gifting out a membership. I have no way of being able to see that here on my end, but keep an eye out. You might have just been gifted a membership here by Mickey on that side of it. And Mickey, please do keep an eye out on your community post. That's where I put the membership benefits to all members over there. I'll be getting the Monday morning PFF scores out this next Monday. We've, of course, got Thursday night football. Normally this week, it'll be Thursday night football for our Seattle Seahawks, but we've got that cooked up this week as well for members of the channel. Really appreciate you not only becoming a member, but gifting that one out. You're the man for doing that. Your guys' support here, as always, throughout this show has been absolutely awesome. And I really thank you and salute all of you guys for just all you guys do for this channel. Allow me to do this full time with the support. I really, really appreciate it. We had almost 3,000 concurrent viewers at one time here on the channel today, which might have been a channel record, quite frankly. I don't know if we've ever pulled in that many on a concurrent viewership. But thank you, Mickey. Appreciate you. Very kind of you. And do keep an eye on that community post, as that's where you will find those membership benefits. You're the man. Jordan says, if Walker and Sharps went to a different team, they would have way more rushing success. Yeah, that's where we come back to people getting caught up on the running backs. And I see in the game, we need more Sharp today. We need more Walker today. And I've consistently come back to over and over again saying it's really not one or the other. It's really down to you need more consistent run blocking. Doesn't mean they need to be dominant. Doesn't mean they need to turn into the best run blocking unit in all the sport. But the failure rate on this offensive line, the run blocking game, and I mean, I'm talking about you have your negative plays, to, hey, we're getting a yard. We're getting positive yardage on this run play. Way too many negative plays set up by the offensive line. Way too many. And that's not on the running backs at that point. That is on the running, that's on the offensive line, that's on the play caller. Luke Wilson was an underrated Hawk tight end. What has Walker done since coming to the Seahawks? Run for almost 3,300 yards and 28 rushing touchdowns. Added another 123 receptions for almost 1,000 yards. Averaging 4.3 yards per carry in his career, despite the fact that by and large throughout his time here, he's not had good run blocking, nor through most of his time here has he had a good scheme in place or a good offensive coordinator. Not too bad for that. As well, Spoon's my favorite player. I could see anyone playing favorites with Spoon. Anyone watch the sound, all access, or the mic'd up stuff. Spoon's effing hilarious. He's awesome. I can understand it too, man. He's one of my favorites on this team. Yeah, Demon Warrior, a lot bigger, a lot faster than Jamal. Ball skills too. I mean, there's some extra things he's got in his bag that Jamal I don't think ever had. And it wasn't always as clear that we knew that was there when we drafted him, but it's become clear with the more he plays. Jordan says this offseason we have to address center and right guard. Man, Jordan, don't make me dream. Don't make me dream. I've dreamed this dream so many times. I had my heart broken so often by John. I've already made my peace with he's going to grab one. We're going to get one day 2 center or right guard, and that's as good as we're going to get. We're going to have to satiate ourselves off the back of that. I'm not happy by it, but it's just the facts of life for us here. I hope not. I'd love to see him hit both. Why can't we start Haynes? Team just doesn't have any faith in him. It's the bottom line. We've got to start wrapping our mind around the fact that it is probably at this point a miss, that pick. Puka was limping around today. I heard that. Yeah, so they lost Devontae Adams. Sounds like he's been ruled out for Thursday. And Puka also dealing with a lower leg injury. It's going to make that game very, 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 very hard on the Rams. Herbicide says Cross went limping off on the last play today. Yikes. That's no good. Hopefully he's okay. Field did look a little slippery today. Yeah. Footing was not sure out there. Yeah, he did try to make a run in free agency. I'll give him that. That's where I come back to Jordan. It's just, you come back to the draft. If you can't get in free agency, I'll understand it. I'll get it. You don't want to overpay for Will Freeze. You don't want to give him the 5th year. I get it. But then you got to double down in the draft. And I'm talking double down the draft with 2 of those 5 picks in the top, whatever it was, 50 or whatever. Take 2 of those and put them to the offensive line. Find a way there on that side of it. So it's going to be raining here on Thursday. Yep, the year the walk right over 1,000 yards, the year he actually had some decent blocking. And even that only lasted through the first 10 games of the season. Then it went to hell. Just, it was funny when Rivers slipped and then had to take a timeout. It made him look his age. It did kind of make him look his age on that one. Yeah. He definitely had a little bit of a sundowner moment there at that spot. Puka reportedly had cramps. Okay. So he's okay. Riverside says Devontae's hammy blew out mid-stripe. Yikes. Joe says, try to remember too, all of us, that as a general rule, offenses take longer to build than defenses historically. It's coming along slowly. Ugly, perhaps, but it is coming along. Beautifully put, Joe. I can't add anything else on top of it other than I agree. And just to give an extra point here to you on that and to try to maybe, give you a little bit of some room on that one. I just want to point to people why the offense is still maybe left a little wanting here to kind of keep this in the forefront of your brain just a little bit if we can. And what that is, it's going to be this right here, which is going to be the Seattle Seahawks cap situation for this current season. So we get back to Joe's point on slow building the defense up or slow building the offense up. Number one, yes, it does take time to build the offense. First off. Number 2, you had to turn off a lot of parts. Remember the whole thing of last offseason, I said we're taking 1 step back to take 2 steps forward. The 1 step back was not putting DK Metcalf on a monster contract extension. The 1 step back was not paying Geno Smith on a contract extension. But both of those guys were up for those extensions. So you had to make a move. You had to move off of them. So you got, as you can see here, dead money on this page. $21 million to DK Metcalf. $14 million here to Tyler Lockett. That's $35 million. 13.5. So that's about $48.5 million. 4.5 Noah Fant. So now we're up to $52.5 million. $3 million to Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Now we're up to $55 million. $2 million to Fant. $57 million. Cody White with $1 million. $58 million. Saubert with $500,000, 58.5. So, somewhere in the neighborhood on a $279 million cap, you've got collectively $60 million going to players no longer on your roster, and that's offense alone. Offense alone. So when you have now that money to free back up to that side of the ball into the future, that's going to be another thing that's going to help push this thing along, to Joe's point. And you can't build always everything at once to a dominant degree. You can get them all to a dominant degree, but yeah, it might take you a little bit of time. King says Rivers was probably like, damn, they don't grass the field like they used to. It's the turf monster got him. MW Hawks should have won that first game versus the Rams if it wasn't for the 4 Darnold interceptions. As long as Darnold doesn't repeat that performance, Hawks should be in this game to the end. Well said, man. Darnold's got to come in and play a clean game here this next Thursday. 100%. Yeah, running is a hard no with the hammy. You can't run through that. You got to rest it up. Adams has been already announced as out for sure. Darnold took a couple hits today. Yeah. Let me double check on this. Thought I had seen yesterday that Horton was going on IR, but you guys are saying something differently in the chat, so I might not be off on this. Might be off on this. Did Sam throw an interception? No. Did he throw over 200 yards? Yes. Did he win it for us in the game, winning 2-minute offense? Yes. Sam Darnold did well. Yes, sir. I had heard yesterday that he was on injured reserve, but I'm not seeing any updates on this. Huh. All right. Yeah, maybe we can get him back for the last couple of games. Sorry, I misunderstood that. I got a note from somebody yesterday and said the season was over, but it does appear you're able to get him back at some point if you need to. I mean, Scooby, he didn't play perfect, could play better, but it's not just that he threw for over 200 yards. He's much closer, almost throwing for 300 yards, and doing so on a day where his running game was averaging 2.3 yards per carry, doing so on a day where the pass protection was not exactly legitimate throughout the whole course of the game. So it is also that puts up 270 in an environment that's not exactly made for success for a quarterback, and then as well get you the 2 drives at the end to get down the field and get the scores when you absolutely need it. You got no room for error. I don't think he played bad. I think he played pretty solid football. If you want to get on to fully good, I get that, but I think that's still a solidly played game by Sam. Quarterback play doesn't just happen in a vacuum. It happens by the supporting parts and how they're playing as well to dictate a part of that performance. The supporting parts today left me wanting. Cal said he played well enough to win. Oh, trenches, man. I've been asking for 5 years to make it a point of priority. Our general manager's like, yeah, no. Mm-mm. Or I'll do it if I'm going to slow roll it. I'm going to slow roll it. Kitty. Brian P. Oxnest. Brandon, what do you think about Sundell at center versus Olatimi? I think at the end of the day, he's better than Olatimi. I don't think either of these two guys is the answer long-term at the center position. I think we're getting by with either of them. One guy's got a strength in one part of his game. Another guy's got a strength in a different part of his game. But the bottom line on it is that you're trying to get by with basically top 30 center play, and you're trying to get by the right guard with top 30 right guard play. Or not even top 30, you're probably like top 40 right guard play on the year. And while the left tackle, left guard, left tackle, right tackle, left guard positions have been playing pretty solidly, you definitely have a lot of room for improvement in both accounts. So he's better, but it's not by a big, wide stretch, and we've got to get better there. Got to get better there. Andrew says the win is a win, but it's the least confident I could be heading into that Rams game playoffs, laughing out loud. I get it. Moho says, I was on Jake's stream and I got moved to Brandon's. Oh, he must have rated me. Well, welcome for the folks in on Jake's stream. Congrats on your win today for the Rams' perspective of things. Hello, hello, hello. Be chopping up with Jake on Wednesday. Looking forward to that. Maybe he rated me over to you, Moho. I wonder how many smelling salts were sacrificed for this game because of Myers' perfection. All of them. They came in with a Costco tub size of them, and Myers worked his way through every single of those mofos throughout the game. Just he was huffing that thing like people huff paint. At one point, they had a Seahawks towel over his head, and he was just busting them off like they were coming off a conveyor belt. Just my man was amped up. Super Bowl window closed for the Chiefs. AFC, you have your opening. Randy says, yeah, glad we got the win, but it's true that the game come playoff time, we're going to need to hit pay dirt. Myers going 6-6, including a game-winning 56-yarder, accounting for all of our points, needs to be reformed. Got to do better. Got to find more consistency in the red zone. Got to find a way to get more touchdowns. Nothing wrong saying that, man. I agree. Scooby, we could have plugged in anyone to get us down the field and get 3 points at the time. 5 times doesn't mean Sam played well. We could have plugged anyone in to get us down the field and get 3 points at a time. I don't know if that's as much the case, Scooby, in my opinion. And I think, again, you're maybe discounting. Okay, Kitty, I know you're ready for me to finish. We'll get done soon. I think you're discounting a little bit of the failing parts that were happening around Sam. We get hyper-concentrated on the quarterback position, and we sometimes forget about the other parts there that either we're being successful or either we're failing, or maybe they're the middle of the road. But what were those other supporting parts doing? What was pass protection doing today? What was run blocking doing today? Were the receivers having some bad drops over the course of this game today, Scooby? Yeah, we got a couple of those mixed in too, didn't we? So it's all of that control. We sometimes get this hyperfixation on the quarterback position, and this is good, this is bad. But again, I struggle to see how Sam played a bad game. Maybe the offense didn't play a great game, but Sam himself didn't play a bad game. And should get more points, sure, but it comes back to more offensive struggles. And again, I kind of feel like sometimes the quarterback ends up being, Scooby, a bit of a catch-all for everything. Offense goes bad, it's on the quarterback. And I think that there's much more of a backtracking this on to understanding it's other parts that are contributing to those failures that go beyond the quarterback, especially if the quarterback's playing pretty well and within himself over the course of the game, which is what I think Sam did today. Wasn't perfect, but it was not a bad game. And I think one place I might, point to here on this with your point on this, Scooby, that any guy could have gone in there and get the points. It's kind of my whole point to this. I don't have pass protection. I don't have a run game. I got receivers with some bad drops over the course of the game, and I got an OC that didn't exactly have the greatest of game plans put out there on display for me. I don't think you put any quarterback in that environment and they go find success in those final drives. I think there's a lot of quarterbacks that go, well, just wasn't my day. I think if you have a guy like Drew Lock playing in a game like this, Scooby, you're going to see an interception or two at some point or another in this game. And then that ends up being the difference between you winning or losing beyond how you drive in the game. So I don't know if I could say that I'd see that as just anybody could have been thrown out there and you could have gotten it done. Mickey Monster says, hey, Brandon, I've been watching you for years, but this is the first time I've ever watched you fall apart because of the penalties. You are the anchor, the captain of the ship. You are the man. Ah, that's very kind of you to say, Mickey. And I know it's never a great look when anybody starts to complain about penalty flags or that, that there's a game afoot, that there's some dirty shenanigans involved. I hate doing it. I try to lean away from that as much as possible, but it is something that this game really did stand out, and like you say, I'll take a bad call here. I'll take a bad call there. I feel like everything will be a regression to the mean where everything eventually kind of evens out when it's all said and done. But today was a game that did stand out in some of the recent games we've seen because there were so many of the calls that seemed to be skewed against us in so many different ways. But I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you becoming a member and also gifting out a membership as you have. Welcome aboard in that way. And thank you for watching through these years, man. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you to say that. Chiefs need to do a lot, man. Rebuild the offensive line. Jones, Kelsey, got to get a running back. Probably going to need to end up finding wide receivers a little bit more dynamic than what they've got. It says there's going to be a forklift delivering a pallet of smelling salts from here on out. You just never know how many field goals it's going to take to win a game. Today, 6. Tomorrow, 7. Jesse says, I think Walker has horse blinders installed on his helmet. Mickey says, you need to understand you're a Hawks fan first, commentator second. The other team's fans feast on you losing your cool. I know, man. I do my best with it, but like you say with it as well, I am a fan. And as a fan with it, I'm going to be drawn as anybody is to the, to the reactions and the emotional reactions that happen. And sometimes it's easy to keep the cool. Sometimes you get a little bit like, all right. But you're right about that, man. I do my best, but I'm an emotional creature at times too by nature. So it's very hard to always put a lid on it, especially when those officials are pissing me off. Scooby says, if you ask 10 people if Sam played a good game today, how many of those people would say he played a good game today, do you think? I think it depends on who you ask, Scooby, on that. I think I'd say too, it depends on who you ask on people and how they're bringing about their argument for if he played bad. Because if we say he doesn't play good and we're going, okay, played bad. How did he play bad? Where was the errors in his game today? Was there a couple errant throws in there today? Sure. A couple errant throws in there today. But aside from that, what is it in his game that was bad? How was his decision making? Good. Did he turn over the ball? No. That's good. Was he clutch down the home stretch of this for a couple of drives when you absolutely needed it? Yes. Did you find adjustments offensively and success offensively on the back of those adjustments? Yes. Was he careful with the ball? Yeah. Did he have a lot working in his favor to set up his day, which is a part of, I think, the part, Scooby, I'd ask with you on your outlook of this. Did you think that today's was set up to be successful for your starting quarterback? Did you think that was a grade A game plan? Did you think the offensive line was blocking particularly well? Did you think the execution was great outside of Sam Darnold? I mean, I think that those are the aspects that have to be taken into account when we're trying to consider his performance more than just looking at the stat column. I know you can go at the stat column, 270 yards. It's a good day for a quarterback. But I'm not looking at just the stat column here. I'm saying he did the 270 yards with this not working in his favor, with that not working in his favor, with him playing a clean game, with a bad, in my opinion, a bad offensive game plan that you tried up against this Colts team. But I think that it depends on who you ask on that. I think that you might be surprised in asking Seahawks fans, 10 of them, that you might come to find that there's 7 of them that say, yeah, he played a good game. I guess we can get to the semantics of this too, because like Brian said, Sam played well enough for the team to have won the game. Sam played well enough for this team to have won with a wider margin. Many other things caused the weak offense today. And this is where my outlook of this as. If you have better execution offense, if you have some of the stupid, dumb, self-inflicted penalties on the offense that didn't work in your favor, the game plan is just a little bit better. If you're not averaging 2.3 yards per carry running the ball, you're probably going to have a more successful Sam Darnold than even what he did on the day. Didn't mean it's a bad day then because of it, but I think that's a valid explanation for some of what we saw today on the offensive performance backtrack too. Visor says Cooper Kupp may not have the separation or speed anymore, but still has that tag ability though. Seems like hard to tackle when he gets opportunities with the ball in open space. Yeah, he's been very good with his run after the catch this year. He always seems to extend the run by at least a couple of yards and sometimes much more than that. Jordan says, yeah, if Andy retires, it's going to be a while for us. The Chiefs are Super Bowl contenders. They've got some work to do, a lot of work to do with that. And it's not going to be easy for them, to your point. He says, like you did today, I promise you, we're going to win the Super Bowl. Start saying it until you believe it. We're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm with you. He says Walker's problem is he doesn't exactly go forward. He likes to be patient, which I appreciate, but it is shifting around until the last moment. And then he hits the holes late, but then he goes hard. It's hard. I think that's where we come back to the run blocking success and can kind of start to give running backs a little more confidence just to hit that hole all the time, 100%, 100 miles an hour. Then when you're missing that confidence, that it's a little harder to do that as much. It's always hard on this, Mickey, a little bit with it. It's the thing I'll always say with this is that it's positivity is definitely there with it. The thing with this on this always is it's a pushback I'll get at times in doing this where people go, be positive all the time. And I do think I live largely with this Hawk team in a very positive place. but we'll never be in a place with a channel where it's going to be 100% positivity. And it's all just sort of like the secret where if you just are positive, then it makes it a positive result. I'm going to be positive. I love where this team's at, love the direction. And in games, I'm going to be generally positive, but there will always be a part of this channel that Mickey just being true to myself and who I am as a human being. And then I don't go into this doing this to change who I am. I come in this saying, this is who I am, and you guys will like it or you won't like it. But then I'm not going to try to modulate that much between who I am in that way. And that means that there are times where you'll see me a little negative. That will be times you see me downtrodden, but I've leaned into more than being positive, Mickey. It's a tangible decision. It's a real decision I've made. And I made this decision long ago, which is that being honest more than being positive. I have to make the choice a lot of times between be positive, Paul, or be honest to my audience. And sometimes I don't get to do both of those things at the same time. A lot of times I do. A lot of times they both go in the same direction. Sometimes, though, they're separate of each other. And so my driving force, my guiding light, my Northern Star for me on this channel is be honest. And where I've gotten up into this point and whatever success I've gotten up to this point has been brought up a lot on the back of me being honest more than me just being purely positive. I think that if you just live in that pure positive state of things, that it can get a little soul crushing, and that you can understand that you're not being always honest with your audience, that you're kind of BSing them a little bit. And the one thing I never want to do to my audience is ever BS them. I'll be wrong. I'll be right. I'll predict things that'll go correct. I'll predict things that go wrong, but I'm always going to be honest in my approach to the audience on that. And it's got to win out to me over the positivity side of it, as much for my own sanity as it is for what will drive the channel ultimately to the highest of highs. I think that there will I always will say, I think that's going to, in all honesty, Mickey, a lot of ways will always prevent this channel from necessarily reaching some monstrous high-end form, is that honesty. And that there is a price to be paid on the back of it that I can acknowledge with that. But it's kind of just, I got to be true to me. You know what I mean? I can't be a manufactured version of me. I got to be the true version of me. And that means there's going to be sometimes some salt with the sugar. You know what I mean? I appreciate you though, man. Dune says Cup still has that stiff arm. Nets him an extra 3 to 4 yards on his rat yak. It does indeed, man. He does great after the catch. He finds a way to creatively get it done. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's just because he didn't throw picks means he played good. It's what I'm trying to do is build the assembly of his day when I'm having this debate with you on the Scooby Snacks and trying to build up what makes it a good day. That's one of the measures of the items. It doesn't mean that that's the whole item that then determines the day. Just like the 270 yards passing wouldn't be the whole item that determines the success on the day. But whether we're going to erode and pull apart the day and say it's a bad day, or whether we're going to build the day up and say it was a good day by this measure and this measure, on each end of it, we have to give up exact specific items for how we're going to make that assessment. If we're just saying, I looked at Sam, I saw Sam bad, that may be the outlook you have, and that may be your position on it. But then those aren't specific items that give people that are on the other side of the fence anything to work with. You just kind of shrug at that point and go, okay, I guess, that's where you're at. Whereas the people that are on this good side of the fence, my side of the fence with this, for this game, for Sam Scooby, are saying, here's A, B, C, D, E, F, G as to the reasons why this was a good day. It's all of those things. It's not one thing over other. It's all of that then made that a good day, or take into account for why this would be looked at as a good day. I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to get from your side of it in true curiosity, and trying to understand from your side of it of what it is about this that made this a bad day. Because if it's a good day or it's not a good day, it's a bad day. What is it then makes it that day? It's got to come down to being good or bad. What are the items within Sam's day that made it bad? And that would be where I'd be interested to understand kind of your perspective on where you find specifically within that of what he did exactly wrong across the board throughout the game, Mickey says, Brandon, you have to treat your channel like a Seahawks win, no matter what channel. This again, it's a drive that's there, Mickey, and I appreciate where you're coming from. 100% do, and you're not alone on that in the want of it. Okay, let me give you an example, Mickey, on something of this. Okay, there's a guy named Dave Lombardi who covers the 49ers, the San Francisco 49ers. Okay, Mickey, And this guy's nothing but positive. And this guy goes out there and every turn, the 49ers are amazing. Every turn, the 49ers do no wrong. Every turn, the 49ers, this move is the next best move above this move is the next best move. Every single thing he does is driven by that. And that guy is crushing it. He's got subscribers out the wazoo and viewership out the wazoo, but it's soulless, his content. It is absolutely, positively soulless, fake, a lie. And so you got to get to a place on this where there's a fork in the road, Mickey, you know? Sometimes you can't split the difference. You got to take the fork and go, do I want to go this way or do I want to go this way? I can take the fork of being positive and waving palms 24/7, and my channel will get bigger than it's ever gotten. But what's driving me to do this channel? Is it because I want to be the biggest, or would I like to more angle to be the best? Would I like to angle to be the one that can inform the best and be entertaining and to drive discussion and have a great community and have just awesome talks every time we go into it? And you can't have awesome talks if you're only going to stay in positive places of things. You can't have productive discussions if you're going to always want to just throw the negative out. You're limiting your discussions when you get into that place. So you're not wrong in the way that, you know, this can be much bigger if I just wanted to lean into fully and say nothing positive, be smiley, be happy all the time. But it's not how I'm wired. It's not who I am. There's a heavy drive of the fan base, and you're not alone. There's a lot of folks that want to push me in that direction, but you're just going to have to understand for my sanity and to do this every day and to put 80 to 100 hours into this channel every single month. To do that, I got to maintain integrity. And I'm not maintaining integrity if I'm lying to my people in the chat, or I'm obfuscating the truth, you know, in order to try to lean towards the positive side of it. But again, I also say this, Mickey, as a guy who's used someone who's followed me for years. No, I am 95% of the time here going to be positive towards this team and what they're doing. But it's also because I believe it and trust in what they're doing. I get where you're coming from, but it's one place where there's definitely been I've given this a lot of thought, Mickey, with this. It might not seem like I do on that one. I've given this a lot of thought. I get a lot of advice from people to lean into sort of just be positive thing. And I'm just not ever going to do that. It's not who I am. I'm not wired to be that way. And if you're not wired, you got to be true to yourself at the end of the day when you do this stuff, or it won't last. I'd get burned out, you know, trying to fake it a little bit. Mickle Cam, Brandon, do you think the league finally figured out Kubiak in this offense? It seems like ever since the Rams game, the O-line, the OL, the run game, Darnold, and the league's offense's proficiency was never same again. I don't know if I'm kind of getting to that point as much. I mean, you hung 30 points up on the Falcons. So the first half was rough, but you hung 30 on them in a half. We got 27 points, 26 points up on the Vikings. Couple touchdown returns in that game, I think, right? From the yeah, you got the touchdowns on that. I mean, I think what I'm kind of trying to say is I think in a couple of these games, you had kind of gotten up by so much in the game that the offense was sort of putting it away. And the Titans, the Vikings, and the Falcons game, I think you got to the fourth quarter in all of those games and the game was almost done. I know the Titans game got a little interesting, but that thing was basically put away. So, I mean, that's a factor here too from the Rams game, is that you so comfortably had the win in some of these games. You didn't have to execute offensively for 4 straight quarters, thus making the days not look quite maybe as explosive or good as a bottom line as they really did and were. The offense is very inconsistent. When it does find consistency, it's hyper explosive. That's why this has been an offense that's had 4 games of this year where they've had 30-point halves. That's why when you look out the rest of the NFL, there's only 6 other times that's occurred across the whole of the NFL. So while, yes, the offense has inconsistency, it also has an ability to put more explosive points on the board beyond any team in the National Football League. And that part can't be undersold as well, because that means we don't need we can go and put up points that another team might need 2.5 quarters to put up. We can put it up in just a half a quarter. So I mean, there may be something the Rams did stylistically, but I don't think that what's happened is there's been also a wash, rinse, repeat. The Rams ran a light box and dropped a lot of guys into coverage against Sam Darnold. The Vikings came back around the next week and hyper fixated on stacking the box and blitzing him. Or 2 weeks later, the Titans did a lot of the same stuff. The Falcons did a lot of the heavy blitzing stuff. Kind of felt like the Colts went out of the little bit of the blitzing stuff this week. So different opponents have done different things against us offensively as well. So there hasn't been kind of a commonality of they've just taken this strat and mass applied it all the way across the board. So it's kind of all of that, I think, that goes into that a bit. And I mean, shoot, you put up 30, 26, 37, and then 18. So you're still putting up points even in these offensive struggles, which is pretty impressive too. Not saying it's perfect, but I don't think it's god awful either to that side of it since the Rams game. Scooby says, I used my eyes and he didn't play a good game. He played well enough to win, but the team that Indy put out there today, he could have played way better. And I think that this is fair enough from your aspect of being in this place, Scooby. I think that you can at least hopefully kind of understand from somebody's perspective. If I mount up a case and I bring up 7 different items that are specific, that aren't just me saying, hey, my gut says that Sam played good, but I can go to 8 specific items that I don't think that you would debate with or argue with me on, that you'd be in agreement with me. Like if I said to you, Scooby didn't have a running game to work off of at all, was often put in behind the sticks and third down and long situations, and that has nothing to do with him, right? Like you'd be agreeing with me on that. I can bring up a bunch of those points and you go, okay, well, I just ignore all those points you brought up and that my eyes just say he didn't play a good game. So that can be the case. You can take that stance, but you do have to understand as someone on your perspective that you give me nowhere to go with back on a counter. That's not a winning argument to say, well, it's just what my eyes tell me when I'm giving you specific items that say, here, let me build my case to you for why he played a good game. I feel like you kind of got to do the side to that on the other way. You can have that opinion, or you can just come down and say, well, it's just my eyes. But you have to understand as well as if I bring up a variety of items on case wise and you bring up nothing other than my eyes, well, then that's really not much of an argument, is it? And we're trying to sort of come to a commonality. I'm truly curious. You can build a case to me as to how he had a bad game, but you're going to have to do it more beyond just, well, that's what my eyes told me. Because this is the same thing that Jesse does to me on the Roundtable Sports. I go up to build a case on quarterback play and how quarterback comes out. He's just like, well, this is just what my eyes say to me. It's literally the verbatim thing that he says to me on the Roundtable. And it drives me just a little bit as kind of maddeningly crazy in that way. Because I want a case to be built up, build up the argument, give me something tangible to operate off of so I can understand that perspective. Otherwise, it's hard to understand it exactly other than just, it seems to be a biased slant a little bit if you can't get the specific items as to what draws out that being a bad performance per se. I appreciate where you're coming from though. Dune says this come from behind win was important. You have to learn to dog it out. Blowouts don't teach you how to figure out a way to win. I hope our team is better for dogging out a win like this. Amen, brother. Amen. Rob says, so am I crazy to think we all just witnessed hard evidence the refs can rig NFL games? We need some NBA-style investigations, and we need to maybe make sports betting illegal. I'm okay at this point with potentially that is a maybe way we got to go down the road of this if this is going to be an issue. And I think the NFL mentioned this last week, that they are realizing that this is growing to become more of an issue. And this was not a good look for the league on how this game was officiated in that way. 100% agree with you there. Definitely a tough look today. Thank you, Mickey. Appreciate you. You're awesome. Kevin says, Buka limping after the game. Devontae probably hurting. Does sound like Cross was helped off the field there, Opie. Hopefully he's okay. Haven't heard any news yet in the chat on this, but hopefully he's not too bad. Gunn says Mike did not report any injuries. Hopefully just a tweak maybe. Three Guns Deep says, come on, John, drop some more offensive linemen than anyone else over the last 4 years. It's got to get more, man. Stafford also got beat up. Thank you, Lions. Lions are a physical team, man. They get after it. Vivi Hawkstad, did you have the NFL stops paying your insurance after 5 years after you retire? I think that's been a reason old man is playing. Somebody was mentioned that. Yeah, that maybe the insurance, he's got the 10 kids, that NFL health insurance is kind of nice when you got 10 kids. Yeah. Maybe trying to get that restart a little bit. I'm sure he's got plenty of money though. So it's kind of funny though. George, I like Arroyo, but him going on IR is making the pick look bad. Yeah, it is. It was one of the issues I had with the selection of Arroyo is not only did you not have the production in college from him, but you had the injury concerns with him, which were mighty. And the injury concerns had been dogging him throughout his college career. And even into his final quote unquote breakout year in college, still had the injuries pop up again in that point. I mean, at what point is a player a little bit of an injury risk when you're trying to look at taking a guy like that high in the draft? And hopefully he can work out long term. But the Arroyo pick remains the biggest head scratcher pick of this last draft, and by far. Joe says, Joe, Jess is the O-line like John Schneider is to O-line like Superman is to Kryptonite. Absolutely fantastic in every other department. Nobody would rather have as my GM, but man, secure the trenches. Just got to do it, John. Come on. Every year this thing kind of comes up. Good and passable. Well, we start to get dangerously close into playing a game of schematics here. It's kind of why I'd like to more of have you drive towards a good to bad. If you want to go to passable, that's fine. I think he played above passable today. I think a guy gets a game-winning drive. A guy has not working in his favor what he had worked in his favor. But again, I don't know if there's a lot of place for us to go on this, Scooby, because I can bring up the 7 or 8 items specifically that I can go to build my case. Like if this was a courtroom and I'm the first lawyer and I come up and I say, Exhibit A, Your Honor, Exhibit B, Your Honor, Exhibit C, Your Honor, Exhibit D, Your Honor, Exhibit E, Your Honor, Exhibit F, and then you come up and you say, here's my counter. My eyes tell me that. Well, there's not a lot for me to even push back against you on that with. It just kind of goes, oh, okay. I get that that's an argument itself, and maybe you're seeing it there clearly, but there's not a lot then back and forth me to go back and forth with you on. I think he was above passable today. I do. I think for what was set up out of his favor, the stage was not set up for him to have success today. This was not a great game plan by Kubiak. That was not good pass protection on the day as a whole by your offensive line. That was atrocious run blocking throughout this game. There were bad drops littered on within. And because you were so atrocious in running the ball, you were oftentimes in 3rd and 7 and 3rd and 8s. Beyond Sam Darnold, you show me an offense that's going to spend a day, Scooby Snacks, living in 3rd and 8 or longer. That's an offense that's not going to be successful. I don't care whether it's Josh Allen, Stafford, or Darnold back there as your quarterback. No offense is going to be successful in that environment. So it's just building that case up for all of those items, that if you can build your case to the other side and give me some actual points of specificity, well, maybe I can be drawn to your side. You can win me over. I won't be as hard-lined onto it, but I do get a little bit more when it comes to Darnold. And as I was saying, like exactly the words you use are exactly the words that I get from Jesse on Roundtable. Well, it's just what my eyes tell me. Okay. I mean, maybe you're just seeing it way more clearly than all of us, and that you've got that just gut instinct that's attuned so rightly. And I'm not mocking here and being true. And that maybe it's so rightly in how it's seeing the situation, but you do have to understand from people's perspective that are building a case, that if you're not then building a case, it's kind of like a shrug and you go, well, okay, there's no case you're building. You're just saying it's kind of what I see. That's fine, but it doesn't give us much to work off of, you know? Yeah, the injuries for Arroyo aren't a good look, but if it works out like Uchenna, then I'll be fine with the pick. Time will tell. Time will tell. Time will tell. Play calling's got to get better, Kevin. Got to get better. Again, can we take 2 steps back in order to take 20 steps forward? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's great to hear from Jay Mai at the podium in the house game. Dude's our leading scorer. He should be up there a little bit more often. Yeah, it's good to see Jason up there. Adams is injured. Yep, Devontae Adams out with a hamstring injury for the next game. Your deeds, what does the Inspire Change slogan mean that all the teams are wearing? I don't know. Oh. Felt like they did do a good job in that late second half into the first second part of the second half, to your point, Mickey, on this. And then at the end of the second half, a little bit more of getting the ball out of the hands quicker a little bit at times. And that's a good place to lean into, I think, especially as we come into this Rams attack this upcoming week. For your info, Passable is playing 50-50. I'm not sure what that means. BB says, AB or anyone, if Joe Burrow is available, do you make the trade? Probably not. I think the cost can be too great. I think I got some worries with Joe right now with some of the injuries that have gone on with him and whatnot. Sounds like the chat's out on him too. A little bit too expensive a move. I hope we can pick up a guard Dune. They don't tend to get out in the open market and become available, unfortunately. Allison Costa, I'm from Brazil and I just found your channel. I'll start following you here. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for that, Allison. Hope you're having a good one down there in Brazil, and welcome aboard. Get a couple of folks out there in Brazil, part of the Hawks Nest. We're a worldwide entity here, but thank you. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you aboard. Glad to have you aboard. Brian's also a lot of hard nose on Burrow. I'm glad to see that. Mickey says, no matter what, we are going to the Super Bowl as long as the O-line improves. Sundell, okay today, but the last 3 games did better without him at center. Hopefully he can get back more, maybe knocking off a little bit of rust in this game, Mickey. I think ultimately he'll give you the best chance there at center, but probably had a little bit of a rough return here today. Dealing with a lot of DeForest Buckner and Corey Redding up there. Those are some good defensive tackles for the Colts too. Kevin, I think the Rams are going to trade for Burrow too. It's all going to be built on Stafford retiring or not. If he doesn't retire, I don't think they make the move. If he retires, I think that they're going to get the Bengals on the bat line immediately. Kings is fun fact, rather have Justin Herbert than Joe Burrow. They're both just cursed franchises. Kind of feels like that, doesn't it? It does feel like that. I don't think he's coming back for the Rams game, Mill, being Horton. I think he's still going to be on IR for one more week. I'm hearing some different things about the IR status here with Horton. So I've been told Mookie over field goals would text us in our text train saying he had seen somewhere that maybe they were being IR'd he's being IR'd for the full season, but I'm seeing stuff go differently against that now. I'd rather have Josh Allen over everybody, wouldn't you? Yeah, just because he is eligible to return for IR doesn't mean necessarily will be. We'll see where they're at. And they've been a little bit dodgy with his situation and what exactly is going on with his ankle. We'll get the update this week here, something more solidified. NW, chat, am I wrong? Was this not one of Sam's best games as far as decision-making and working what the game gives him? I think you're thinking of it in the terms of how I'm thinking of it. Yeah. I don't think you're seeing wrongly from that. I think I see it pretty concurrently in the same way. I don't know if it's one of his better games of the year, but I think it's a good game at the end of the day. I think that's the way that I would term this. I would put it beyond passable. And it is because he had to play within himself by what was going on around him, by the bad play calling, by the bad drops, by the bad pass protection, by the absolutely atrocious run blocking. He had to work against all of that today to find whatever success he found. And yet he found success. He found resiliency. He found answers as the game went along. That's what makes it good to me as a day. Mike Dune says, we don't need a superhero quarterback. We need an Avengers O-line. That's the way I'd like to go. Beautifully put. What a great way of putting that. Horton is a really solid red zone threat. That's for sure. He's dangerous in there. Joe says Burrow signed a 5-year contract to 2023, so he signed 2028, $55 million a year on average, $219 million guaranteed. Assuming since he would do it, what would it take? Picks and players to get it done. Good question. The Bengals stuck a lot of void in your money at the end of this deal. When you're getting Joe Burrow returned here, you're going to get him for a pretty heavily discounted rate. Still going to be pricey, though. So for 2026, he's still going to cost you $40 million on the cap, but hell, quarterback's getting paid 60, so it's a little bit of a discount. The next year after that, the cost will go up to about 45 million. And then it does continue to go up in 28, 29. So you're not having to put on a new contract. He's not going to cost you a full new deal necessarily. So there's a little bit of quasi savings in there, which means the Bengals can insist on a very big haul. They're going to get back more at 29 years old with Joe Burrow. They'll get back more for him than Russell Wilson got. So I think you're starting out with 3 first-round picks. If it's the Rams and they're giving up a top 10 pick in those first-round picks and 2 first-round picks in this year's class, I think that's going to wait and be worth quite a bit for a team making that move. So probably 3 first-round picks and a second-rounder, maybe a player, something like that. You know, do the Rams like franchise Byron Young and then trade Byron Young's rights, 3 first-round picks and a second-round pick for Burrow? Something like that. Probably in that neighborhood, Joe. And as much because you're going to get him he'll still cost, but there's a little bit of a discount for what he'll be on our books when we bring him to our team. And the Bengals do have to eat essentially about $15 million of bonus money to move him on at that point. Big gun Sundell was getting pushed around, landing on his butt a lot. It was a tough day at the office, those 2 defensive tackles up front, too. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation. Randall, have you scouted any running backs in the 2026 draft? I'd imagine Jay Love from Notre Dame is a top 15 guy. I think he's a bit boom or bust type runner. I love Jonah Coleman. He's a human bowling ball. Randall, I am getting further and further and further and further more advanced in my scouting stuff here. So I was spending some good hard work on this last night, actually. I thank you for the donation. And yes, I have. So let me bring up first, Randall. Here is my current board. So that's defensively. You're asking about offense. Look at over offense. So offensively speaking, I do have Jeremiah Love. I do not have him in the top 15. I think that he's an outstanding running back, and there's a lot he brings to the table that's really nice. And he's had a couple of very high-end years as far as productivity goes. So I don't want to seem like I'm necessarily underselling his ability. I just don't think he's quite in that same stage of territory of like an Ashton Genty, Bijan Robinson. He's good. He's good, but that's where it's gotten a little bit high. I will say that what probably does happen here is that you probably do see him probably go in the first round, even though I got a second round grade on him. And that's going to be driven as much, Randall, because of the weakness of this draft. As far as my scouting report on Love, his patented move is he's got multiple versions of a spin move that are just nasty. Athletic back with power elements. He has near elite contact balance, and he's able to bounce off strong hits and keep his feet with a variety of moves to help pull it off. He's a hesitation one-cut runner by and large, so he's going to get downhill very fast, just to press the whole kind of guy. His vision is good from a corridor in tight confines kind of perspective, but his vision is not expansive. He does have near elite change of direction. His spin moves, hurdle, and stiff arm are top end for a prospect. Both quickness and speed are solid. I think he's more of kind of a 1.455, 1.57-ish, 1.58-ish kind of guy. A very good receiving back, comfortable running routes in space and from the slot. I think sometimes he can run with a little bit high and not get his lower, and that makes him a little bit easier to sometimes bring down despite the contact balance. There's some elements of his game I really, really do like a lot. I don't know if there's one supremely spot of his game outside of that sort of contact balance as much as anything else. That's really the elite part of his game. But I get it. If somebody want to talk me into him being a first round running back, I get it. I have Katron Allen is the next guy on my list. They're kid out of Penn State. Jonah Coleman is a guy I like a lot too. I think Jonah's kind of a guy that's a Cam Scatabo, Dave Montgomery cross, low to the ground, power back. Feels impossible for the first defender to bring him down. A guy with a floor of being a minimum short yardage back at the very least, that he could, fit into that role really well. I think as you see with these guys, the big key with them, when you look at a guy where David Montgomery, I believe, was taken in the second round, and then Scatabo was taken in the fourth round, it's going to come down with Jonah into a lot of how he runs the 40. If at 5'9", 225, he goes out there and runs the 4.65 40, a little bit like Cam Scatabo, he probably goes down a little bit lower in this draft. If he can come out there and run even probably a high 4.4 or super low 4.5, might be enough to kind of solidify him more into that second round range. I kind of split the difference on this, where I put him in the third round, as you can see there. But just starting to get into the running backs in this class. Haven't gotten super deep with them, but started to look at them. Got a little bit deeper with the receivers, as you can see. Slowly but surely, we're getting the horizontal board going, though. Bit by bit by bit. Little by little here. I like him. He's good. But can't quite get there in the top 15 with Love. I think that's a little bit of an overinflation there on him. I will say people are going to love him, though. He runs hard, doesn't mess around. He's going to appeal to the right offensive scheme that likes those kind of running backs. In the same way that the kid the Chargers took last year really was just a pure fit for what Harbaugh wanted to do in that rushing attack of that offense. Thank you, though, Randall. Appreciate the donation. Feels like a pretty solid running back class so far with running backs. I don't think it's illustrious, but it feels pretty strong. Jordan, you want trenches rebuilt? Okay, how about a tight end and some Christmas ham? Mickey said, we're better off if we support every single player instead of criticize them. I think you got to support the players that are worth being supported. And if you got to criticize a guy, you got to criticize him. I think you got to, it's a place where, again, like we're talking about earlier there, Mickey, it's a place where there's a leaning in here at times for fans to want the pause, but it's not the funnest way to me talking about the team is to try to, especially if we're, remember what's coming down to this, and it's coming from a good place, right? You're coming from a good place. Be positive, be kind always to the players around. It's coming from a good place, but the good cannot come with damage. We don't want to positive stuff up in the name of lying. We want to be positive in the name of telling the truth. And the first thing we're going to do here on this channel is tell the truth. And that means sometimes it's going to be positive, sometimes it's going to be criticizing. And if we're going to put the criticism out there, the one thing we ask, and one thing I try to do, Mickey, as you can hear me in some of the discussions I'm having right here, is if we are going to criticize, that we get to the specific points of what to be criticizing and what's wrong and what needs to be corrected and fixed, And Sundell's like trying to headshot with a half-ton truck. We need beef at the center position. 1 ton, man. Haynes may still be the answer. I'll tell you, though, the team just doesn't seem like they've got a ton of faith in him and what he brings. But there's still time there. Hello, Jack Franz. How you doing, man? Joe, going to be a playoff atmosphere Thursday night football. Ram fans, we're coming for you. Coming for you. Will Valdez, hey B, the Colts are going to be nice and pissed off just in time for their game against the Niners. Yes, sir. At home, by the way, Will. On prime time, by the way, Will. Come on, Colts, take down them Niners. Take them down. AB says Myers was clutch. It's good practice for him in tight situations when it comes to the playoffs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it will. Well said. Scooby said, I never said he played bad. I said Sam played passable. And again, I guess that's where we come down to like semantics on a little bit with this. But I get it, man. I feel where you're coming from. I understand with it. I don't think he played like you said earlier on. He didn't play excellent. He didn't play elite. Didn't play great. I certainly would not throw any of those on top of it there, Scooby. So I wouldn't go to that extreme of it saying he played amazing. He was peerless. No, it was not perfect. There's There's some spots in the game, certainly on some plays that you can pick at here and there, I think, but by and large, I think he was good on the day. And good on the day as much because the factors weren't set up necessarily for him to find success. Yeah, Mickey, it's going to be an emotional support. It's an emotional game, you know? And if you care, if you want it, if you love the team, you're going to be emotional sometimes by it, I think a little bit. And I think that's this, we're kind of getting that place too, Mickey, where it's like when fans tell other fans how to fan, it's kind of a tough look, right? Like it's the same thing when fans say, you're not a real fan of this. Like whenever you hear another fan tell another fan of the same team that, I'm not saying that's what you're saying here, but I'm just trying to give you like an example. Whenever you hear a fan say that to another fan, it always makes you kind of cringe up a little bit. Like, oh, don't say that, you know? So it's, you know, people were part of the chat, you know, they were talking in the chat. They were saying they were frustrated at their wits end, but they were participating. They were watching, you know, they wanted the team to turn around. They're going to stay through the end of the game. And so nobody's walking away, not still wanting to win, but they are frustrated by what they're seeing and the emotionality of the sport. You can't ask a person to be a fan. Cause remember, Mickey, what do you get from fan? Where does fan come from? What's the long side of that shortened phrase? Fan is short for fanatic. Okay. Well, let's go see what. Let's look at this really quickly here. So what's the meaning? Oh, never mind. I think you get the point on it. It's just, this team's in on it. I think this is how we operate here a little bit, Mickey, that makes this unique from other channels. I think that there's a ton of channels where they're going to lean in that pom-pom thing. Like I told you, and I tried to give you an example of this. There's a guy out there you can watch in Niner land that's monstrously big and positive every turn. But he kind of becomes a bit of a joke. He's a joke amongst Niner fans. He may have a lot of popularity, a lot of viewership, but he's a joke. And every other content creator talks about him like he's a joke. And fans of other teams that see him talk about his team know he's a joke. And he's doing all the stuff that you're kind of advocating for a little bit. So I get the pull to go to that direction of things and that, oh, this is the best way with it. It's not necessarily the best way. And I've been doing this for years and there's a lot of different ways to do this, but that's one way where you're going to end up burning yourself out going that direction of things from a channel standpoint. You're going to end up losing your passion for it. You're end up lying to your audience. And the second you start lying to your audience, you've lost the plot when you're doing this, in my opinion. Why this has become a new medium, why more people are being attracted to this medium is because people in this medium aren't like the national publications where they're trying to just draw up stories or drum up stories or create something out of nothing, but they're actually trying to tangibly cover these teams in the way that you would, you know, like people to cover the team with an unbiased nature, thoroughly pulling apart the layers as deeply as you possibly can get into it. And it's interesting for people in that way. And you lose that if you're just running towards positive Paulville at every turn. That all gets lost. There's a price to be paid in just living in positivity. I never said the offense played good either, did I? Okay, so how much of those specific parts that I talked with, now we're having a good back and forth here, Scooby. How much of those specific items that I mentioned about the offense today, from the play calling to the piss poor pass protection to the even worse run blocking, how much should have that affected the quarterback position as far as to find success on the day? How much of an impingement should that have been? How much are you building in and baking into your assessment of Sam today? Those parts not working pretty thoroughly all the way down the line, including even the bad drops that were there in this game. How much do those factor in for you on Sam? And I think that's where we get down to the difference of our day on this is I think you're kind of overlooking those factors and saying, well, Sam, to get to a good status today, should have gone beyond those and still performed at a high level. I say that the quarterback position is heavily driven by the supporting parts. And when the supporting parts are basically failing around you and you still then find some success, that then is a good day. Because most quarterbacks in that environment, this failing, are they themselves going to eventually then fail within that? You know, one goes to the other a little bit. And that's why my curiosity, I'm trying to drive towards your specifics on this, Scooby. That's definitely why I'm trying to ask these questions and have a back and forth with you on this a bit with this to understand better where you are coming from. And don't forget the other aspect that I didn't even mention on top of this, which is the obvious officiating, which was not slanting in the Seahawks direction in this game. We couldn't get a PI holding call or a pass interference call for our life in this game. And that's kind of also a little bit of it too. Like all of this kind of comes together on explaining the offensive day a bit from my perspective. Myers says Sam's only had one interception in the last 4 games since the Rams. It's part of that adjustment he's made, playing more within himself, not pressing quite as much. It's been good to see. Dune Meyer should have been our offensive special teams of the week, just the special teams player of the week. Scored all the points. Yes, he did. He deserves them both, man. Give it to them both. Pumpkin, chill out. We're trying to hear your master and feed our football souls because needs an auto laser pointer or a catnip fountain, like some cat crack rock for little pumpkin. She gets dicey after the game. She's like, it's been a long time. Pet me. Scooby says, did our offense as a whole play off? No, they didn't. Sam is part of the offense and he didn't play good either. He played passable. That's why I specifically pointed to those parts that had nothing to do with Sam and how bad they played. Sam can't run block. Sam can't pass protect. Sam can't catch the ball. Sam can't have the officials slanted in the direction of the Colts. Sam can't put together an offensive game plan that's kind of ass, which is what Kubiak tried out there in the first half. All of those are things outside of his control. Cal says there's so many ACL tears this year. They really need to standardize grass surfaces in all fields, also strength conditioning practices. There's a lot, man. Going to grass fields would be a good way to do this. I'd love to see it, Catalyst. And I do think that the Chiefs do have a grass field out there. There's only some of this I think you're going to be able to mitigate to a degree, but at least grass takes you in the step of doing everything you can within your control to give them the right surfaces the players often speak to as the best surface to allow them to be healthy and not have these situations come up as much. Maybe they'll come up, but they'll come at a lower rate at that point. I do think it is a little bit of, though, I think the modern era, what you get, which is these bigger athletes, stronger athletes, carrying more weight on their bodies, moving faster than ever, and the ligaments are only so strong. Things just kind of snap a little bit there. Brian says Johnny Manziel trying out for KC tomorrow. King's Owl says with Gardner Minshew's performance today, Steve DeBerg will consider the offer per Ian Rappaport. Niall Zulm says, I don't see it. Sundell starting is just not it. Think we can upgrade. Fine for this season, but just like AB at right guard, but 2026 and after needs upgrades. If the Seattle Seahawks want to put at the forefront of their attack into the places they look to add to this team this offseason and say, number one priority is going to be center, number two priority is going to be right guard, or flip them and slip that order up. I'd be perfectly happy with that. I have been banging this drum for many a year here. Turn this thing into a strength. Remove the glaring weak links from this offensive line that show up on every single week basis almost. Remove them and watch what can happen with this offense. Hopefully this offseason, they finally will take it to that place. Everybody says, I want an honest opinion more than a fan opinion. Play like crap. Why lie to ourselves? That's it. And that's always been a little bit of the guiding light here. Kogan says, rest in peace to all that lost their lives in Brown University, Syria, and Sydney, Australia today. Indeed. Tough day. Definitely a tough day out there. Prayers and hopefully everyone's resting in peace out there that might have passed. Tough to see. Sanchez. Thank you for the $10 donation, Sanchez, man. Appreciate you. I know we didn't see eye to eye on Sam's play in the Rams game, but no issues with him today. It felt like the coaching staff were already looking at next week and forgot about today. I'm glad to hear that with Sanchez. And yeah, and again, it's Scooby, I know we're having some fun back and forth, and I'm trying to convince you to my side, but I appreciate all different perspectives in here, and we don't always have to be all, that about me too with this Sanchez. We don't always have to be in agreement. Did feel like maybe that was a bit of the part of the puzzle here on the offensive side of the ball a bit, in that, were you looking a little bit ahead on this one? There's a little bit of a strange game plan and attack that you kind of trotted out there in this one. The execution was kind of off. The finer details just kind of felt off today. You just didn't feel like you were on those points, the P's and Q's, if you were. But I'm glad to hear that you were kind of in that same boat as seeing him have a pretty good day today. And, that's a game where you can much more convince me on bad day with Sam, the 4 interceptions on a bottom line on that. Though I will find some excuses a little bit in that game. And though we were a little bit in disagreement with it, I can certainly get where you're coming from on a day like that, where again, I think like we talked about a couple of weeks ago, 1 interception removed on that game against the Rams, and you probably win that. Like, Sam, we'll let you throw 3 interceptions today and we'll still go win the game. It's like, yeah. I'm going to throw 4. Like, it's hard to excuse that at that point. And it's good to see, in my opinion. I'd love to hear if you feel the same way. You don't have to donate to put this in there, Sanchez, but in the comments, if you want to put it in. If you've maybe seen, as somebody mentioned before, since that Rams game, 1 interception over the last, 4 games since that game, that there's been a little bit more, it feels like, of him playing control and playing within himself. And that's been good, because that shows adjustment. That shows him able to fix something in his game that a little bit maybe lacking in that Rams game. A little bit too loose and free with it, if you were. Did feel like, though, the coaching staff offensively did not have the most elaborate game plans put together. It's kind of like, let's try this. Let's try that. Let's try this. Brandon Kane, a fan, a Seattle fan? I assure you the answer is yes, a hard yes. Like a yes after swallowing 3 ED pills. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Mickey. Appreciate you. Sundell and Zabel are going to hold it down for years to come, says Brian. He's got faith in Sundell. Love to hear it. Maybe a little bit of rust today. Definitely wouldn't surprise me if Andy Reid wanted to retire and not have to turn this thing all back over again. A man's getting up there. They were showing him walking out on the field when Mahomes, or I think it was Chris Jones, had the injury, and he was kind of waddling out there. I mean, it's definitely that moment where you couldn't blame him if the time has kind of come. Scooby says, I missed all that beat. You kept cutting it out for me, laughing out loud. Three Guns, was that a clean block on Bradford today when the guy went for his knees? Seemed cheap to me. It kind of looked awkward. I have to re-see the play again. It was kind of bang bang in the moment. I didn't get a chance to really review what was going on with that one. Yeah, Glenn brings up another good point. Boy, the field position more was definitely won by the Colts today. Felt like we were on a long field every single drive. Dax says, Godfrey, we have nuance in our football analysis. Exactly, man. What's up, Cal? Hope you're having a good day. How many sacks the Colts have on Darnold today? I think they only had 1. They hit him a good amount, and the pressure rates are going to be pretty high coming out of this game on Darnold. But I think they only end up with 1 sack. Beast Mode, Brando, would you rather add to the running back room or the O-line room come this next draft? I would love to see 2 day picks put to the offensive line. Where those come in, 2nd, 3rd rounder, 1st and 3rd rounder. I'm not picky on that, but I wouldn't mind seeing, in general terms, just a heavy drive to top the tank off here, finish this offensive line off. You bring 2 guys in now that are truly challenges there for a guy like Bradford and Sundell into next season. You got some depth to work with now as well. I would love to see them hammered in that fashion. Even better would be, quite honestly, to be able to take care of the O-line in free agency and have guys more ready-made and less of, well, we don't know what we're going to get exactly, but we think he's going to be pretty good. But I don't know if that's going to be really an option that's on the table. I think with running backs, the stuff has been proven pretty correctly here with Charbonnet and Walker. We have had a science project put at play here. What happens when you draft two high-end running backs and you don't have the best of offensive schemes and you have an awful offensive line, as far as especially run blocking? Can those guys overcome that? Can they go be hyper productive around that? Do offensive lines essentially there not matter? Do offensive schemes kind of just not matter? Does play calling just kind of not matter? And the rule on that's been proven to be disproven, that you've got to get the quality offensive line, that you need the quality signal caller there. And once you have all of the parameters in place, then you can go out and you can go and get all fancy with it. You can go search out the top end running back and you will maximize that top end running back's talent. But if you're trying to have him come in there and clean up open gaping wounds on your offensive line and your play calling, that's not going to get the job done. And I think if you go right back to the running back here before you've taken care of this offensive line, kind of shows that John hasn't quite learned that lesson yet. It's great to have difference-making running backs, but you have to have the line to get the most out of them. Analytics has proven this out for a good 10 to 15 year period in the NFL, time and time again. It's not been a kind of a general rule of thumb. It's been a hard rule of thumb, and one we did not learn in taking those two guys in the second round in back-to-back years like we did. Give me the line first. Zal's with us. And man, if you can get it done in free agency, all the better. Don't have to then double back into the draft to do it. Dude Moose, there's a couple of things I liked about Sam today. He played with more physical aggression. Him taking the sneak instead of AJ. He scrambled more than once. That looked like a winning quarterback would do. Yeah. Just got to tactically choose those moments and times to run like he did today, or Dune, like he did last week with the 3 carries for 24 yards. Doesn't have to go out there and turn into Jaden Daniels or Michael Vick, but just pick those 3 or 4 times in the game to run the ball and use your legs and find a plus on the play rather than a minus. Find a good result rather than the worst result, which has often happened in those moments when he's not chosen to use his legs, when he's tried to throw it late into a tight spot. Dangerous Brandon, I think people have the right to be upset and worried, but the Seahawks I knew from 21 to 24 would have lost that game. Good teams find ugly ways to win. Well said, Dangerous. The great example that was raised by Jeff Jennings on a donation earlier in this one, which I know it's one to go back to over and over again, but I think it does kind of put a game like this in perspective. The Legion of Boom teams weren't just blowing out teams week in and week out. There was a lot of ugly wins in there. There was a lot of just kind of buy your knuckles, grind it out, make it happen to the end of the game. The Tampa Bay Buccaneer game is a great example of this, where that Tampa Bay team came in on your Legion of Boom team at your full strength, had 21-0 hung up on your team. You know, looked like they were with Mike. They had a great quarterback at that time, though, and Mike Glennon was their quarterback that hung that 21 points up on your Seahawks defense. Weird stuff happens sometimes. You have these ugly games. You have these ugly wins and the way they go. You just got to find a way to do it. And I think you touch on a good point, Dangerous, is that I do think that great teams both will blow teams out, but they will also find ways to win ugly games. They'll just find a way. They'll have an inherent ability to get it done. And the Hawks team showed a bit of that today. Showed that in big fashion today. Yeah, it's fine for the season. We got to do better for after this. You're right, with the offensive line. And I hope as well. Now, I've been hitting on this drum like John Bottom with Zeppelin, man. Offensive line, offensive line, offensive line, offensive line, offensive line, offensive line. I'm over here, sweat flying every which way. Please, offensive line. J.O. Cup's got some low-key moves after the catch, man. Is his cup still half full? Ron Guffey says, just think the Colts defense didn't have 3 starters. This game would have been a different outcome. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. But they didn't. Dax is a name. I feel like because it's a broad offensive issue, we must start looking at this team's departments outside of quarterback. It's been quarterback bad ever since the last Rams game, and I'm so tired of it. Yes, I am as well. I think that in general terms, there's a hyperfixation on the quarterback position, just in general terms. That goes beyond the Seahawks fan base. That goes to all NFL fan bases, that they carry so much of the spotlight. It's often been said that quarterbacks get way too much of the credit and way too much of the blame. And I think that this is absolutely true. And it's important to pinpoint the actual problems, because if you don't pinpoint the problems and you just draw it back to a kind of catch-all, you may not rectify the issues at play moving through an off season. I think the Seahawks will. I think they're going to have their eye on the right spot with this. But I think sometimes that the fan base, the national perspective of the fan bases can be off on this versus where things is really at from a reality standpoint. It's hard. It's complicated. There's not just one reason or one answer for things not being better or more explosive, but you got to address them, I kind of think, piecemeal, bit by bit, and do so with specificity. And then you have a good chance of fixing it. Kind of like with Sam, where we say with Sam, we don't go generally and say, Sam's just got to play better coming out the Rams game, right? Like that wouldn't be something I would have said. I would have said, Sam's got to play better, and here's how he's got to play better. He's got to take better care of the ball. He's got to do a better job at times when he's getting late into plays to not get into superhero mode and extend beyond himself, which goes in tandem with the first point. He's got to be willing to use his legs a little bit more. These are all three items that he's brought up to bear here over these last few games since that Rams game. So he's taking those exact ways of improvement and he's establishing them. He's putting them into play. And yeah, I absolutely think the offensive line has the potential to railroad us at some point or another in the playoffs. And that's one of the reasons I make this a point of priority. It's not just because I like great offensive lines. I do. But it's also because of the fact that this limitation has been one that has sunk you in other prior years. This limitation has sunk you in years where you've had pretty good teams. And it's been the single factor to take you down. Now, those teams had a lot worse offensive lines that helped to cause that ship to get sunk. But it still does remain, I think, a viable odd item in looking at this team going, is this going to come up again at some point? Am I going to see this again come up here and knock us off our path? And it's possible. And that's part of the bad point of coming into these seasons with a couple of question marks on this offensive line, is it can play out to become that. Hope we don't get to the divisional round and lose like the Mariners did, says Feast. I hope not as well. Dunes, I'm eager to watch the evolution of Mike McDonald in the next 5 seasons, especially with his offensive involvement. I think we all know that needs to happen. Amen. Got a great coach here, man. Ryan says, looks like the officials rigged the Ryan's Lambs game too. Interesting. I'll go back and try to watch that one tonight after I get done with the wrap up. Get a positive memory out of the community on this day. Well, thank you, Industry Worth. Appreciate you, Cal. Appreciate you. Cal coming in with a $10 donation to that same note. Says, great positivity today in the Hawks Nest community. You have an honest approach with integrity, and we have great memories today. Great memories today, Cal. Thank you for that donation. I really appreciate it. And as well, of all of your support in the channel recently, all that fine support. And great day today, Hawk community. And I know that we've had to turn over some disagreement in this. I know that I'm definitely a guy that digs into my heels in this way. I want to say, whether it's Scooby Snacks or anybody else in this chat, that, when you do find disagreement, I appreciate from all of you folks on the other side of it, that we keep it within the respectful means of it. And that we understand, that disagreement that exists is such a beautiful part of this channel, because it's always respectful. And I think that's how we turn over each other's ideas back and forth against each other. That's how we sort of test this thing to hopefully maybe get to the bottom line. Maybe not individually in the debates on either side of it, who stands on either side, but maybe from the community standpoint, they come out of this with a little bit more of a fuller view of the picture of everything, individual player-wise, performance-wise, team-wise, all of it. And I love that discussion in this channel. It's part of why I love going so long with you, is you guys always keep me thinking and keep things very interesting on that point of things. So well said from your point on that too, Cal. Thank you for the big donation. Hopefully you're having a great night out there. Appreciate you so much. And thank you for that. We got a great community here. That is what makes this place go. It's this community. It's this willingness to have these kind of discussions and this open, honest talks at all times, hard as they may be, fun as they may be, grand in our daydreaming as they may be, but we can kind of cover the full gamut here. And I think it just makes it that much more interesting. Appreciate you. Don Mata, thank you for the $2 donation. Don, Broncos win like this every week, and they are 12-2. Indeed, that is a team that just finds a way. They are the team that finds a way of the NFL. And that it doesn't make sense. I don't think there's a team that's going to have a lot of people with, I think they'll be kind of like the dark horse Super Bowl favorite as they get into it, where people are like, well, I mean, maybe, the Broncos will probably, they could maybe do it. You're not going to hear a lot of confidence in this Bronco team. And it's because they kind of every week, doesn't matter the opponent, sort of just kind of find their way sort of through it a bit. They were down in this Packers game at one point at home, but they turned it around. They're a great adjusting team. They've got a pretty complete team overall. Nobody on their offense really scares me, but with Patrick Mahomes out of the picture now, let's face it, this AFC is one that is done wide open at this point. I mean, who is the team that is the front runner here? There's been times where it's been like, well, maybe it's the Bills. And then, well, maybe it's the Patriots. Maybe it's the Bears. Oh, well, here now Houston's starting to come back along with CJ Stroud back. Maybe they're going to be the team to do this. It doesn't look like there's a clear one coming out of that conference. Definitely the strength is in the NFC this year, but the Broncos are feasting on the back of that weekend AFC, in my opinion, a bit. Good on them, though. Hard to win that many close games. Hard to pull so much out where it starts to go in the wrong direction on you early in the game. But they've shown some good resiliency on that team, and they've earned that 12-2 record. Peyton doing a great job out there in Denver. Props to him. He's put some good work in out there for what he walked into in that situation and all of that. Chris says Jennings Dunker could be an O-line guy of interest in the draft, especially for the hair. I'm so interested in Dunker, and I had to dial back. I had to dial back a little bit of my thinking here with Jennings. So expert level technician of a right tackle with top end quickness and athleticism for the position. He's a 3-year starter. He's a dominant zone run blocker in many capacities and solid to a degree as a pass protector, but with limitations. He's quick out of his stance, plays with excellent leverage and quick striking hands. He can drive defenders off the ball, but also gets great seal blocks, can pull out in space with the best of them, finds defenders in space and lands his blocks cleanly. He's got a great targeting system when moving in space, accurate hand punch, good technique, good, not great power, but his mastery of technique sort of helps him in this realm. Sustains blocks, gathers pancakes off the back of that ability to sustain. His hand placement remains clean, very good with his ability to reset his hands as well. So guy that strikes inside and then you knock his hands off and he can reset his hands back inside, Chris. I was really wowed on the tape. 3-year starter, you've got that time that he's played. There's limitations in the pass pro stuff from a foot speed, lateral, his kick step slide is a little bit slow. Guy that I do look at and wonder about, man, you talk about a guy being moved into like a right guard, 6'5", 315, big dude, ability to move in space. There was a bit of me that was sort of tempted with Dunker a little bit. There was a little bit of a temptation to move him into first round area. I'm not going to lie. I had to kind of check myself because I was like, man, the pass pro limitations are going to probably kick him out of the first round. But I conceptually, both with him and Spencer Fanu of Utah, if you could get any of those two guys, that Fanu's not going to probably last, but Dunker might. And if you could operate with a little bit of imagination there, kicking that guy on into right guard, he plays with great leverage too. So I think he could easily slide into right guard, Chris. I like Dunker, man. Kind of one of my early, low-key faves in the draft. King says, I agree. Brandon serving me some soul food is real. Let's go. Thank you for that, man. Brandon Jana, you got the right understanding. Sundell a little bit better as a pass pro. Olo a little bit better as a run blocker. Neither are dominant in either phase, just better in that skill than the other. The one sees everything, Joe. Especially on a team like this that's a little ahead of the curve. And the reference I've had to this is back in 2012. Just like this season, 2012, you got ahead of the curve. Well, it's a year early for Seattle. We got rookie Russell Wilson out here rolling. You guys are going to go to the playoffs, rookie Wilson. You think you're going to make headway with Wilson as a rookie in the playoffs? Likewise, got Sam Darnold, not a rookie, first year here in Seattle, right? Ahead of the curve. Well, ahead of the process than what people thought. And that year, you did get in the playoffs, but you had to go on the road. And boy, you were hot. You were humming. If you got to play at home that season, rather than have to go on the road in Atlanta, you might have gone to the Super Bowl that year. You might have won a Super Bowl that year against the Baltimore Ravens. So I see it in a very similar fashion here where we avoid going on the road and we can play this at home. We get that number one seed. We get that first round bye. And what that provides to you to the other side of it would be such a huge benefit to this team for them being a bit of that year ahead of the process. Ryan says, what's so damn hard about being objective about our play? Don't want to know what's wrong with our play in order to know what to fix. Exactly. I think we're all wired here, mainly in the chat here that way. I think sometimes when we hear folks in the chat that push to a different way of it, Brian, it's just that there is a lot of that exists by a standard issue out there in the lay of the land in some of the places out there. And so I think that's the commonality. But to your point, this is the better realm to be in, you know. Cass is quality honesty. That's why you're the best, Brandon. That's what I'm aspiring for, man. I may not hit that mark, but that's our aspirations are to head there and let that be the guiding light a bit, you know. Carmen's still going after that win. How can I close it down quick after a win like that? Scooby says, I've seen what a good game looks like from Sam. I didn't see it today. It doesn't mean he played bad, but I don't think he played good either. I just think he played in the middle. There is always a middle ground. Well said, Scooby. I get that. I appreciate where you're coming from with it. I think we're probably a lot closer than maybe it was for early established in this conversation and our outlook of the situation when it comes to a bottom line. Does the running back coach affect the run game? I think it would. Doesn't help losing Kennedy Polamalu this week like we did. I don't know if it was a mitigating factor in this game to the running ability of the backs, but it could have been. And I listen to Brandon because he's a fan of the Hawks, but he's still realistic and honest about the team. He criticized the Hawks a ton during the draft. I will, man. Love lauding him. Love to celebrate the picks, but I always want people to know whatever reaction you get from me is always honest. I'm not going to guss it up here for you guys. It's going to be just pure and simple what I'm feeling. And I know you guys are going to ride with me. However I react for the most part. Oh. Got to get the offense better, Jose. That's for sure. Got to get the offense better. We got time. Three Guns Evil. If you're a Rams fan, then you probably watched the Carolina game and noticed that they didn't get a first down when the rain was pouring down. Rain did not work well for the Rams in that Carolina game. That is for sure. Gwen says, Kubiak is a streaky caller who specializes in explosives. That's always going to result on some periods of duds, especially with some operational errors on top of it. Beautifully put. I can't add a lot on top of that to what you just said, other than I think you're right on the mark. I think Kubiak is a high-level offensive coordinator in the sport. I do. But I think that there's a definite fairness at play here in saying that he can be streaky. And when he runs cold, he's ice cold. And when he's hot, he is burning. There's flames coming off of his headset, because it's not like your hand, like you're shooting a basketball. So it's like your headset's got the flames off of it, right? So it can go that other way with it. And it can be maddeningly frustrating because you can see the greatness of that offense or the potential of that offensive explosiveness within that when it is good. And when it's on the other bad side of it, you're like, why can't we just find some general middle of the road consistency there? But maybe be, to your point, part and parcel of just what you get with Kubiak, that if you get one with the good, you got to take the good with the bad. And that's a little bit of, I think, what we've seen throughout the course of this year. And that's where we come back to when you get in the stages of the bad, where Kubiak's having maybe a tough day. That's where then the onus comes back upon Sam, in my opinion, to play as much more, even a cleaner game at that point than ever before. You're not going to be able to lean on your OC as much. So you've got to really carry the headway here, especially from the standpoint of playing clean and not turning the ball over. Joe says 49er fans, Hawks secure number 1 seed at Levi Stadium. Then Darnold hoists the Lombardi at Levis Field. Can you see it? Can you see it? Ennis Stewart back in the house, a new member. Thank you, Ennis Stewart. Rashid says legal pot. That's what I remember about the Super Bowl. Yeah, Gals is very reminiscent how Jesse makes his arguments. The eye test doesn't mean anything, just constitute by his perspective. It's something we run into Jesse with on that. Yeah, it's mine and Jesse's eternal quarterback debate that burns on through the years. Catalyst. It's probably not going away it's not going away anytime soon. Certainly won't be this week from his perspective. Scooby Zach says, I mean, there were things that Sam did well. He didn't turn the ball over. He didn't run into sacks. He was getting the ball out well. I think he missed some throws, and I think he could have went through his reads a little bit better. I think we're going to find firm agreement throughout the course of your at the course of this comment. I think that, again, we're finding this is the point of having that back and forth, is to not just get clarity, but to also see if we can find that common ground here. And I think that when it comes down to the weight, when it carries to some of these substrate data points with Sam on the day, like you talk about, right? Like not turning the ball over, not running into sacks. These aren't those notable things from quarterback play, like what's your yards per attempt, what's your completion percentage, what's your quarterback rating, what's your QBR, some of the statistics we go to initially, and that the case here has to be built up, I think, a little bit more with some of those supplemental data points. And if there is 10 of those supplemental data points, that's enough for me to quite push it into the realm of being a good day for me. Because I think that there's not just one or two little things. It's like there's a stack of about 10 things that we can kind of throw all together into that bag a bit, Scooby, just from my perspective. And I think your perspective doesn't carry quite as much of that weight. But again, I do think that coming down to it, we're much more closer aligned in this than we're further apart. Roofs have been uncrooked ever since gambling was allowed. And it sounds a little rotten in Denmark at times. Mickey says, thank you again. Thank you, man. No Walker up the middle, Charbonnet up the middle. No Cooper Kupp next week. Okay to be paranoid. No long bombs early. Bubbles and rotate Walker and Charbonnet. Walker not up the center. I'm with it, man. I'm with it. I love your up the middle runs here in that way, Mickey, because this is going to be a Rams team that's going to run a light box up front. They're going to give you some more openings up there to get downhill and get downhill fast into that offensive line with the light box. Charbonnet's a little bit better in doing that. Wouldn't have the least bit of problem if they wanted to lean into that way. Bubble screens off the back when you send some of the blitzes that the Rams are going to want to run. Counter it with the blitz out, bubble screens out there to JSN and whatnot. I love it as a strategy. Love it. Love it. Mike gave updates on injuries. Cross is fine. That's good to hear. Going to need him this week. Tough out there with the game film in this game from the Hawk perspective. You could anticipate a little bit of what was going to go down here to a degree, but also hard in that you had no real updated film on Rivers. You didn't know if he was going to run a little bit of more of a kitschy attack in this game, less traditional what the Colts do, and more of some Colts stuff, some Phillip Rivers kind of stuff offense. He says, I respect for that. Being honest is more important. I appreciate that. And that's where I want to live at. I think it's a way where I've given to this a lot of thought, because there's definitely that moment where you go, man, if I'm not positive, there's a bit of a price to be paid. There's a toll on this road if I'm not going to decide to be positive at every turn. But ultimately, what's the goal? To be the biggest, or to try to go out there to be the best, provide the best content, and I think in providing the best content, you eventually got to come down to being honest is the way to do that. And if you're not, then you're going to get away from trying to be the best and more trying to be the biggest, and sometimes you gotta be great if you can make choices on both where I want to be the best and I'll be the biggest. But I think in this game, I think there's a little bit of, you have to make a choice to sometimes a little bit of a one or the other. We've had plenty of agreement too. Yeah, I know, man. You're a smart football mind. And disagreement is something I love on this channel. I like, I want to get into it with you. We'll get into it. We'll chew this thing over, but I like it too. I like that we're not an echo chamber here and we got different perspectives and different views, especially for folks like yourself that can, listen, speak upon it with specificity and go to specific items and, really unpack what you're thinking and meaning. Mills was only out there for a couple snaps, Space. Felt like they tried to give him a couple snaps early in this game, and they're like, okay, we got to put you on the bench. We need the rest. We need Jaron out here. We can't, it's not going to be one of those games. You just chill. Just chill. We'll get back to you next week. Thank you, Mickey. Appreciate you. Quinn says, if only we could put Olu's brain in Bradford's body. Think Olu could control Bradford with a remote controller like robot? It feels like we're getting to the point where consciousness can be transferred, isn't it? We're getting to that stage. Could you imagine? Mike Myers, I don't get people are complaining about a win. The Colts were jacked up and playing their best football for PR. We played Peely, Mills a lot to rest D-Law, 91, and Big Cat. Cool. Well, it does sound like Mills got a little bit more run than I thought. That's cool to see, Michael. And you're not going to hear that from me on this side of it. I think you mentioned a good point about this jacked up. I'd also call it like a desperation. And then oftentimes in the NFL, the team that you can get that's kind of sometimes the most dangerous as you get through a long NFL season can be the one that's backed up into the corner. It's like a wild animal. You backed up in the corner, and that's when they're most dangerous to attack you and strike out. And that's what you had in the Colts, is a team that is up against it. Their season's slowly drifting away. The sense of urgency is there coming into this game. You gotta feel like Rivers, at the very least, gave them a shot of adrenaline to that team whose spirits had to have been brought down pretty low after the Daniel Jones's injury. So great point, Michael. And I agree with you all the way down the line. It's gonna be fun to go back and see how Mills did in that first game. Yeah, I wanted Fannin over Arroyo too. It's like, what are we missing? How can we be so uniformly seeing that clearly? And so many of these organizations are so on the other end. It's a weird one in retrospect to look at. Herbicide. I was looking at Fannin's stats today. Then on the red zone, he was making catches for the Browns. You're just like, what? You could have played fullback. Just he blocked well, blocked better than Arroyo. Herbicide, you know what I mean? Like I'm kind of an amateur, man. I shouldn't be able to see that out. You shouldn't be able to see that out over the top of our front office so clearly. But yeah, hopefully he develops. Thank you, Mickey. Always be true to thyself. Yeah, Catalyst, I never understood either. Herbicide, me. I mean, there's so many of us that saw this so clearly the same way. We weren't like operating out there in Albuquerque on this one. Like we were in a pretty consensus driven spot on this one. Arroyo just seemed to get people to fall in love with him. Stan God loved him up. He just seemed to, there was something on tape of the Arroyo for some people that just had their minds running wild with imagination. I didn't see it though. Francesca Sports Betting, man, you stand a better chance of consistently making money day trading, which is also 95% sustainable success rate. Losing games by all accounts, not for everyone, but yeah, it's a rough road right now, this sports betting. Carmen, another one, love fan in the draft. I mean, it was universal on this, at least in our community here. It's like many of you do your scouting and you look at these guys individually, and you came out of it that way. Like, gosh sakes, come on, what are we doing? Atone says, not going to lie, this performance could be viewed in a positive light. I know the team is hungry to correct mistakes. If I was the Rams, I'd be worried. I would be too, man. You're going to get this team wanting this in every way, shape, and form. They're going to lay it on the line this next game. I hope the Rams are ready to match that energy and match that performance. I don't hope they are. I hope they aren't actually. And so after Rivers come back, Uncle Rico's trying out for the Chiefs tomorrow. He can throw it over a mountain. He can throw it over a literal mountain. Thank you, Mickey. Appreciate you. That's very kind of you to say. Quinn says, to be fair, drafting the injury risks was kind of the whole plan. Same goes for Horton and Mills. Steals if they don't get hurt. Yeah, I think that there's a little main difference, though, when it comes between Horton and Mills and Arroyo. Arroyo was injured throughout his college career. And then in the final year that he supposedly, quote unquote, broke out, he got injured again. And then he got injured at the Senior Bowl. Like literally couldn't even complete through the Senior Bowl because he got injured there too. Riley Mills was a pretty healthy guy who had a torn ACL at the end of his college career. Torrey Horton was a very healthy guy, stacked up 2,000-yard seasons back to back, got halfway through the year and then had the major injury at that point that knocked him out for the season. So there was kind of a one injury thing that was driving the Horton Mills thing. I can get that risk. I can wrap my mind around that, especially when we talk about Horton and Mills, Quinn, being in day 3. You want to do the day 3 for the injury risk guy? I'm all on board with you. That's why I didn't mind the Riley's Mill pick, even though I didn't quite always understand it in full. I'm fine with it into day 3. Do whatever you want, but day 2, don't get funky with the monkey, right? Don't get all weird out there on it. You know, stay locked in your alignment with it. And they didn't. They got funky. They got a little funky there. Crazy that. Joe says, my issue with the Royal pick is not the talent. It's that the O-line depth could have been bolstered. Now this offseason is all the much more difficult because we lack a cheap rookie on the offensive line. This is the touching point for me a little bit too, is it's not just the Arroyo pick and the miss. It's also what you could have done in the nature of that. And so when you took the Arroyo pick and then you took the Milroe pick on the back end of it behind it, both of those two picks were as much picks for the future. They were as much for going out there and getting the, trying to go out there and get the guys that you thought the top end was going to be nice on these guys. Milroe 2 years down the line, Arroyo when he can develop, and be a freakish in the traits that he can bring to the stage. But there's also the argument of, if you get the offensive lineman that gives you better performance from your offensive line this year, and your team locks it in a year earlier than you might have thought, what does that mean for that team? Can that help to be a taking you over the top factor? Are we going to reach a point of this year where the right guard position ends up sinking us in a particular game because we didn't address it in that way? I hope not. I wonder if it could be the case a bit. Michael says the NFL, Colts, and refs wanted the Hawks to lose, and we still won. Let's go. He says, I think some of the play calls Sam changed to the line when he saw something from the Indy D that he didn't like. Some of the calls he changed to the line could have been better too. It's fair enough. It's always kind of hard quite to know where the changes are happening or where the calls are being changed for sure versus fake changes or whatnot with that. But I know there was a couple of times he made some checks up there. Dunes is speaking to Chenna. Didn't notice him out there today. He's been quiet since the Titans game. He had a bit of a foot injury in that game down the field in coverage, and he hasn't exactly been super duper great over the past couple of weeks. So I don't know if he's still kind of dealing with maybe a little bit of that. He says, imagine being Darnold 14-3 and then out of nowhere there's like, nah, we'd rather be 5-8. B-boy police footage. I feel like Kubiak has been figured out, and if he's not going to get better at game planning, I'm not sure if we should keep him. He seems to make changes for a couple of plays. I think there's reason to have some criticism on Kubiak. I think when we get to the firing phase of it, let's also acknowledge and understand, B-boy, that even into last week, there's a lot of heat around him in becoming a head coaching candidate. I think he's hot. I think he runs cold. I think he's been by and large more hot. I think you got to take into account with Kubiak on this B-boy of what he inherited. What did he inherit after this last season? What did he inherit walking in? Well, you're going to eat $60 million to your offense And that price isn't going to be paid on your defensive side of the ball. That price isn't going to be paid on the special team side of the ball. What I mean by that is you're putting plenty of investment in the defense. You got one of the highest paid punters in the sport, one of the highest paid kickers in the sport. So who was going to have to then face the fire of that $60 million of dead money? The offense. So you go from an offense last year that didn't pass at an efficient level, didn't pass protect at an efficient level, didn't run at an efficient level, wasn't consistent in putting points up on the board game in and game out, wasn't consistent in driving drives, led the league. Here's a fun stat. Last year, the Seattle Seahawks set a record for the first time since Stat Elias Bureau had been created in 1980. They averaged the longest down and distance on third down in NFL history at third, and I think it was 9 or something. So he's inheriting what's a flaming bus going down a hill heading for a cliff. And he's inheriting that while you're going to flip out your number one wide receiver. He's going to inherit that while you're flipping out Geno Smith for Sam Darnold. So you're bringing in a new quarterback. And he's taken that offense and gotten you to a top 10 offense this year as a bottom line. Might be that he's been figured out, might not. But the bottom line is that he's gotten you to that stage of things. And you've not been performing badly in the last few games offensively on the whole. You're still putting up points. You're still finding successive drives. And so the improvement's been there. It's not been a failure here with Kubiak. This has been a pretty smashing success considering those factors all at play. Does he still run hot and cold? Is there room for improvement? Is there some frustrating parts in how he calls games? You better believe there is. But can't get lost in the fact that we've had some god-awful offensive coordinators roll through here in recent years, and he's been a substantial upgrade over what we've had prior. Definitely would like to see the O-line get improved, man, B-boy. I mean, it's a valid criticism there, 100%. Well, it says better learn to score tutties if you want us to win the Super Bowl. We're not ready yet. Maybe not. Maybe not. I respect your opinion too, Scooby. I do, man. And I hear where you're coming from. Yeah, we got Devontae Adams out for this Thursday. Definitely is going to help. Robert Henderson says playing Quandre Diggs this Thursday would be a plus since he knows Stafford really well. He does, man. Maybe we see Quandre out there. He's dealing with a little bit of an injury. Mickey says, thank you, Brandon. God bless you and your channel. Keep up the great work. Hawaii says aloha. Go Hawks. Aloha to you too, Mickey. Thank you for that. Appreciate you and all of your support. Thanks for gifting out the membership as well today. Hand Grenade asked if we can poach a guard from the Chiefs. They're not going anywhere this year. They just signed Trey Smith, I think, this off season to an extension. So you're not going to probably be able to get Trey Smith to be moved. And they lost Joe Thuney last year to free agency to the Bears. So they're rebuilding left guard position as it is. And we're not getting Creed. They're not letting Creed go. Again, we got to play Diggs, if only for a few snaps. Only for him to put the fear of God in Stafford's heart. He's the Stafford killer. Justin Jefferson dropped 2 passes in the last drive. He's kind of seemed out of it this year, hasn't he? B-Boy Kubiak had three really good plays. A couple where Sam was on the move. A couple where he actually schemed a couple wide open receivers. Then he goes back to what's not working and stays there. He gets cold when he gets cold, man. He does. And it's maddening. I get it. I do get it. I'm not saying it's perfect or it's super clean. There's room for improvement there. But there are factors for why this kind of plays out this way. Not putting as much investment in the offensive line as we all would have liked to have seen this offseason. That's rearing its ugly head. The selection of Arroyo instead of that rearing its ugly head. You know, there's a bit of those parts in place, the dead money there. But I think that if you had Kubiak come back for a second year B-boy, that you would see more consistency than from what we saw in this year in year one. Because most of the time with offensive coordinators, when you allow them into year two, their offense is going to be much improved into year two than year one. Like Mike McDonald's defense. You know, the defense this year with the details, the flourishes, the varieties of different coverages and different fronts that they can run this year, just the pure just action you have across the board defensively and what they're running schematically is 9-day difference from what they had last year when they were just trying to understand the basic, fundamentals of the defense. Buckner did not play. My bad. Thought he was rolling out there. Do the Chiefs have a good right guard we can trade for? They've got Trey Smith, but I don't think they're going to trade for Milroe. Especially if Reed stayed there. I don't know if they would necessarily look to put him in that offense. You never know, though. Yeah, I'm out. Be praying for a Super Bowl victory for sure, Mickey. Have a good night. Moho Seahawks, Sea Monkeys 30, Rams 23. Brandon, would that put the Rams as a top wild card spot on the Hawks and Hawks on top of NFC? Yes. And the way that play, because you would win out from there, I would say. There is the chance that the Niners come into play on this, but I think you got the tiebreaker over them. We're getting to like that fifth tiebreaker situation at that point. So I think in general terms, the answer is yeah, it would play out that way. I like it, man. It might be the equivalent of 4 firsts when it's said and done, but it would be more like a 3 firsts, and then you're parsing the final first round pick is parsed between a second round pick and a player, third round pick and a player, something like that for what would be the fourth one. It would be the biggest haul in NFL history if the Bengals wanted to do it. All we care about is the next game, Riverside. That's right. When says Darnold, like him or not, has proven to be a tank. I like his availability. He's tough, man. And he can take a hit. He can stand in there. He can have big body drop on him and get back up, which in itself is kind of a skill with some of these quarterbacks that go down week in and week out to sometimes what feels like the most minor of hits. Agreed, Brian. I just don't think JS at the point's going to move the farm for Burrow. I think he's going to look at this in a different fashion. Versus Rams could throw their 2 firsts at Bengals. I'd rather go after Crosby if I'm giving up picks. I think the Rams are going to do that, quite honestly. Some of this is dependent upon if Stafford's going to decide to play another year, but I do kind of like the Crosby move still as a potentiality. So at that price, they know we're going to need the picks to reinforce prices of other players with cheap rookies. Need the picks. I'd be okay with standing pat too on this. I kind of don't have a strong opinion with the Crosby. I'm going to push forward a little bit this offseason, but completely be okay if they just want to kind of fit and hold things as serve and see if they can kind of find a different pathway to make this happen. Besides, says, be silly if we draft a running back this year, although we need one. We have other more important needs for the draft. Yeah. You want to get one in the 6th round or whatever, then go for it. But not into day 1, not into day 2. O-line is the problem, like Nick says. BB says, let's see what the Hawks do in the playoffs. Is Darnold wins just 1 game? I think a restructure or an extension will be in the works. Remember with this, though, BP, that they don't want to restructure deals that have 2 years remaining. They might base a bonus his base salary and do that. You can save a little bit of relief on it with that. But I don't know if they'll do an actual extension because he still has the 2 years remaining left. Kevin says, see any cryptic text from Crosby as of late? Potential move to Chicago? I do think he's from, I want to say the Michigan area originally, so kind of closer to home. He's going to be probably available. He's going to be moved somewhere. If it ain't to Seattle, it's going to be somewhere, Kevin. Thank you, Mickey. And how up Kenny McIntosh? Maybe he can come back at some point. Brian says, no way Crosby getting traded. Vegas ain't moving him. We'll see on that. Interesting to see what the Vegas Raiders do, what the Bengals do. They are a dumpster fire, like Nia mentions here. So Yazoo mentions, I think he's confident. Let's go, Mickey. He says, yeah, no on Crosby. Auburn has an edge that will fit our system immediately. He lasts. There's some people that think he's going up as the first edge off the board, maybe even ahead of Bain. I'm not quite there on it. I've got a second round grade on him. He's a good player, though. He's fun. Katron Allen's my number 2 on my board, Phoenix. I got a second round grade on him. It's good back. It's good back. Joe says, it's weird. I would have supported the Crosby deal before the trade deadline. Now I would accept it, but my preference would be to keep the picks. I kind of get it. I feel myself maybe starting to slowly drift in that kind of direction too as well. I'm in general terms still in favor of it, but I could definitely be talked out of it. I do think Holani's on the IR. Yeah, Kevin. Sounds right. Joseph says, Sam has been accused of not leading game-winning drives, but today he did just that. He did. And I think, frankly, he's done enough at times here to prove that he's actually pretty good at that here throughout this year. He's got the Cardinal game that he brought you back from. He got today that he brought you back from. He had the Rams game that he had you brought back from for at least a field goal attempt at the game. I know it's a long field goal attempt, but we've seen with Myers, as evidenced by today, it's only 4 yards longer than today's kick, and that was in a dome. So Sam's showing you that he can do that. You haven't been in a lot of games where he's had to bring you from behind as well. So it's not like you've had 17 opportunities and he was only able to complete 3 of them this season too, to your point, Joseph. And that's a good point at that. Well, Lord Disciple, Hawks Nest, what's with Bradford still on the O-line? He's been so bad. You don't have an option behind him. I know Christian Haynes is there, but he's not there. He's just not a viable option at this point. The team is going to have to make do and make their peace with Bradford being the guy that they can roll with. Oluwatimi was not able to really hold the water performance-wise where Sundell had been prior to Sundell going out. This is why, Lord Disciple, I lament on draft day when you take Elijah Arroyo. This is why the chat gets pissed off at me for not being all in on Arroyo. Why I got so frustrated on that day, because I knew that then you're leaving yourself with an offensive line that you can do nothing about, and you just have to kind of lay in the waters and just let it wash over you. The turd-filled waters of Bradford just splash over the face. And not a lot you can do with it. He gives you bad moments. He gives you some good moments too. Like this offense, it's a little uneven with Bradford. And when it goes bad like this offense, it goes really bad. But just don't have a better option to call upon. It's really the bottom line. Lombardi says Purdy's the greatest quarterback of this generation. That's why you got to be careful when you go in those waters like Dave has, right, Aiden? Like, I'm just going to make everything amazing. Like, you start saying silly crap like that where you're like, dude, you can be a little bit unbiased, just a little bit. Naya says, well, Dave Lombardi is just a Whiner fan masquerading as a reporter. He's a meme and not a real reporter. He really is. God, you don't want to become that. Shoot me now. Rob Reiner and his wife were just murdered in their home. What a weird day with some of the stories coming out. Rob Reiner supposedly sounds like his son. Jeez. Robert Ennis says, Mr. Kane, the Rams can be exploited. The Panthers and Lions gave the blueprint. The Seahawks can contain Stafford, stop the running attack, blanket Nacua, Seattle will win. Yeah, I think that that's an accurate assessment of it, Robert. I think you running on their light box is another part of this. Quick passing attack. What does Goff do? Goff hits the back foot, gets the ball out of his hand. That's what he's going to be his bread and butter on. Not hit the back foot, double tap the ball, double tap the ball, patty cake your feet, slide out to the left, wait the play out a little bit, be decisive with the ball this week. So stop the run, how you run the ball, blanket Nakua. You can afford to be able to slide some doubles his way, you would think, from time to time in this game. I know the Hawks don't do a lot of that because of the fact there won't be a Devontae Adams. And that's it, man. Do that. You can go win this game. I think in a lot of ways you can bring out a lot of the same game plan you brought out last time against Stafford, especially the neutralization of the play action pass from under center, which has been so good for the Rams this year. Seahawks really just went at that by being just attacking Stafford off the rollout. You roll out off the play action, we're going to have a guy right in your face. Hands up, right in your face. Off of the turnaround, off of play action, every play. That's also got to be a bit of the goal set up here. All right. We're motoring along here, almost 7 hours and 40 minutes in here. Got 3 guns. I've been saying for years about Mahomes. He's just a bad knee waiting to happen. His knees look misaligned. He's got a little bit of that inverted walk a bit. Players themselves, hey, playing on the turf fields. Yeah, they do. They've been telling owners for years, and it's silly that owners haven't just gone to grass. Like, they're telling you what the best surface is. It's your most important product is the players on the field themselves, right? You want to keep them healthy, you'd think. Yeah, Kansas City does have a grass field. That's where it's not going to just take all the ACL injuries away, but you feel like it would reduce them down. Kyler to KC laughing out loud. Oh, there's no way he's executing. Well, Reed's got some familiarity with playing off script stuff with Mahomes. Maybe he can kind of find a way to wizard his way through that one, huh? Joe says, I think Darnold was a significant contributor to our winning today. Darnold helped us win despite significant hurdles, including excellent plan and play from the Colts. Well said. I would see it the same way myself. Chad says, we don't have 2 touchdowns in the first half. We'll lose. Urgency, Herbicide. Got to get that urgency next week. Not Vexo. Hey, B, went to my first Seahawks game. The boos were loud to the refs today. Refs earned it, man. Refs were brutal today. Just brutal. Worst officiated game of the season by far. Much love to you too, Nathan. Thank you for that, man. Yeah, no more Chiefs in the playoffs. Thank God for that. Mickey says, I believe we're going to win the Super Bowl, and I think you and your beautiful cat, Orange Tabby, reminds me of my cat. Ah, hell yeah. They're great, these Tabby cats. Unique personalities on them, I'll tell you what. And with the Cowboys officially eliminated tonight, I'd like them out of the way. Get them gone. Just shoo. Shoo, Dallas. Shoo. Derwin James is a beast. Addis has sat next to a Colts fan and was talking smack for the whole game. After that field goal, he finally shut up. Oh, Lordy. Addis is also, Colts were playing dirty, not going to lie. Trying to get JSN hurt is messed up, and the refs are terrible today. Hopefully we can get this offense and continue to ball on defense for Thursday. Let's go, man. Refs were tough. It was as tough watching television as it must have been in person for you. And Colts were firing all the guns. They were doing all they could, but it wasn't enough. Spear sounds like a fun time in Vegas. I've heard some cool things about that. Nicholas says, yeah, it's a cool experience. Let's go. I haven't been to Vegas in 15 years. It's struggling a little bit. Lord Disciple Hawksnest, Sam made me nervous when he gets happy feet and his head is going this way and that way. I wish he would stay more calm sometimes, wondering if he's processing everything well. He get jumpy sometimes back there a little bit. Yeah. I think he's an on-script guy. You know, he's a rhythm-based passer, and you get him off rhythm, you get him off his spot a little bit, you get him a little more uncomfortable. That's the way to force Sam into a place that, you know, he's less likely to make as a great a play. And I think that's a place that's a general place that I think would be a fair as an assessment to say, you know, Sam's got a lot of strengths and a lot of pluses to his game, but it's probably one of the places of his game that's just not a strength and maybe not going to ever really be a great strength in general terms. I don't know that it has to be, but it's worthy of note. Did Carolina lose to the Saints today? I don't think that they did. They did lose to the Saints today. How about Tyler Shock, 24, 32, 272 yards? Wow. Does anybody want to win that division? Does anybody care? Yeah, Brian, I think JS will find a way to probably get back those picks. He might move back to in the draft. That's right, Traveling Writer. Colts were playing for their playoff lives today, says. No shame in this being a close game. Desperate team, backed into a corner. Room for error, chances waning. Yeah, you're going to get their best effort. You're going to get their best punch. You're going to have them putting everything out on play that they can to get the win. Lord says, I really do like Sam Darnold, though, and I thought he played good today. With this defense, we can go all the way without Sam being perfect all the time. Beautifully put, man. I see it in the same way. I think that there's the thinking sometimes that can be natural for all fans to drift into thinking you have to find the superhero quarterback. And if you have that, there's always a topping out as how far you can get. We're only going to get to this far if we don't have this guy to throw the cape on his back and go jump the building in one bound. I get where that thinking comes from. I think a lot of it is driven, Lord Disciple, from us just leaving the era of the Brady Mahomes era, and that those two eras came back to back. So this feels like something that's just a fundamental rule of law in the NFL that you have to have. I think it's more of, this is a recency bias. This is what we've seen within the game recently. Doesn't mean that that's what's going to carry over to the game over the next 10 years. We might go over the next 10 years and find that there's a different Super Bowl winner every other year, you know, and that there's many different ones over the next 10 years. It's just the way that it's kind of fit to serve here in recent seasons, in my opinion. So he doesn't have to play perfect, like you say. Got to play good, got to play within himself, got to remove those mistakes. And you can absolutely go win that Super Bowl. And my proof of this is you just did it 10 years ago. This exact team in this exact city with this exact model went out there and won a Super Bowl with this exact kind of approach. Got to back-to-back Super Bowls with this exact kind of approach. Thank you, Mickey. Appreciate you. Yeah, listen, seriously, can we reinforce the team around Sam rather than calling for him to be shipped out for another quarterback like Burrow, who should also actually have a better cast around him? Yes. To me, that's the answer, Catalyst. We don't have to go all the way around the Glen to get to the right spot on this one. We just got to deal with the front end here. Jesse says, Sam looks like he's fighting every instinct when he decides to run. I know. You definitely feeling it, that there's a hesitancy involved of like, I'll do it. Is sure somebody's not open? One more look. Come on. Someone's okay. Three Guns says Tampa Bay with that tall, skinny quarterback was winning in Seattle in the first whole half. That's that whole can win the game in the first quarter come from. That's right. Mike Glennon shredding you up in 2013. Shredding you. Cutting the LOB apart. Oh, thank you for saying that, Mickey. Very kind of you. Problem is Darnold hand grenade. You're right about that, man. Space says, I have no real issues with Darnold. I think we can go all the way with him as long as we have the other pieces in place and we play on point. You just need to be playing at your best. Wonderfully put, man. Wonderfully put. 100% of course agree. Haven't seen the post game, but I'll be looking for the you-knows from Darnold on that. Yeah, Nicholas. I know it gets a little bit tough on the weed out there. They're still a little bit behind things on that. It's a cool place, though. You'll like it. Oh, you're north of Comp. Yeah, you're near Spokane. You've been around that area. You know what's up. Diego Kasuka. Hey, B, you think having our running back coach leave for personal matters has anything to do with our running game being dead today? No, because the issues weren't really back to the running backs to me. The issues were as much back to the offensive line and how you ran block today, which was just in a rough state. You're allowing too much penetration and you're saying nothing of getting no push. It's a bad combination in the run game. Brandon, would it be crazy if the Seahawks Broncos were the Super Bowl this year? That would be crazy. The NFL likes storylines, man. There's your storyline right there. Right there. Brady calling the Super Bowl this year? I don't know. Tell you what, people were at their wits' ends with these announcers. People are done with all of them. In my chat today, just shredding. CBS sounded like they sucked. He's got kind of he's just got the full back. He's just rocking the full depth of the back hair. It's like it's more mullet. It's all of it there. There's a lot of hair. He's a fun player, though. Drake's playing good, Scooby Snacks. He's impressive. He's going to be good for a long time. Very accurate passer with velocity, and it reminded me so much of Stafford coming out. That was my comp with Stafford. I think he's playing very, very similar. Probably a little bit more mobility than Stafford had coming out. Have a good night, Mickey Monster. Go Hawks, man. On to that Super Bowl. Rookie Russ was dangerous as hell. Scooby says, I'm not completely sold on Knicks. I can't put my finger on it yet. Why? You're not alone. I hear a lot of people kind of speak to it in that general term of it. There's just something that's a little off that doesn't quite fit for them with him, you know? I think that I hear that. I've heard that quite a bit. Ninjetti, thank you for the $5 donation, Ninjetti. Very kind of you. B, the way we used the second half timeouts was the key to the W, like Legolas with 3 arrows. If we didn't have all 3 and not use them, then we lose. Wow, what a great point. I've been thinking all about how smart Mike was for calling the timeouts when he called them in the moment of the game where he called them. You bring up another great point of this, which is that you played a clean offensive half to a place. You played a clean defensive half to a place where you didn't have to call the timeout and burn one falsely just because you had to save a play in the middle of the third quarter or at the start of the fourth quarter. Definitely a big factor into that and having that right. And management of timeouts is one of the things that coaches get held accountable for, right? And our time management has not always been the best, even this year at times. Remember last week with the Falcons, I think it was the end of half and just taking our sweet time to get in the right direction on that one. But fantastic timing by Mike to call those timeouts there. I was mentioning on the telecast afterwards that I feel like you could have 15 coaches in the NFL in that moment and be put in that place where the Colts are at just barely. Remember, they were just barely onto the Seahawks side of the field. They weren't the 35-yard line. You start hitting the timeouts there, just barely past the midfield mark. And Mike's hitting all 3 of those timeouts. Very smart by him in the timing of that to pull those levers at that point. But like you say as well, very smart of them to be able to retain those 3 timeouts to have them used, because one less, you only have 2 timeouts there, and that's Dunsky. Like you say, you're done. They're going to run that clock down to 5 seconds, and it's game over. I'll get you some food in a second. I know you're hungry. We'll get you taken care of. We're almost wrapped up, and I'll get you your stuff. Get you your stuff. Thank you, Ninjetti. Appreciate you for that. I love the comparison. Legolas with 3 arrows. It's like Seahawks with the 3 timeouts, man. Let's go. Sports Talk with Austin. Thank you for the $5 donation, Sports Talk. Ugly win, but the defense balled out, and a win is a win, and that's all that counts. 11-3, baby. Go Hawks. P.S. Thank you for all your hard work. Much love and gratitude. Well, thank you for that. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you on the support as well. And it's never hard, man, when there's exciting, fun days like this, a game that just has you riveted and twists and turns and this way and that way, and just trying to hold on by the seat of your pants, and then to have the great discussion that we've been able to have at the end of this game. This is why I do what I do. This is why game days are as fun for me as ever before. Much more funner than just watching the games and just sort of sitting there thinking about it in retrospect, getting to turn over with you guys, getting to celebrate this season that we've had to wait a little while for. We've had bad years, but in doing this for 6 years, we've had to wait a little bit of time to get to the spot where we could celebrate this team, celebrate what they're doing, celebrate the direction they're headed. And it's wonderful to see. Ugly win indeed. You're going to stack up some of those over the course of the win. Super Bowl teams are going to stack up some of those over the course of a season. Do you come out of them with a win? Do you have some teams steal away a loss from you that you shouldn't have lost? Do you have a game like the last year against the New York Giants at home that you lose? You have no business losing that game, and it costs your happy ass when it comes down to the end of the season. One of the things the Seattle Seahawks have done this year is avoid that ugly loss. You lose to the Niners, take a look at the Niner record. Hey, the Tampa Bay game, yeah, that did suck. That did hurt. Tampa Bay is still right up there in the heart of that division run. Rams, right up the top of this division. You've lost to legit teams when you have lost, and you barely lost at that. So 11-3, that's the bottom line. Austin, like you say, you come down at the end of the year, you look at the standings. I come down here at the end and I simply say, hey, let me show you this. Let me show you this. I come down here and I got this team down here at 11-3, 14-3. We ain't going to care how we got to that 14 wins. We ain't going to give a goodly good how we got there. We are going to be celebrating, riding high, walking that playoffs, feeling like we got as good a chance as not just anybody in the NFC, but anybody in this NFL. Nobody's solidified them above us this year. Nobody's more certain to be in the championship rung than us. Do we got ground to prove? Do we got to go take down some of the big dogs? Yeah, we do. Doesn't mean that they've necessarily proven themselves in some major way to the other side of that. It's right there, man. It's right there. Go Hawks. Thank you for your support. And it's there for the taking. Close this season out, Seattle. The opportunity is set up in front of you right now to go and snatch this thing up. Go and seize the day. Seize the day. Go Hawks there. Mickey, appreciate you. Evan Patriots got whooped by Allen today with a Allen down 0-21 at halftime. It's part of what makes Allen so scary is you never have that guy down. He always feels like he's in it. Doesn't matter the game. You got 1,000 on the Broncos coming out of the AFC, Wilbert. Looking pretty good today. Defense does well in the playoffs by and large. Whew, stabbed to death. Yikes with Reiner. I thought it was shot. Boy, goodness. Kevin says, I think it works better for Darnold and line, make the run more complimentary instead of the basis because that S is killing drives. It's hard to stay committed to it when you aren't doing it and you're getting so many negative plays in the back of it, to your point. It's hard to stick with it with the same level of commitment, especially if your offense from a passing standpoint is finding consistency actually and moving the ball. Sounds like Rob Reiner and his wife got taken out by their son. Whew. When you're losing out, support Brandy's the real deal. Thank you, Mickey. Hand grenade, I don't know, sorry. He's kind of an older generation. If you ever saw a holiest hand grenade, A Few Good Men, Spinal Tap, it goes to 11. Princess Bride, still a game, still a movie that I know a lot of people still go back to watch, and it's held up pretty well. He's got quite a few really solid movies out there. Maybe never, Spinal Tap's probably considered kind of a classic, and Few Good Men by a lot of people be considered kind of a classic. But just a solid director. Kevin says, man, what's with JSN flopping 3 balls today? I had especially one real particular bad drop that was tough early on. I thought that was the only one I really kind of saw stood out. But it was a tough drop. Kendrick Brando, if we beat the Rams and they lose to the Falcons and we beat the Panthers week 18 to San Francisco, could be a meaningless game. That's kind of potentially there. I don't want to get greedy, Kendricks. I'm trying not to get too greedy thinking about that, but it's a real possibility here where if some things could work in Seattle's favor in such a way, we could find there being a potential here where week 18 doesn't matter. If we can just thoroughly take care of business in the next 2 weeks, we do need a kind of another Rams sort of loss in the mix of that. That's the other part of it. And that's where today losing to the Lions would have been so helpful for that to be the case. But yeah, it is a possibility. Seahawks daddy, go Seahawks, go Seahawks. Are the Cowboys eliminated from the playoffs? Yeah. They're out at this point. Seahawks daddy not get to watch the game, just heard parts of it. Yeah. And jumping around the U-Haul lot with Myers at the winner. It was a hell of a game, man. Hell of a game. Daniels is just tuning in, week 15, and it's the first time I am saying a win is a win with an 11-3 record. I'm happy with this win. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Jesse Wells, Fannin. My brother gives me a hard time about that because I always add an I-N. He's so good, you've got to add 2 extra letters to his name. That's how much I like him. It's not just Harold Fannin. It's Harold Fannin. My brother's been destroying me for that one for about 6 months. Coke and Brandon, what were we thinking when we drafted Arroyo? Like, who was his NFL comp? It's not really as much of an NFL comp. And look, the Rams did the same thing with Terrace Ferguson. I'm developing a working theory that's starting to work into very strong accord, and that is that I think the NFL is getting to a place where we've gone from tight ends being undervalued to they're starting to get overvalued. And everyone's looking at every tight end that's kind of a tweener or a hybridized guy and looking at it as like, here's the new unicorn, rather than, well, maybe he's a bit of a tweener. These H-backs that can be these game-changing mismatch machines where, you can run a guy out there and hopefully catch a defense in base with 2 tight end sets, and then you get to match a guy like Arroyo up against a linebacker and he can whoop his butt time and time again. That's the theory behind it. I don't know it's as been much as driven into practice, and I think teams are more caught up with it as a conceptual idea more than it being where we're really at with the talent coming out of the draft at the tight end position. I think there's some other guys in this draft that are going to be aligned out in the same kind of way. And you're going to hear a lot of the same kind of like guys getting, I think, elevated up in a way where it's like, yeah, look, I get they're athletic freaks, but what's the tape actually say about them? What's the tape actually say about them? So Kenyon Sadiq is going to look like a physical freak. He's going to test through the moon. Probably going to end up being taken in the first round. Probably doesn't have the tape to quite match that up. Eli Stowers, Jack Endries, Max Clare. Not bad prospects. Shouldn't be taken up anywhere near the second round or day 2, in my opinion, at that, but probably will be because of the same conceptual thing that's existing in these front offices' minds where they think this is where the game's going. This is where the next dynamic, dominant player will come from, is essentially that tight end that can just be a mismatch weapon at every turn. I don't know if I buy into it as much. I think you're doing a little bit. I think that Seattle did a little bit too much imagination there. I think the Rams did a little bit too much of the imagination game there with Ferguson and Arroyo. These were guys that I had like 4th round grades on. And I think that there was rightful reason to have those grades. Not that they didn't have some skills they brought to the table, but that they weren't these complete tight ends that deserve to be picked that high. Exactly. Beat Hawks. Thank you, Herbisat. Yeah, the fan base complains we blow out teams and when we have nail biters wild. Yeah, they're hungry, man. They're hungry. Randaz says Rams have been taking our lunch money. LA's owed a beaten. I love it, man. Let's go. I love it. Mills was getting in the backfield, but wasn't getting off blocks. Okay. First game back for the kid. Hasn't played a long time. There's going to be a heavy amount of rust there, right? Nicholas says most of us really dislike the Arroyo pick. Still do. Yeah. There was quite a few of us that were like, huh? D-Nugget in the house. What's up, D-Nugget? I got bottom of the 300 level right at the guard rail. Let's go. Well done today. You guys were really loud. Really loud. D-Nugget going to be yelling, Brando. Chris is with it. Their royal pick is still the one I don't get. Didn't get it in the moment. Don't get it anymore. So today. I was open-minded to having my mind changed, but everything about the Arroyo pick I was worried about has been confirmed throughout the whole course of this year with him. Not a guy with a refined skill set. Not a pure route runner from the position as far as that being a separating factor. Below average as a blocker across the board. Injury concerns. Big. And the talent just not there to necessitate being a second round pick, in my opinion. I'll be proud of the context for Arroyo there. Yes, sir. Not Brendan put Arroyo, he's serviceable. Yeah, which is like, you're not drafting second round to find serviceable H-back who can't block. You're hoping to find a guy that's a starter in there in day two. I guess I was repping the Hawks Nest hard. Let's go, D-Nugget. I know you are, man. I know you were out in that stadium. Could feel our presence in that stadium. Our community's presence in that stadium. No, he doesn't really fit the scheme. Probably should go to more of a spread system, right, Mill? That's really what Arroyo should be in. You're going to bring him into a freaking 12 personnel team that's going to have him aligned in line at times. He's just going to get blown off the ball as a blocker and did so this year time and time again. We'll see. I'm still open to it long-term working out, but this I didn't get the data this year that dissuaded me off my draft day take. My draft day take feels like right on the money right now. Mercedes says Fannin would have been way better for our scheme. It was a 2-for-1, man. Not only would he have been better for our scheme, now he's a remarkably better blocker than Arroyo, but he could have played fullback. He's done fullback snaps coming out. You had a 2-for-1 there on that at that point. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but Robbie Oots was a healthy scratch today. They went with Caller up over Oots. I agree with the Hawks, though. Sean Alexander won and drafted Milrow. Maybe. Virus says we must lead the league in having third and longs. Yes. I'll try to look it up this week, Virus, but I believe that down and distance wise, it's got to be, it's bottom third minimum and probably worse than that. 3 guns deep, you can only draft so many offensive linemen. Nobody's drafted more than Seattle over the last 5 years. True. And I think that there's been a heavy change here from where it's been for a 10-year period over the last 3 years in particular, 3 guns deep. Last 3 years in particular with the cross draft and Lucas, I think they've done a better job of starting to change their direction on this one. But there was a lot of work there that needed to be done too. So it's moving in the right way. Spaces, my Hawks Nest t-shirt has been money every time I wear it on game day. Let's go. It's a lucky shirt. Dare I say. As it missed multiple PI calls on us and then the phantom PI call against Job to keep the Colts in it. Yes. I saw the same thing. I was frustrated by the same exact thing on that one. Kubiak calling himself out of a job, maybe a head coaching job, but not an OC job. Virus's rain Thursday will favor the Rams running game. It might. The thing with that is the Rams played in rain in Carolina, and they did not play well in the rain in Carolina. But we don't have a lot of data on them and playing in the elements necessarily. And this is also the false start flag that was called late after we stopped them on 4th down and let them kick for 3. Did feel like that was in there a little bit late, didn't it? My Carol, go get Graham. Colby's rounded in shape for the Rams. They weren't super happy with him as a free agent addition for the first year there, but he's finally kind of come around there for him. He's really, really developed into a nice blocker. And he found a role in that team. Too bad they can't get a retirement to call plays, Mike Holmgren. Yeah, he's thoroughly deep in retirement at this point. Yeah, Kevin, Parkinson was just too pricey. Rams definitely went a little bit over the line to get that one in there. Gal says, realistically, guys, that wouldn't be hit free agency. Would be Elijah Vera Tucker, tore his tricep, Wyatt Teller, Linderbaum. If the Ravens failed to negotiate extension, old Kevin Zeitler. I think Linderbaum is really the only one of those ones I'd take a run at. Definitely don't want to grab a guy coming off major injury. And Tucker's been beat up a lot there since he's come there. He's a good player, but just been beat up a lot. Ketter, can this be the year where all three NFC road teams win the wild card games? Yes. Oh, yeah. Very possible this year. It's been a weird kind of season in that way. Besides that, Detroit, you had one job. One job. Scooby Snacks, like, I don't know why the Raiders are holding on to Crosby. I mean, I get that he is a really good player, but to me, there aren't enough good players on that team to justify them holding on to Crosby. We come back in my mind always to the thing where you begin as an NFL team, assessing who you are, and where you're trying to go to. Are you ascending? Are you rebuilding? Are you in purgatory? Are you elite? The Raiders are in the beginning stages still of rebuilding mode. If you're in the beginning stages of rebuilding mode and you have a player in his late 20s who could give you a ton of draft capital back in return to better set the foundational base up, you do so. You don't just hold on to that player for, like you say, the sake of holding on to him, Scooby. I don't know as well what the Raiders are doing in that. And beyond them trading him to us, if the Raiders hold on to Crosby again through this offseason, that will be more of a representation for why you should not have much hope for the Raiders moving on into the future. Because they continue to do dumb decisions. They continue to not make the right move when the right move is there to be had. What's Crosby get you? You're not going to become a winner in the next 2 years, not in that division. Well, by the time he's 33 and you get him onto another extension and he's at the end of the road, then maybe you get him like, if Crosby wants to stay there, that's one thing, but the team's just holding on to him just for the sake of it. I don't get that either. Carmen says, B, can you actually explain the timeout strategy at the end? I'm not sure I fully understand, admittedly. Absolutely. So you get just inside of 2 minutes there. You're about minute 39. You get past midfield. So if you get to the 1st and 10, and if you try to let those snaps play out, you let the clock get drained down potentially, and then them try to kick a long field goal like they did from 60 yards and they hit it. So what you're kind of thinking of there is, I'm thinking of this in just a 3-play sequence from Mike McDowell's standpoint, being that, if I call a timeout here on 1st down, and then they go and they get another 1st down after that, I'll still call my 2 timeouts, admittedly speaking, but I'm hopefully ideally here going to get my stop here now. I'm going to hold them to a field goal attempt. And then I'm going to make sure I'm going to leave as much time as possible up there for my offense. But as much of the timing to do it for where they were at on the field, as much as how much time was on the clock. And that's what made it a little bit of a harder read there for Mike to know to start to pull those timeout cards at that moment, because the team had just crossed midfield. So it wasn't as clear that they were definitely in field goal range, and you got the lead. And so I think there's a lot of coaches there that just kind of let that thing play out, hold on to the timeouts, let the play out. But Mike was like, no, let's make sure that we're going to try to make this the place we get the stop. And that the worst case scenario, they get the field goal and we get the ball back to my offense with 55 seconds left to go in the game. So I really got a lot in for the timing of where to call that out on the second, just moving just past the midfield stripe, rather than I think some coaches would have waited the 10 more yards up to then start pulling the timeouts. And if you had done that, it would have been too late. The timeouts called wouldn't have mattered at that point. The clock would have already been burned down. Smart on Mike. Very, very smart. Phoebe says, Hawksnest, the Job flag is probably the first time I've seen your face red in a long time, probably since the Steelers came in 2023. It was one of those things that's leading up in the game and you're going, it's not this, don't be this. And I say this as a guy that has been, I know that the NFL is getting ripped a lot for the officiating and all of that, and the fixing and gambling and all of this stuff is swirling around. I've actually been very happy with how the games have been officiated throughout the course of the season. It's not been perfect, but I think it's been pretty even on both sides of the ball. And here we go through the first part of this game, and I'm seeing it very uneven to one team. And you're going, oh no. All right, okay. Oh my God. All right. Okay. And then this big moment in the game comes down the line where your guy makes a great play and they're literally not calling that on the other side multiple times over. And it could have been in that moment a call that cost you the game in so many ways. Like that right there could have been it. And it was such a building up to it moment in this game from a fishing standpoint. I just very frustrating to watch how they called this game and hard to understand. You want to call it loose? Call it loose. Call it loose on both sides of the ball. Don't call it loose on one side of the ball and then call it tight on the other side of the ball. That's when people rightly get their arms up in the air and like, come on. What's going on? Carmen, I want this Rams win so bad. I want it. I can taste it. Taste it. Kevin's got the right idea. Dinky dunk against the Rams. Open up the box. I want to see Shaheed explode Thursday. I want those tight ends getting double-digit touches. Second half, hit the run heavy. That has been the recipe that works. Lean into it, man. I love your approach here, Kevin. Let's him put that in play. That would be perfect. Daniel says, it's funny how the story was Jefferson and KOC made Darnell and made Darnold, and look where they are now this year. Maybe Darnold made them. Laughing out loud, just look at JSN's leap. Yeah, John does get a lot of credit for JSN's leap. It's kind of like it's all on JSN, right? I definitely have seen a lot of that out there. And we haven't thought that maybe part of this is Sam and his ability to get the ball to him. And there's something to that in quarterbacks being able to work their superstar targets and find the way to get them the ball. I think this is something that Stafford does great, for instance. Did it great with Johnson, did it great with Cooper Kupp, been done great with Puka Nacua, did it very nicely here with Devontae Adams, knows how to use that top-end receiving talent. Benelli says, I was at the game and it felt like dime bag Darnold was going to move us into the field and field goal range. I had zero doubt. Let's go, Benelli. Hell yeah. You guys did a great job in the game today. Props to fans in the stadium. It felt like it was loud there. Felt like there was an effect to be had. Don't know why Autocorrect made it Darnold. Autocorrect don't like Darnold. What? Reiner? Holy S. Yeah. By their son. Crazy. Crazy. When Harry Met Sally, there's another good one. Rest in peace, Rob. Lattice is crazy that the State Farm commercial where the blonde chick is giving Mahomes the knee brace came true. NFL scripted. Daniel says, Brandon takes this year that I remember people laughed at. Number one, that Chiefs will have a setback this year and the Cardinals won't get more than 6 wins. 2 of 2. I try not to pat myself on the back too much, but I do feel pretty proud about both of those 2 outlooks because it did run, to your point, really counter to what was out there consensus-wise. Yeah, I said at the start of the year, this is the year that not only the Chiefs failed to get to the Super Bowl, they failed to get to the playoffs. Nailed it. And indeed, all the people who are out there looking at the Cardinals going, well, now they'll definitely take another step forward this year. They just keep getting better and better. Now they'll definitely get better this year. And I said, no, they're going to go backwards. I don't like their offseason. I don't like how the team's structured. I don't like how they've addressed their offensive line. I don't trust Kyler. I don't trust that receiving core. And been on the right side of that one. I get mine wrong too, but I think I'm usually on more on the right side on the predictive model than not. And I'm glad you noticed, man. Saints did. I can't believe kids. Saints coming on strong at the end of the year, huh, Brian? Wow. Jordan says, feels good to win with the refs against you. Yeah, does it ever? It's like running against the wind and still posting a 4.25 in the 40, you know? Against a headwind. Viruses, Arroyo, and Zabel were drafted because of the Senior Bowl. Big part of that push was that. With Zabel, I understand it though, because with Zabel, he's got the tape to back it up. He's got the health to back it up. He's got the starting time. I know it's a smaller school, but we have a background of offensive linemen coming out of that school and being relatively successful getting into the pros. With Arroyo, you didn't have that same kind of track record. And that's where I think you got to be careful on this with the Senior Bowl. And look, we've been down this road before with LJ Collier. LJ Collier had a very moderate amount of production coming out as an edge. But because he had this like wonderful Senior Bowl, you got blown away by a Senior Bowl and you let that kind of move the needle too much. I would offer that the very same thing happened with Arroyo. And not paying attention as much to what the injury concerns that are there is another big part of this. But he says the Colts in the trenches were a brick wall. Seen in person was nasty. Glad we pulled it off. They did a good job. Both sides of the ball. I think when you come on this game, you feel like they more controlled it than we did, to your point. Yeah. Daniel says Panthers beat Rams 1 week, lose to Saints next week. Sometimes just be thankful for the win today. It's hard every week to keep putting up that effort, putting up that energy, maintaining that level of intensity. You're much more likely as an NFL team to find those weeks where you just kind of fall off a bit. You kind of lose your mojo. Just don't have it this week. Right, Daniel? And Seahawks have been able to avoid that. Let's go Hawks, Mr. Broda guy. You see in the house. Another great game for Wari Rundas. He was amazing again today. Flying out there. Flying. 3 guns deep. Philly won a Super Bowl with Nick Foles. Philly's also won a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts. Right? Both ends. We've seen this a variety of times in this last 10-year period. Yeah, Mahomes and Brady have dominated things, but there's been others who've been able to win it too. I mean, hell, Peyton Manning wasn't Peyton Manning when he won the Super Bowl. And Brock Osweiler and him comboing up to get that thing. Variety of ways to get there. 3 guns deep. Eli Manning's got 2 Super Bowl wins. Variety of ways to get there. We've got to run the ball better if we're going to win it, probably, Virus, to your point. But now he says, Wari in person is a sight to see. He moves as good as anyone who's ever played football. The way he turns his hips and gets immediately into full speed is poetry in motion. Woo! I do look forward to the day I get to watch him a little bit more in person from the stands at some point. He'd be a fun guy to watch and play in person. So, bro, guy, hungry team versus hungry team. Don't estimate how desperate the Colts were fighting for playoff hopes. Hawks just wanted it more. Beautifully put, Mr. Broda guy. 100% agree. 100% agree. Coca Brandon, with Milroe likely not getting a starting opportunity in Seattle, what do we do when his rookie contract is up? What do we do? I feel like we wasted a pick, kind of. I have a little more patience with the pick on Milroe's standpoint than I do with Arroyo, because you do have a guy that started for 2 years. You do have a guy that's immensely talented, just with a lot of rough ends to him that have to get cleaned up and refined in order to be able to play. I think when it comes down to what the likely scenario of the hopeful scenario from Seattle is, Darnold's out there and he's balling out and you feel good about him for the next 7-8 years. And that you were able to put Milroe out on tape and have him with a couple of really nice moments and his game grow to where a team kind of falls back in love with him. They're like, oh, Seattle's worked out all the kinks in his game. Let's get him all refined out now and let's go for him. Especially if you happen to find yourself in a given draft where it's not as strong a draft. And there's the quarterback options there that don't remain. I mean, as much as this draft doesn't have very good quarterbacks, could be a year where a team's driven back around to saying, yeah, you guys, would you be willing to move Milroe if you would? And then what would be the price? And would you? Are you guys, you open to that if that's something? The one thing is with that, I just don't think Milroe's going to fetch something more in return than what you gave up to pick him. So not this year, but long-term, that's the hope, I think, here at this point. And he says, that's so true about Darnold not wanting to run. Oh man, I can sense it in him. He's got to embrace it though, because just even a little bit helps him out so very much. AEA Dragon says Seahawks Chargers Super Bowl. Ooh, okay. Go. Yeah, so I was kind of frustrated with Kubiak's play calling today. Am I off base with that, or were you frustrated too? No, I was frustrated too. I think it was a component of what led to the offensive struggles. And before we get to Sam Darnold, I would be first getting to Kubiak. Much in the same way I did this with the Rams game too. I think there's been, by and large, Kubiak's been great. But when he's been bad, he's been really bad. And when he's been cold, he's been ice cold. And that makes it to where when it is that ice cold phase of things, well, more of the blame is going to land a little bit on your shoulders then because of that. Hey, Sam's afraid of getting clocked. Laughing out loud. Who knows? Who knows on that? So it's a quarterback thing in general most of the time. If they're not hypermobile guys, those guys that are passers want to remain passers. Rendaz, you only need one more point than your opponent to win a game. People seem to act like it was a loss because we didn't win by double-digit points. Agreed. Yeah, 100% the case. I said, I feel like the coaches thought we could win this game without showing too much guaranteed. We open the playbook for this week. Let's go, Benelli. Hope you're right on that one. I dig it. Oh my God, Brandon, are you still working on walking Chino Cassell Nolte to be at the podium when you accept the 2025 Ironman Channel Awards? I'm trying if I can. It's hard though, I'll tell you that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brandon Jan, Kubiak's play calling the last 3 games have been questionable. The Vikings are one of the most telegraphed defenses. The Falcons were one of the most worst rushing Ds, and Kubiak passed more than ever. A little bit counterintuitive, the offensive play calls last few weeks. Vikings, you were completely caught off guard by their blitzing. To your point, why? How? It's been a bit of a head scratcher from Kubiak a little bit over the past couple of weeks at times from an approach standpoint. Eventually you found your footing, but the approach has been a little bit wonky. A little bit wonky. Yeah, A Few Good Men's one of my favorite films, one of the all-time great scenes there between Cruise and Nicholson going head-to-head. It's a good movie. Very good movie. Which person was he in A Few Good Men? He directed A Few Good Men. So he's a director. He's done acting in the past, but he was more of a director. Carmen says, that game was so emotional. I'm just coming down from it all. Me too. Me too. Princess Bride, classic. Inconceivable. Definitely would recommend, of all the movies on his leisure, if you got to watch one Rob Reiner movie, go check out A Few Good Men. I mean, the cast alone, Tom Cruise, Jack Nicholson, Kiefer Sutherland, Demi Moore, just a ton of really great actors in that one as well, all at the top of their game. Andre ripped a 22-second fart. If there's any man that could do it, it'd be Andre the Giant. Virus is Darnold's humble to almost a fault. He takes blame if it's a bad route or a bad block. That's a great leader. The quarterback position, Virus. Vin, sorry, I keep calling Virus. It's Vin. Sorry, Vin. It's late in the stream. I start getting a little crossed here on me. It's not a fair way that this works, but this is the way that a quarterback has to understand that this is going to work and accept it. And I think that we've had a couple quarterbacks come through here recently prior to Darnold who didn't embrace this in the way that you have to embrace it. You're going to get too much credit when things are successful, and you're going to get too much blame when things go wrong. Own both. And own both in the way of like this. When it goes wrong, take accountability. When it goes right, give credit to everybody else across the board, offensively speaking. That's how a quarterback leads. It ain't fair, but so what? You get paid double what everybody else gets paid. There's a reason it ain't fair. And so I love that he's humble. I love that he takes it even when it's not his fault. That's how I would be if I was a quarterback. Because you're going to build respect up with your teammates. You're going to understand that they know that you've got the fortitude to have their back, that you're not looking to bail off them, or that you don't have the faith in them, that you'll own a mistake that's not your mistake to own. Imagine how that resonates in a locker room with a player who knows it's really his fault. I love it about him. It's part of what makes him a grade A leader in so many ways. Maybe not super vocal, maybe not super Baker Mayfield, rah, 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 and you're feeling the energy and presence in that way. Brandon, did you lower your volume in the past 20 minutes? I had to turn up my volume. Yeah, it does look like it lowered it on me. Sorry about that, folks. What in the hell? Mic volume might just have gone up on you guys a little bit there, so sorry about that. All right. Sorry, I got muted there for a second. Your mama says, I grew up with Arroyo, like dead ass. My homie from the Sandbox is my middle school quarterback. He has elite feel for the game and knows how to sit in zones. Give him time. He just needs to get adjusted to the NFL. That's fair enough. And you don't hold anybody to account on a rookie year, even a rookie year that ends in injury. I think there are concerns that are a little bit, validated by what we've seen a bit from him this year to a degree. especially the injury stuff thrown. But I'm open to this still coming around and getting right. And it was a move, even I acknowledged with being a little bit down on it in the moment, it was a move that was really built up for the long term. And hopefully for what he can be in the top end, high end side of things. Ninjetti, thank you for the $5 donation, Ninjetti. The wife heard the babes meowing for food. This earmarked their treats. This is earmarked for their treats. P.S. This is Jackie Treehorn. Well, Jackie, thank you for the donations. Tell your wife, thank you for that. Tell her I've got a churro thing for pumpkin, churro salmon deal for her. She loves this stuff. It's a victory churro. And we're going to get pumpkin hooked up with that as soon as the stream wraps up. On you, Jackie. On you on that one. Industry Worth Cal, thank you for the double donations of $1. I appreciate you for that. Take the brand sure it's Rob's son. I heard it was Lionel Jefferson from across the street, Archie's house. Yeah, the injury history is as much of the big worrisome part of this with the Royal, which was a part and parcel of the evaluation. But I am still hopeful for the kid long term. It's just that, the stuff that you fit to worrying about on kind of the draft day still kind of holds up a little bit here. Doesn't mean there isn't still some hope, but there's a lot that goes into this too, a little bit with where the nature of the sport's at and whatnot. I hope you're right there with Oyemo. And thank you again for the insider info on that. Yeah, see, this thing just grabs down my volume for some reason. Stop grabbing my volume. Stop it. Scott just joined the stream. Thoughts on today's game? It was a meat grinder. You started out offensively with a variety of things that were going wrong. The play calling was weird. The run blocking was awful. The pass protection was not much better. Some bad drops littered in there a little bit throughout the game, offensively speaking, out of sorts. By the end of the second half, you started to find some footing. Would have been better to get some touchdowns through the end of the second half and through the end of the first half and the start of the second half. You weren't able to get that done. It's just a sloppy offensive effort kind of all across the board a little bit to a degree. It's not just one thing. It's a couple of things. Defensively, you were dominant once again, and they held the line. They held the line and did the job to allow the offense enough time to find their footing to then do enough to go win this game. And then Jason Myers and this special teams unit shows you why not only are they the best special teams unit in all of football, but how the impact of having the best special teams unit in all of football can help to win you multiple games over the course of a season, as it has for the Seattle Seahawks. And so all of that came into play today, Scott, in my opinion. Yamo says Arroyo has that dog in him. Trust me. He's always had it. Just got to give him time. Definitely will have some patience with him, Yamo. Definitely have some patience with him for sure. We're not getting to a final conclusion with him. And some of this doesn't come from necessarily Arroyo not being a player who's got some potential. It's also about just where you take this player. And as we look at this offensive line with it, in addition to it, when you could have got a guy like, Tate Ratledge and going, okay, what did the line look like with Ratledge out there in Zabel? Kieran says, how do we like the style points on this one? I have zero confidence in this offense facing mid-tier defenses, let alone the Rams. I'm not a big style points guy myself. I think you go get the W. This is a Colts team with 8 wins this year. It's a solid team. I know Rivers is starting, but Carmen, interesting on Oots. Yeah, I think that the team is kind of acknowledging here a little bit in doing this, that you've gotten better performance from Callerup this year than Oots. And maybe he needs to be eating up some of the fullback snaps at this point versus Oots, who's had some struggles at times in blocking. Chaos Gaming, the Hawks Nest, with us barely beating Old Man Rivers and the Colts, do we have a chance of beating the Rams, or should we be fighting for the 5th seed? I think we have more than a chance to beat them. I think that it's not like the Rams blew the Colts doors off either when they played them. There's going to be ugly games like this, Chaos Gaming, over the course of the season. I've been trying to point to, I don't know if it's resonating with a lot of people that might be getting worried about a game like this, but the year you went and won a Super Bowl, you were down 21-0 at home to a Tampa Bay Buccaneer team that probably won 4 games that year. Not a team that's getting the playoffs like this Colts team probably is this year. A team with 4 wins, not with a great quarterback, with Mike Lennon at quarterback, and they were taking it to you. You came back, you won that game, but there's going to be games like this over the course of a long NFL season. You're not going to blow out everybody. And while it was Rivers starting out there, this is a team with a great rushing attack and a very complete team around what they were doing and trotting Rivers out there. And that part can't be undersold as well. I don't know what we're going to get in the playoffs. I don't know where our seeding is going to land. The team still has things to prove as far as the bottom line into where they're trying to reach towards. But I think on both ends of the scale, I neither have a determination about this team not having a chance to get anywhere past one and done, nor do I have anything on the other side of we're ready to go dominate right now. I think the story is still set to be told on this one, and I'm kind of as much anything just sitting back, letting it play out a little bit. And I think it could go any different direction on this one right now. Marcus says the Milroe pick was far worse. Definitely not a fan of either of them in retrospect. I'll say that. You know what I mean? Yamo says, I was literally talking on the phone with him 2 weeks ago, and he told me they were talking Super Bowl in the locker room. Let's go, Yamo. Let's go. You got to get me hooked up, man. I'd love to get an interview with him and have a little bit of talk with him if possible. We'll make it all positive and good, man. I promise. Promise. Flo, somebody else on our team is in charge of the timeouts, it sounds like. From what Mike said in his post-game press conference, he gave credit to that coach for calling the timeouts there at the end. Well, props to that guy then. That was a grade A use of timeouts right there. That's as good as it gets. Scott, I agree with you. The officiating was very one-sided today. I think even Rams might say that. Milroe's definitely got to hope for the future on him. And with Milroe, it's not about making, just like with Arroyo, those were two picks you to make the assessment on them players themselves for this year. Those were picks, even the moment that we knew were about as much long-term and what you hope those players could develop into. Love the confidence. Scooby says, if you don't rush Milroe, he'll be as good as long as you have the offensive line for him. He'll be good in the future. I'd give him a couple years to develop. That's what you got to do, man. Give him a couple years. It's the thing we don't let these quarterbacks do in this age. Let's be the team to do it. Let's not step into the same trappings all these other teams step into where they don't want to let these guys develop and they just want to rush them out there as fast as they can. Let them develop. Let them get fully advanced. I think Arroyo has a future with the team, but they extend in Saubert's contract. I wonder if Kubiak will pound the rock more with him in the lineup. Yeah, an interesting thing going out there and extending Saubert with Barner already here. And then again, Caller up a guy that's going to be a guy that they like long-term. How does this all work out? You're not probably going to keep 4 tight ends on the active roster at any given time, but maybe, especially with our heavy use of 12 personnel. Kieran, can someone explain to me why the defense was playing soft coverage nearly 10 yards off the field when you were virtually guaranteed Rivers wasn't going to throw it over your head? I was so frustrated today. Definitely weren't always pulling down on the tightness on the routes there, Kieran. You're leaving a lot of running backs kind of wide open in space at times, strangely so. It just kind of felt like we more stuck to the designs of our defense rather than playing to the opponent of Rivers in this one a little bit. Still, we're pretty good against him. Still kept that offense down. Forgot about Misery. It's another good movie. Stand By Me, Misery. Rob made some good ones, man. Totally forgot about those, Riverside. Yama says, with him sitting behind Sam and learning how to be a real good NFL quarterback, it raises his floor almost like Malik Willis and a ceiling of Lamar almost. Yeah, I think it definitely gives him an aid of having the best chance for success at this point. And he needs that time. And they're going to give it to him. And I'm open to that really paying off. We're in the era right now. We're seeing a lot of quarterbacks being able to find their footing here after a little bit of time in the league. And we're just more in that time. We're going to let these quarterbacks, rather than how quickly can we get them out there, give them that time. Give them that time. Mute Woo says, what's with the refs today? I just went back to watch your reaction, Oxnest. It was building up to that one moment with Joe. And it just was like one where there's been so many well-officiated games throughout the course of this year. This one went way off the rails pretty far. And you're watching them just allow our receivers to just get torn up on the outside. And then you have like our guy puts a finger in, it's like flag. And it saves them on, I always tell on these kind of plays too, when you get that like itching suspicion there going on, it's also the moment it occurs. It's not just how bad the flag is as far as how the game's being called. It's also the fact there that you gave them an automatic first down on a third down, which would have been a fourth down. It's always kind of the key in those kind of moments to when you have a play like that is it also a game-changing play and the tide of it turning right there too? And that was that. So it was, my reaction was probably overly emotional, but it was getting frustrating watching this game from an officiating standpoint. Dixon LJ Carly, Christ, where's my blood pressure medicine? Come on, LJ Collier. We used our first round pick on him. Not comparable at all. No, so Yamo, we're talking about in regards to LJ Collier, a big driver for why the Seattle Seahawks went to Arroyo was his performance at the Senior Bowl. And so the big driver for LJ Collier as well for why he was taken high, because Arroyo may have not been taken in the first round, but he's taken about, 18 slots later than LJ Collier was taken at the end of the first round for the Seahawks. I think Collier was taken like 32. And I think Seattle took Arroyo 20 spots. So they're not that far off of where they were picked. But both players were also a little bit falsely inflated for where they were selected in the draft due to having this great Senior Bowl performance. And it's good to have a Senior Bowl performance. You want to be wowed by a Senior Bowl. I'm going to the Senior Bowl in another 2 months. But at the end of the day, you don't want that to carry over the top of what you had from them as far as their college career, as far as their productivity, as far as some of the questions that existed there with them. And Arroyo has a lot of natural talent. Injuries have been a problem. They were a problem throughout his college career. They were a problem in his final year in college. He got injured at the Senior Bowl itself, Yamo. So the injury part of this on top of where he can get to his upside is a big part of the calculation here on where you take that guy. LJ Collier, likewise, he got souped up by a very strong Senior Bowl performance where he reportedly won 90% of the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. And that pushed him up over a guy that only had like a couple sacks in his final year there at TCU. And that's where I think this is as much as what we're trying to do here, Yamo, is more than trying to harp on the Arroyo pick or the Collier pick for that matter. It's more about learning lessons. And the lesson to be learned is that you don't become swayed wholly by a Senior Bowl performance, as has happened to this organization with a couple of the prospects that they've looked at in recent years. Let it carry a weight. Let it guide you a little bit, but not wholly. Scott says, all the major injuries that happened today, we are blessed to still be as healthy as we are. It's a contributing factor to becoming a contender is, yes, playing your best football at the end of the year, is having this team come together fully as a team, but health is another big part of this. Just go ask a team like, a team like this Colts team today. Carl Ryan did the jerk. The jerk's another good one. Aaron says, many ways we're getting lucky, playing really raw and hurt teams at their worst when we normally have a habit of playing teams at their best or when they're just getting healthy again. True. We are getting a little bit of the benefit of that. Brian says, could it also be that Kubiak has the mindset of we take what they give us versus we'll take what we want? Could be. I don't have a strong opinion on that one. You can't handle the truth. I got that one on my...
You can't handle the truth.
I got that one on the board. Brian says... Sorry about the mute thing there, guys. Seahawks channel goes hard. Thank you, Bear. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. Very kind of you. Jesse was trying to say Sam was playing tight and the reason why Seattle struggled today. Yeah, look, Jesse's got a smart football mind, and I do think, though, that I have a very firm disagreement with his outlook of the quarterback position. I think Jesse has a very simplistic outlook to the quarterback position. I don't think that he takes a lot of different data points into account. I think instead he does that thing that sometimes drives me from a fan base perspective of trying to find some cherry picked thing that you can glom onto, and then you make that the whole of the argument. And that's basically what Jesse does with the Sam Darnold discussion. And so when it comes to a day like this, his feet are so thoroughly dug in, he watches a Seahawks game looking for how he can blame Sam to not be good enough. He starts from that place. He begins from that beginnings. And so then is it any wonder that he lets it color him down through the course of the game to be like, see, so it's not as nothing is ever really to me as simple as that when it comes to the quarterback position in general. But I've also been fairly well in having the discussions with Jesse on this. I'm in a pretty strong camp of this as being saying of like, he's not being open-minded to the situation and being proven to a different direction. He's walked into this like he walked into with a Geno of I'm going to dig my heels in. Nothing's going to disprove this outside of you go get this guy raising a Super Bowl trophy. And so is what it is with that. But it's where I say, I don't have any discussion point to move off of with him when it's just that I can obviously see that that's how you're looking at this situation. You know, I didn't walk into this with Sam Darnold this offseason wanting to go be hot to trot for Sam Darnold. I've been won over to Sam Darnold's side by how I saw him playing in Minnesota when I went back and looked through all of that tape from last year and how he played in that offense. And I've been won over by how he's played here in Seattle. New data should inform you. New data should move you one direction or the other, especially when the data is pushing you away from what might be your given point in the given stance that you want to dig your flagpole into. But with Jesse, it doesn't. And quite frankly, I'll say there's a lot of Hawk fans that I get the same feeling of with Sam. I can see a lot of the same names, and people I think sometimes don't think, because I see so many chats and I see so many usernames and they think he doesn't remember going back to June and July, me being just pissed and angry that we're going to Sam Darnold and being angry that we moved off of Geno Smith. And then those same people come in and cherry picking at times when Sam's not at his best this year. They go quiet when he is playing really well. You know, and it's the starting out. And I think you got to be careful in football. We all got our pre-built biases. Don't start out with the finality of a conclusion. Let new data take what might be a conclusion and potentially move it one way or the other. Doesn't mean it always will, but it does mean you shouldn't be in a position to ignore the new data that might move you off that stance you had. So that's where Jesse's at on it. This is why I threw down the hat bet. This is why I needle Jesse so hard on it, is because I know that he has buried this seed in soil that does not have rich nutrients around it. It is soil which will not allow this seed to grow his take. And I'm going to be here for it at the end of the year when I'm able to disprove that in full. And Seattle goes and gets the win at the end of the season to go get this number one effing bye. Believe that. Believe that. Yeah, we don't mess around here. Brian says Jesse hates Darnold. He'll rag on him at every opportunity. Yeah, he just kind of gets that. He's like a dog with a bone with quarterbacks that he doesn't like. And he'll chew that thing down to the marrow. Brandon, just stop grabbing my volume. George says, I can. If Purdy can make the Super Bowl, then 50% of the quarterbacks in the NFL can. It's kind of been my big point here to Jesse. He feels like there's this ethereal thing of a quarterback has some sort of internal goods to go win a playoff game or not. And I keep coming back to him and I'm like, it's more about the team. And there's a lot of different quarterbacks that can have success. But again, I don't make much headway with him on that. Have a good night, Herbicide. Appreciate you, bro. Yo, Van. In the previous seasons, we always used to lose matches like this. So this is a big win. Go Hawks. Well said, Yo, Van. Good to see you in the house too, man. Brian says, no, the Rams damn near lost to Indy. Indy's no slouch. They got a good and deep defense and the fifth best offensive line in football. Yes, amen. And let's not even speak about the fact the running back pretty good too. And the Rams would have lost that game, by the way, in Indy if Adonai Mitchell didn't drop the ball walking into the end zone. That is a win for the Indianapolis Colts. Kieran says, I know you aren't a style person's point, B. I'm a style points person, sorry. It was low-key sarcasm. We get to enjoy the how many quarters this offense hasn't scored a touchdown talk. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. Gary says, style points don't matter until they matter when a team matches up to make you look stupid. I mean, I suppose so. I mean, which team has really made us totally look stupid this year, though? I mean, I think our 3 losses are collectively by 7, 8 points, something like that. You beat the doors off a lot of teams with a lot of style point victories. I mean, is a style point, if we go to style point win, Kieran, is the necessity then to be, you have to put up style points every week or it's an illegitimate win? What if you're putting up style points every week and then you have a couple weeks where you don't? Does that then disprove you as a team? Does that disprove what you can potentially be putting together as far as the upside of a team? I don't know that I would feel like it does. And I think that that's kind of, to me, the dangers of leaning into style points, is because it's kind of an arbitrary metric versus actual, let's say, wins and losses, which is just a true hardlined metric. Kieran says, refs had a friend putting down a prop bet today to help with, for sure. Refs were rough, man. Scott says, I'm going to my second Hawks game this Thursday. First was last year against Green Bay, hoping it goes better this time. Well, good luck out there, Scott. I've been telling people in this chat, you're going in that stadium, I want you losing your voice. You go in that stadium, I want you being enthusiastic for those around you. You see somebody silent, you see somebody stuffing their face and it's a third down with the defense on the field, tell them to get up. Tell them to scream. Tell them that their community needs them. Tell them their team needs them. Tell them the spirit of their grandparents that came into the stadium back in the Kingdom days and didn't have to be told what time it is. Impels them. We need this win, and we need the crowd at this team's back to go get that dub. I want what we had 10 years ago in that stadium this upcoming Thursday. I want people sloshed. I want you on your lips. I want you screaming loud nonstop for 60 minutes of this football game. What did Jagger say? Time on Melrose side. Oh, yes, it is. I'm concerned about a run game too, Daniel. I think whether it's Charbonnet or Walker being productive, I think that the inconsistency of the run game comes back to the offensive line and blocking and consistency in blocking. See, this is the part that I'm not going to exactly get on this, Kieran. The Rams walked out with the Seahawks with a light box, dropping 7 into coverage consistently and blitzing very often. Then you played the Tennessee Titans, and they did a lot more of putting more of the stack box, blitz-centric stuff that we had dealt with throughout the course of this year. Then you dealt with the most highest blitz team in the NFL that does nothing but like to stack boxes and bring blitzes for days in the Vikings. Then you faced an Atlanta Falcons team that's the second highest blitz rate team in the NFL, and they blitzed you a lot and stacked the box a lot. All three of those other teams say nothing of this Colts team today. The Colts team today tried out maybe what's more akin to what the Rams one was in general terms, but the last other three opponents prior to that didn't run out the same kind of defensive game plan. So if it's a blueprint that the Rams established, why wouldn't have the Titans been running up 6-man boxes? Why wouldn't the Vikings have dialed back all their blitzes and run 6-man boxes and just drop 7 into coverage? It doesn't seem that 1+1 on this one's exactly adding up when these teams are bringing out different strategies and employing different strategies than how they're playing this Hawks offense. To get convinced of that, I got to be sold on exactly what it is that's the common denominator that these defenses have done that's essentially stopped us, that the Rams instituted. Is it correct? Both Puka, Nakua, and Devontae Adams both got injured today. Adams sounds like he's out with a hamstring injury. Nakua's, I'm hearing some different stuff on. Belly says, I'm going to the game on Thursday too. Friday with the North Slope. Prudhoe Bay, Alaska until January 5th. Getting in while I can. Oh, that seems again for a fun week. Benelli, let's get it. Let's get it, folks. Torrey Horton can technically still come back. I'm hearing another guy that I'm hearing some differing back and forth on exactly what's going on the bottom line with that one too, JC, unfortunately. So I'm still a little bit uncertain on that one. Karen says, I mean, did anyone watch Thursday Night Football week? That game should have justified refs getting fired on the spot after that game. I didn't see it. It's been some tough officiating this year across the league-wise, it sounds like. And I've seen a couple games, not Seahawks related, that have been pretty tough. No injury updates quite yet here, King Bomber, that I've heard of. Sounds like we came out of this pretty clean. Slowly just woke up from a nap. What's up, B? What's up, Slowly One? What's up, man? Rondell's agree with the previous poster. Seahawks haven't been a real good team while they're healthy. Thursday night is the real test for the team. Yeah, I mean, Texans were in pretty good shape, weren't they, when we played them? Steelers weren't in too bad a shape. We played them. Kieran says, I mean, if you're honest, Sam stares down his first read. His eye discipline is mid at times. You can see when he steps up in the pocket, he's locked on to his first read a lot, not just 100% of the time, but a lot. I think there's a lot of those plays in there. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I think there's times he does show ability to go through multiple reads in addition to that too. But I think that that's a fair criticism. Alan, even in Brandon 12s, wasn't the best game of the season, but a win is a win. Got to keep grinding. Go Hawks. Got to keep grinding, man. Just get them dubs. Addicted says, Brandon, speaking of Jesse, can we get a sneak peek of the second hat for the hat bet? I think I might have that here somewhere. I might have that here somewhere. There we go. I'm going to put Jesse in this, but I might cut out the top hole of the hat so that his hair comes through the top of the hat. He's wearing this thing, though. Unless you guys got a better one going, we're going with that. See, Lord, Brando's still going? Still going, man. Gambling Goat, I'm sure you already covered this, but Mike's playing 2 eye safety was driving me insane. Yeah, you didn't play to more of the tighter coverage of the, Rivers is going to pop past the ball around all through the, very rare of making too many throws down the field. And Seattle definitely was not staying committed to necessarily cutting down the short routes and making that uncomfortable for Rivers in this game. There were some select moments you did a good job of it with, and you forced him to making some throws that he wasn't comfortable making. But overall, to your point, a lot of kind of protecting to depth. Defense just kind of is going to do what it's going to do. This is not a defense that, though it can establish itself to an opponent where an opponent might be weak against the blitz, weak against the stack boxes, rookie quarterback types, and it can really then adjust its play calling to take advantage of those kind of quarterbacks. By and large, week in and week out, this team is going to play defensively how they're going to roll. Much in the same way that they're not going to tend to spy quarterbacks, hypermobile quarterbacks. They're not going to tend to change their defensive structure to a fit to that. Kind of is what it is. Bottom line of it is that you kept them to 16 points. Bottom line of it is that you're one of the top scoring defenses in the NFL in the back of the strat. So I can certainly understand where it gets a little bit frustrating, but it was still at the end of the day effective. And you were able to keep this offense under control throughout. But I was also a little frustrated with the 2 Gambling Goat. This would have been the one game I would have thought you would have adjusted that a little bit and pulled it up a little bit closer. Addicted Brandon, also besides quarterback, the Colts were short a truckload of injured players. McDonald and Schneider have voodoo dolls. Mark my words. Hey, you got to do what you got to do, man. Yeah, so I remember when NFC West Roundtable had to rank positions in the division, all of them put Darnold at 4, even after a 14-win season. 2 out of the 4 have been shown to be worse than their backup. Big facts, Daniel. Big facts. I mean, the Panthers made the Rams look stupid. There you go. These kind of ugly losses tend to come up through the course of the year, and the Hawks have been able to avoid it, to Foles' point on that. Beamy says, Hawks, if you told me Jason Myers was going to miss 61 and over, but make every kick under that, I'd take it at the price. I'd take it at the price he's at, but won't be ecstatic like a JSN extension. I get it, man. Still got the 1 more year left on Jason's deal. D-Nugget says, Brand, I'll be screaming every defensive play. They're going to need it. I'm begging you on, if you're in the house, if you're in the stadium, if you're coming to this Thursday night game, make losing your voice the goal. Give that team that wind at their back. Help them. They're going to need every inch, every decibel meter that we can add onto this thing, they're going to need. And this place has been proven to be true. We have one of the great stadium advantages that exist, not just in all of football, but all of sports. It's there for us to utilize if we as fans can all take the note, all take the memo, and realize the fact it takes everybody in that house, everyone in that stadium collectively, not 60%, not 65%. I want 99% of that stadium rolling. I want everybody that's not in the Rams regalia to be roaring. And if you can do that, you're putting such a huge benefit to this defense. You're helping them out to such a large degree. It can't be understated. Let us not forget it. Let us not let this thing drift to the annuals of history. Let us hold on to it. Let's clutch it. Alan says, Paul Allen be really proud owner right now. Boy, would he ever, especially for what his sister has done to help foster this to the place that we've gotten to. Props to Jody as well. Everyone, you go in there sounding like you got a pair. That's right. Kyle says fans should take Friday off since they'll be deaf and mute after the game on Thursday. Hopefully. Amen. Don't plan on going to work. This is bigger than work. This is bigger than your job. This is bigger than earning money. Donnie, 12 man, that was fun, but I must run. Thank you, Brandon. Have a good night. Daniel says, if we keep Darnold through Milroe's rookie contract, do you think he would sign with us as a backup? No, I think he's going to be probably at a place where he's going to want to start an opportunity by the time he gets off a rookie deal. I would think. And Jaguars were in okay shape too. Yeah. Everybody's going to have an injury or two here and there, including us going to that game. Yo, Van, I always follow all the content on this channel ever since I came across your video about 5 years ago. I felt that you cover all the news related to our Seahawks better than anyone else. Well, thank you for that, Yo, Van. That's high praise. We've got people doing a great job covering this team. I know you're one of I call them my OGs, one of my originals on the channel. And appreciate you for signing on board here very early on in the process with me and riding with me through all these years, Yo, Van. It's been a hell of a ride, brother. Drunken Squidward, why did all of our running backs fall instantly after the first touch of the football? Is our O-line really that bad at run blocking? Yeah. It's awful. There's multiple guys failing on given plays. There's not just, it's one thing if you get a stalemate as a run block. I get a stalemate, I'm probably going to have a good chance of a running back falling forward for 2 or 3 yard gain. When I get pushed into the backfield, when I allow penetration, then I'm not only not getting the couple yards there, I'm putting us into 2nd and 12, 2nd and 13. And that's too often happening. Yeah. The run blocking has been atrocious at times. And the outside zone stuff where you're got to get lateral post snap, you cannot allow that penetration. You don't have to win the block down the field and push him 5 yards down the field to get a successful play, but you can't allow penetration. And once our offensive linemen start getting laterally here, unfortunately, way too much penetration, way too often. Defenses have been playing us differently since we got Shaheed. I think they got to do a little bit more respecting of his speed at times. Yeah, I agree, Kyle. Getting him acclimated into the offense too. Kieran says, common denominator to me would be is the right side of the line in particular is vulnerable. Stunt or overloaded the right side to make Sam step up, and it can struggle getting locked in on his first read. All right, that's fair. I think it's very fair. And definitely that line, right side of the line's been a bit of a tough point there. Middle and right, it's been a little bit rough. Al, if the Panthers can beat the Rams, then Seahawks are sure as hell can 100%. Just got to keep clicking. Got to be clicking on all cylinders. Let me read that right. Daniel Shaheed proved to be a good trade this game. Some crucial and momentum building catches. We got the ingredients. Kubiak just needs to go into a flow state and cook up a storm. Wow, great. All worded there, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree 100%. Shaheed's slowly kind of coming together, find a role here in this offense, and you got the parts. You got the ingredients. Got the pepper, got the spices, got the proper cooking utensils here if you're Kubiak, got the apron on. Now you just got to cook this thing up right. Nico wasn't on the field when we played. He was on the field for half of the game, and then we knocked him out of the game. But he was on the field. Yeah, started that game, played in that game. Part of that, too, is the Texans have done a lot this offseason to reinforce that receiving core around Nico. You made 2 day 2 picks as far as Jalen Noel and whatever the kid's name is out there. And then they had another guy that they throw to quite a bit. Brandon, oh my God, perfect. Thanks, man. Love it. Let's go. I think Kieran, he has done a better job in recent weeks since the Rams game of finding the check down. There wasn't seemingly as many opportunities in this game to go to that stuff, but I do think the prior couple of games he had done more of a just really trying to lock in, getting out to those throws in the flats at times. But there's room for improvement there. No, not Jesse's terrible. I'm going to do Jesse dirty on this one. I'm going to do Jesse dirty on this one. Critiquing a very successful player is hard. Critiquing a very successful player hard is the result of hoping for a deep playoff run here. So I'm just very critical of how you win in the easy games, so to speak, ones you should win. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that to a degree, but I think I would just come back to you, Kieran, and say that every team that you're going to be looking at outside the Seattle Seahawks, that I would come to you and I'd say, oh, who are the teams that you look at as Super Bowl contenders right now, Kieran, right? Maybe you would go to the Bills, for instance, and I can come back to the Bills and I can look at an Atlanta Falcon game and I go, what about that one right there? Doesn't that prove something of something there? They lost the Falcons team. That's say nothing of style points on that one. You lost to a Falcons team, so it doesn't just kind of knock the Bills out then? Isn't that kind of what? So it's a little bit on that where it's, to me, it's got to be a little bit careful on that point of it, where it's very easy to land in the ground that doesn't have you on firm footing with 2 feet on the ground with that. As well doesn't build into the fact that these games and these teams can kind of go through fluctuations through the course of the season. And really the key is to be playing your best football at the end of the year. And we're still, 3 games out from the end of the season here on that. We don't know what the final form of this team will exactly look like. There is room to improve. I'm not discounting that. But I just think that we've avoided the ugly loss in our schedule. We've lost to teams that are at least average, at least a little bit better than average, to very good teams. And that there's a lot of teams that are great teams that you would think of that are those Super Bowl teams that have lost to bad teams that have no business losing to those teams. It's like, it's hard for me on that, to where it's just like things happen over the course of the season. Not every game is going to be played with crystalline approach. And I mean, Falcons game last week, you can get frustrated the first half. You still end up winning the game 36-6. I mean, you got more games this year with the style points that you could want than we've had in recent Seahawks history, even in the Legion of Boom era. Like the Legion of Boom days, the 2013 games, if you're talking about style points, man, that was not a team about putting up style points in 2013. That was a team that got a lot of those games just kind of pulled out at the fourth quarter, or just able to get a nice touchdown win through the end again, or just get a little bit extra at the end. You might have had 1, 2, 3 quarters of rough play and you sort of turned it on in the fourth quarter. How much did the style points matter for those teams? Didn't seem to factor in. You got in the playoffs, played your best football at the end of the playoffs, got the number 1 bye. That ended up being the thing that really carried most of the way when it was all said and done. Thursday's the division, Kieran. Got to get it this week. It's all on the line right here. Brandon Janis says Adams being out is a wonderful thing. How will the Rams score in the red zone now? Thursday will feature a heavy helping of weather stew. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of rain, down a guy. Definitely hurts them a bit on this one. Daniel Bailey says, thank you for the $5 donation, Daniel. He says, it's hard to fit my comments on a super chat, so I've been putting them in normal chat, and you read them all. Salute. You are one of one, B, and I want to show some support. Well, thank you for that, Daniel. I love the conversation in my chat. I love where you guys are operating from. Even when I disagree with you guys, I love where you operate from with it. The requirement here is never to agree with me fully. I'll push back. We'll debate. We'll agree. It's going to we'll get all parts of it here. But I just love the discussion, man. I'm here for the discussion. You know what I mean? Thank you for that, Daniel. Dick is in the Animal Kingdom. Panther always makes Ram look stupid. That's right. Kieran, laughing out loud. Kyler's done. I called that ages ago. B knows. That was my good prediction in time. That was my good prediction. His time in Arizona as a starter is done. Yeah, I'm kind of just also on it, Kieran. And you were on this, so I had ahead of time on this one. In addition to that, who's trading for him? Who? I know everybody's like Jets. Really? I know they're dumb. It seems kind of even beyond the pale for them, though. Who's trading for that quarterback contract? I feel like they're going to come down to have to release him when it's all said and done myself there. But he's done. He's spent. Kieran says stalemate's a win for the O-line and run blocking. At least you're getting in the way. Exactly. And that's why I hammer this offensive line so thoroughly, is that you're not getting stalemates. I'd like you to get push. Can't get push, boss. Okay, then you need to not allow penetration. Gonna allow penetration, boss. Hold on. You can't even get in front of him. And that's where it does get frustrating. And that's where it does get hard for me to go back to running backs or other aspects or facets of the team at times, because it is just so bad. And a big part that's helped the running game has been the explosive runs this year, where it's like you got 10 runs and one of them was explosive, but the other 9 were like, avert your eyes, look away. And that's a frustrating part of this rushing attack, is that it's statistically made to look a little bit better than it actually is by those big runs. But run in and run out, you are not getting the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, which really are a necessity for this offense. This offense is supposed to be living in 3rd and shorts, not 3rd and longs. And it's when I pull this thread, I come back to there, you know. Kevin, we crossed 21K today. Let's go. Well, another nice mark moved here for your Hawks nesters. Very exciting. Love to see it. Let's see where we're at today. We came in the day about 60 off, and we have crossed the mark. 21,009 subscribers. Feels good. Feels good. Yovan, regarding Free Friday, I'm heading to work in 15 minutes. Let's go, Yovan. Have a good day out there. Lucky Lucas is Rams fan here. Hey, we got the game of the week on this Thursday. I'm looking forward to playing you guys, and may the best team win. Seahawks are no joke. Easily a top 3 team with the Rams. I echo everything that you just said, Lucky. Shout out to Rams fans who come in here and do a man and a woman are always very kind and just coming in to have some good football discussion. I feel the very same way you feel about this, that these are both 2 of the top 3 teams in the NFL. People can decide where those rankings lie on it. I just think that that's where we're at this year. Your team is legit. This is going to be a challenge. Wouldn't shock me in the least if the Rams end up being the team that represents this NFC conference. They've earned the right to be there. It's going to take all we can get to take it and let the best man win. Let the best team win, like you say on that. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate you coming in that way. Always welcome here, Ram fans and 49er fans, respectful in that fashion. We're not just looking for Hawk fans in here. It's all about perspective and widening our outlook on things and trying to really understand the sport and our team all the better if we can with it. Cheers to you, man. Chaz says Seahawks aren't making it to the championship game with this center and right guard. Sundell is one of the worst centers in the league. You speak to one of my big worries and concerns about this season. That was one of my big worries and concerns coming out of the draft last year about this team, that we would take that step forward that nobody thought we could take forward this year, but that we would end up ramming our head into the ceiling of craptastic offensive line play. And that would end up sinking our ship for this season. I hope it doesn't play out that way, but I'm concerned and worry it will play out that way. Like I said, absolutely. I can see the Rams and Seahawks championship game this season. Y'all are the only team that scares me. That'd be fun, man. It'd be fun to play you guys again for a third time. I'd love that. Kind of a la like back in 13 playing the Niners in the conference championship. Offset, Brandon, why do you always read comments that differ from your perspective in some weirdo monotone that tries to always convince the viewer to be on your side? I'm reading the comments live. I don't read the comments and then think about speaking to the monotone, blah, 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 off Seattle. Not at all. So if I'm doing that, I'm not meaning to do that. I am 9 hours and 12 minutes into the stream. So definitely do get a little bit tired and a little bit, eyes get a little bit blurry at this long into the streaming of it. But I love what I get to do and I enjoy the discussion. So it's part of why I try to also say that I'm really, even if you hear my disagreement, that I'm very respectful from where people are coming from. And I don't have all the answers. We're just pushing back and forth with each other's ideas on this. And it's as much as let the audience, let the crowd kind of decide where they may on this kind of stuff. Not really. It's really, there's no part of this channel about me trying to be right at every turn off Seattle. And I try to say that a lot. It's really the community. And I'll have a hardline opinion and I'll be very opinionated. But I by no means am carrying some great big brain here on this channel. It's the collective that makes this place go. But give me, if you can, a little bit of patience for being 9 hours and 13 minutes into a stream. We're going to be a little monotone on every quote I read, but I don't read these in advance. I'm just reading them live as I scroll down. You'd have a lot more pauses from me if I was reading these and then putting a monotone voice in to try to cut the comment apart. All 3 NFC teams could see each other in the playoffs. Possible. Very possible. Is Mike a coach of the year candidate? I think he is. Probably going to be a couple other coaches out there that might garner a little bit more support, but he's probably got as good a claim to fame as anybody else out there. Chris Camp says, go to bed, Brandon. Go to bed. Yeah, we're probably a good time to wrap it up here. If I'm in a monotone mode. Kieran says, I hear and appreciate your points, B. Of course, style point games are not deterministic for a team. Some Super Bowl teams have bad losses for sure. Does that mean they can't go all the way? No. Does it give you confidence? Heck no. Laughing out loud. That's fair enough. That's a very fair point to it. Definitely very fair. Happy says, I was at the game today and had a perfect head-on view of the Myers game-winning field goal. I was so effing nervous all game. Couldn't believe Seattle had another atrocious first half. It had us all a little bit nervous, sweating, annoyed. Hawks are now 1.5 underdogs to the Rams at home as of 4 hours ago. We'll see if that line holds. Interesting line, though. Interesting line. Koken, thank you for the $2 donation. Sydney attack today broke my heart. Stream cheered me on. Broke my heart. Stream cheered me on you. Well, thank you, Koken. A little bit of a sad day all the way around. A bit of a tough day. And sometimes can be a dark world at times. But hopefully this could be a little bit of a light if it was that in that way, Koken. I hope you're doing well, man. Lucky says Rams shouldn't be favored with Rams being out, with Adams being out, and y'all playing home. Also, it'll be raining as well. Definitely will be some factors. I think Vegas is looking at your Rams having our number by and large, even the last game of the year with Garoppolo last season. Your ability to hang with us in that game throughout. Definitely losing my voice here. We'll probably put a wrap up here. Kieran says, I test B, and I often quite disagree. I don't think he's monotone at all. He goes after some of my dumbass ideas hard in the paint. He sometimes posterizes my ideas. Ha ha. Yeah, you probably won a few battles against me, And it's where I think that sometimes tone wise, and that's why I try to always follow up with, if the tone comes off wrong, then I make sure my words are maybe dismatching what the tone might be. Because whether or not you hear me get a little bit riled up, or you hear me get rowdy, or you hear me go hard at somebody's point on a counter in disagreement with it, I do appreciate it. And I do like having the testing and the challenging of ideas. You don't get anywhere by just having everybody in an echo chamber constantly agree with each other. I think you do get somewhere by having ideas really thoroughly tested on both ends. And you're testing me on my end, I'm testing you on your end. And we come out the other side of it with a little bit more refined, I think, on both ends of it. I do believe in that in a major way. But I know I can sometimes look. I'm certainly probably capable of coming off like an a-hole at times too. Definitely not the intention though. And I do love what I get to do. I wrote Friday instead of Monday. I'm ready to get straight back to work after next game of the Rams. Let's go. Maze Guru, huge Seahawks fan here. I have to be honest. I think we're getting slaughtered next week. Ooh, slaughtered. You think it's going to be a bigger beatdown than the last time we played the Rams, huh? I know there's some fans who are a little nervous right now. Kieran says, we don't need no stinking touchdowns. No, we don't. Senator knows the motto, but he does it. If he does, maybe it's because there are so many overused takes, he gets tired of reading the same thing. No, not at all. Probably just gets a little tired. I get 9 hours in, the voice gets tired. Can we finally beat Matthew Stafford as a Ram? Asked King Bomber. I mean, that's the question. I ain't been able to do it yet, man. That old man has had our number since he's gone there to LA. Nick to Brandon, instead of Barnyard, can the 12 start calling for Barner Gronk or Kelsey? Think that Brandon never apologized for bashing the Hawks. Never. Well, I never want to. You always got to be careful with this to make sure you don't come off an a-hole too, though. I don't need to be coming off to you guys as my shit don't stink on that way. My stuff stinks. I got my takes that are as wrong too. But I always want to try to reinforce and let you guys know that no matter what you're hearing from me tone wise, that definitely the background's always an appreciation for your guys' perspective on it. And it's you who make this go. See, I just did it again. I'm getting tired. Knocked myself out of the stream, came back in. All right, well, we are going to put a button on this. We've crossed 9 hours and 18 minutes on this stream today. I think right now is probably a good time to call the ball here and put a wrap up on this. I want to thank, if I can, the sponsor of this show, which is going to be Sleeper. Sleeper is the #1 sports app running in the game today. They are indeed. And right now, if you use my code, you get a matchup with 100% of your first deposit with $100. $100 from me to you. And you show some love at the very same time. Sleeper is my #1 sports app because, unlike a lot of the other apps, you have an opportunity to really get into a lot of different selections. Get the basketball, football, pair them all together. Go out there, make yourself some money. How did we do today? Looking at the picks. We did not do super great on this one. I don't think we got anywhere there with the Warren or the Downs. So I was a miss all the way down the line. If you're going to miss big, but you can actually hit. You might put your knowledge actually to some good work. So use my code NEST. Get 100% match up to $100 as well. Free $20, no deposit needed entry right now on Sleeper site. $120 from me to you through the site. And you show some love to the channel at the same time. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. But a thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring the show. Shout out to them for showing the love here throughout the course of the season. Shout out to you guys for using the app. I know there are some restrictions in the state of Washington still, but this thing is supposed to be freed up pretty doggone soon. I am just noticing, folks, couple of programming notes. Folks, we did today over 9 hours, 43,000, over 43,000 views today on the Colts Seahawks game. That is an all-time record amount of views. People are, why do you go so long? Why? Because we were killing it. That's why. We were rocking and rolling. 43,000 views, smashing our old record of 29,000 views for the Rams game from a couple weeks ago. So we just set the record a couple weeks ago. We just set a new record just here and now. 43,000 views today. I thank you to all of y'all who watched the channel today, tuned in, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It's been a hell of a season here for both the channel and our Seattle Seahawks. And it's been so cool to see on both accounts. But wow, what a day today. Ugly win. It's got some fans a little bit uncomfortable going into the playoffs, but at the end of the day, you put the 11 wins up. You've put yourself in that position now, set the stage to be able to go make some noise here in the playoffs, be able to come out there and go out there and just smash this thing. And I know that there's some there go, look, the way this team's played, they haven't shown us yet a contending. Look across the NFL landscape. Look, even a team like an 11-2 Denver Broncos and how many miracles they've had to pull out of their butt, how many times they had to grab a leprechaun and squeeze them out their sphincter, right? So it's find a way, get to your best football by the end of the season, hopefully have the injury luck or blessedness work in your favor, as we have seen now as we get down the end of the season. I don't think we had any major injuries coming out of this game either. So you're really in a good stage. You're really in a good place here for this team to go out there and get themselves a championship finish. Nobody knows how this story is going to end, but it's been a hell of a season so far, and I am going to be on the edge of my seat to see how it will wrap up. I thank you guys today for watching. Make sure I don't got any other donos here that I might have missed, as we had so many today. And we got them all. Good to hear. I thank you guys again for watching. Hit that like button if you get a chance for me. Help me get up over the top on this. Help me show out there on that algorithm. I know it was an ugly win, but we've had a lot of easy wins this year. We lapped them in the second quarter kind of wins. So you're going to get a couple tough ones in there as well. Rivers played a good game for a guy just coming off of his couch, and he hung in there well. That Colts team was desperate, and they fought their ass off. You got the dub. That's what matters. Now we got a short week to the game of the year. Can you take down the Los Angeles Rams? Can you finally solve Matt Stafford? Can you get over the top and take this final step? You're on the precipice. You're on the threshold. The door is open. You can walk right through. Just got to walk through. Can you walk through? We're going to learn this upcoming week. I got a slate of shows stacked up for you. We're going to have Rob Staten on the channel from Seahawks Draft Blog. We're going to be chopping up with Jake Ellenbogen there from the Rams channel. We're going to get EJ Snyder onto the channel from Bootleg Football. We are loaded to the hill, B&B on Tuesday. So I hope you're locked in. I hope you're loaded. And your faith may be a little wavering, but I hope there's still that vestige there to cling on to be sold, to be brought over to the other side, because this team might just do it for you. You never know. Football is very unpredictable in that way. I thank you guys. I love you guys for all of the great discussion. I thank you guys for staying lively with me here all the way up to 10:30 at night, hanging with me through. We'll be back soon, but enjoy this win. And please don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.